time near Wodia in Tipachom.
Quite very lengthy. Okay, into Regina Hede and Regina missing a name. That is Senior William Kusi. Into the throughout this case, no. I mean, Old England and Academy in a square, now no night. Into I'm not 7. Everything or catch them, then I do it or instruct them under his supervision. Let me be there. So things I would tell you, I have personal knowledge of it. Everything from documentation.
You know it.
Yes, I know it personally. The only difference is Mamma could just say, might not know me. Then make a team of lawyers because or communicate with me senior but know me. But I know everything that goes on. And that was somewhere in 2nd October.
Okay.
Now, your file is suit. Now, suit ni na or emanating from the fact that we are paying Kofi also. Or trauma, Mamma could just say, well, there. Only when you work in Pukuna. Now, say, oh, you been for not I do make a cana.
Them not sure letter.
Yes, something like that. Though your consideration be. So, oh, you been for a consideration.
But your more voice to the Kakamama.
And see, what can they so you been for?
You see Uncensored.
Accompanied by injunction. Interlocutory injunction. We're seeking interlocutory injunction. They be restrained. It was paying from there. What can it was paying and no bring from there. But they no kwekusi na bibi them. So that was because we in statement of claim. Yening in some of the court no. Na yeke kene there. It was paying or do bring na. They have access to the board na all that. yeah, the funeral work on. So funeral purposely it was based on the fact that because of the injunction, don't conquer your body, no, you know. No any funeral for one count. Then funeral for so enter appearance later. It seems that they were the last people who enter appearance. And see, on the day I know they quite injunction application. That was, it seems, if I remember correctly, no, it's 16th October or so. And on the day of the injunction application, now it was a penny lawyers will file a motion challenging the capacity of Akusia Sewa. Inti Damedan Yako court no. Na missing a senior William Kusi. Now I read it will be moving in injunction no. Now but because of capacity in the bay muninti, what challenge capacity in law no. Yeka capacity it goes to the root of everything because what law no. Yempe situation e biana judgment aba. Then they realize that I'm passing on phone a busybody. Okay. How are you going to enjoy the judgment? Okay. And some them phone, and the law does not deal with busybodies. Until the moment capacity comes in, now why there? Why arrest any other at a procedure be order could the process be order no. Until my lady, just as working during the Smith Arthur, or yeah, because of capacity motion happening. 16 cents and code move injunction or me move. Inti entry embassy na you deal with capacity no the emotion inti you deal with capacity because capacity no say if what it means was that say what the capacity to say capacity is successful or che dey mama akose say wa onu kwan po do be saman ebusapeni odo broni na funu ahom that is an anko we successful one year that is what it means. Okay. Now aside capacity na ebusopeni no lawyers wo file you know. Now it seems odobroni no lawyers someone they will file motion and no will seek for security for cost. In siyeka security for cost wa kwa be there ye rabetwman so na ebia na nipa no for some reasons being see if feel they in case na say win nipa no it will be very difficult for you to enforce ebia na say it will be more there. It will be very difficult for you to get those monies to retrieve and to get those monies into. My court saying there, you ask for security for cost. Into parties number sign, they will undertake. Into be say if this injunction is a grant more and grant more, because of the negative consequence of the other party, the other party win. No injunction, yes, starting or granting or the more. But finally, what has the other party winner or tell wow. Okay. As I say, okay. So you undertake. Okay. Into other brand new lawyers no, they didn't respond to a work and then injunction no, but I want to file a motion for security for cost. Wow. But it was opinion lawyers now not responding to injunction no. Aside what responding to injunction no, now what file a motion for challenging the capacity no. Into your call 16th no. Now my lady here and there, okay, damn they obey streamlining in your ma. Na ye mema on some timelines been at they agree on some timelines been at na ye and there we go then it seems that ye bar some a week or so be them later. No, okay, by that time ye baba no then he will take all the motions over table no do nti ebiana injunction ye be capacity ye be security for be determine you know. Instead then ye kwede injunction application no. There was opinion lawyers and kade they will withdraw. One draw one capacity motion or filing. Yes, or challenge. I could just say we do no can and only two put there. Obe saman a working in bush opinion or dobroni na funeral home for no kind of withdraw. Inti what kind of withdraw the night to the condemn there or there what can you move any injunction application. Inti this in a movie injunction application. In fact, case nina it was time bound. If so, not that time, it seems a Lumbani, you know, it had been scheduled for sit to say BB set December. Yes, in there. No, it had been scheduled for set. Into time was of the essence. Into missing a movie motion, you know. Into I can say it took a lot of hours. Now for responding, they raise issues of documentation, one notarizing. In fact, I will never come into details. Okay. It seems that is the main aina. Okay. Yes. No. So any prelims, no, that was on the injunction. Okay. The long and short of it was based on decided cases and the legal system, no, Ghana legal system, no, or based on principle be a friend of stare decisis. In Siaka stare decisis or chede ma at the door fun mo e di kamfun why no
on wash
shedona yebi. Inti adukwa ye ne demane there. The main principle behind stare decisis in there. They want you to be able to determine your matter. In Siamfan de Bia, MCA Yaboa, or did the case, you are the court, no. That was the response and that was the judgment. So it makes you to also predict what will happen. So it brings certainty about the law. As I say, it makes you to be able to predict that, okay, say if the MCA Yaboa the court and they no here there, then definitely I'm the man some they no obey. So you are able to predict the law, you follow the law. It's based on decided cases. In fact, one thing or other mechanism, when it comes to injunction applications, based on the discretion of the court. And if I remember correctly, my lady Dorinda Smith, kind of clear, the court made it clear there. All money ruling, or money clear there. She is not bound by precedent, but she is guided by rules. And I sided with her because her discretion. So what it means is that Sabiana. Anod no the case or the koi maybe no injunction, it is likely that any case might have some slight difference with regards to fact. Also case I could seek injunction. So the judge who has the fact or who has been presented with the fact might decide that okay, so the may anu in charge of them in so discretionary. When it comes to injunction or discretionary, you can get it today. Another case about next fact is slightly different and you might decide on far more. But when it comes to restraining urban the injunction on ifuna the court is quite very cautious because it seems 2024 so they will know what the practice direction or that in take a practice direction or why there some instructions normally the chief justice and whatever or direct to court as to how they will deal with an injunction often ifuna no what they so it guides us. But the practice direction was like say if any person beg injunction or less than 2 weeks, they should be very careful. So because of that, why may you move in?
No, less than 2 weeks.
But you move in them because they say if it is less than 2 weeks, the probability of you getting it is extremely low. And so you move in them the injunction application the court so that the court could consider it. Now, every case law so soon there, it is generally accepted that when it comes to body or busiano, oye busiane na wajo oye washe oye body no and so in that area it was not easy there, but as I said, injunction is a discretionary, so we decided to, based on the circumstance, we decided to move. We moved it na Senior William Kusi movie and to the decision of the court they felt that no we injunct because if you know oye busuano when japade say okoye bibi there. I'm just saying if say bi okoye bibi there na koye busuan funum bi na even immediate family num bi na busuan funum bi na even at that time na will seek maybe the outcome could have been different, but a year and ideally what I can't remember no on can't ebusuan no obowari room though ye busuan de obowari room but when it comes to funeral arrangements are different, but a year a body day or ye so court name rule in our favor, and amidst objections that were raised about documentation, I don't know. Now, after injunction, we decline injunction. Now, or they move into court in the timelines into timelines or the bear no, or they work on them application for directions since application for directions and whereby we stage the udra issues per the court no determine no in some na woman per the court no CC no obia list na the other ba into with opinion on control list when issues they want the court to determine at the end the buying issues no too
okay
there I could just open or year there are side there if supporting determined down on no year I don't know between my then other lawyers also what they when issues what they buy. I think the only people want for issues and a funeral home for no.
Okay.
I want one for issues and into not a lot into on the day of application for directions no. Courts no or let's stay out a work and them issues no into work can be boom maybe you see na streamlining Until at the end of the day, we had about 11 issues. And of course,
from our no.
Onion, it was a penny or dobroni. Yen issues. Into iron 3 issues in a cable, no 11. Yes, for determination. Into 11 issues now courts no they will determine. But one thing about when it comes to issues for determination, even courts and say if the court on the throne a judgment, and in this case make a court now as in her ladyship, the moment a judgment is not coming from her again, is a representation of the court's opinion. In Tebeka there is an embodiment of the court's opinion. In the determination of a or trial judgment now, be a true in with this issue here into a baby bit striking out true or right in a judgment and with them a after application for directions, then we quickly have to move into CMC. That was on the 12th of November or so. Into CMC no, and whereby after application for direction, or do be a control any massam. Into there one thing there, some one. Now, me for we some fenchum, or do we so counter claiming. After yes, some into what could they be a counter claim? Why the answer is sue. Into is sue, and answer is sue. As I say, in time, plaintiff no. In another way, no, answer plaintiff.
Okay.
As I say, into although be approved the case. I don't sue soon in any day, court and day. Mammy, I could just say, what, no, yeah.
And also did
yes, I'm only suit and the counter claim or the bend. Court and the mammy say one, mammy, I could just say, what, no, yeah. As at the time, that is 26th of July, 2025, Lumber will, no, yeah. Then the second one had to do with, it seemed there, when declared that she was customarily married, like Wamambra Kwan or Warren Wamambra Kwan. Then it seems she had about 3 counterclaims. Counterclaims. Now one had to do with Nikuna no se bibidam. Into Ansu Siwi. Into you do CMC state that was on the 12th of November. Okay. Nina timelines now. In fact, I have to say that I did not be in the exigency of the case now, because of time was of the essence now. Now my lady Podo meeting now. Normally it takes time. Maybe the mobile take time kakra and sand it me. But remember the court has done well. With regards to timelines that we will meet, Into Edu CMC. CMC after all case in some control work on statement of claim once those are facts. Okay. When the embryo say kosameno bia once some they are facts. Into Edu CMC or their file witness statement. Now witness statement one in evidence beam. Okay. As I say. One evidence. One evidence. Into Ebe find a misstatement of claim. Ebe na market MCA Buana Telioshi. Man a motorman. Maybe an MCA was why enter defense. I am a motorman. Or a fact na waka. I'm a miss motorman. I am not. I'm also a motorman. As I say. Into what can the mark on a fact. Now you have to prove it. Into one or the yes, into one of the chim there, the Quinta or Cheddar, I am a motorman. Now the crowd also make sure I'm a motorman. You get it. So that stage in a statement of claim now, who defense now, they are pleading. Second pleadings are they are statement of fact. They are not substantiated with evidence. When you flesh or a fact, what's America keke? Interfere or they're substantiating. So you do what can employ a witness statement. Into witness statement one now evidence now the printer record there. I want a 2 man now the crown also record on. I want a 2 man now. I don't know. Obi add the evidence, Baba. So you add it to your witness statement. Now attach. IDBA will be then you attach it. Now yenzi and Mami akushe say one ankasa mbonku as in one testify personally. Into or the 2 ma will be there on Kasaman. That is Mami Georgino say bonsu. Seems like a very close friend, very close friend. In time of the 2 medicine in same day. On Kasaman, on testify man, on Jinaman. Na a member me and Estina Fosu. That is a sister Nakusha Brimpoma, this senior sister. Now so or say or be testify man with regards to our warriors. Na yes supina one Suffolk and Tanka and with regards to culture in some I don't know, they supina and Dombra. In fact, yes supina on record, yes supina German name is in Ghana and it's on record. In fact, one proof of service Nadine Abe. But you see, the problem with those foreign consulates, and they say, though they are in Ghana, they are not really in Ghana. What the one they are sovereign states on their own. Their diplomatic relations now them into what the one. A supina na opia beba, opia omba, intimation. Unlike they be an our empress, my supina or their bracot and be their dance next emba, and you beat him yasho, a boom brother or a contempt of court now. That's I say. But I want the intimation.
But you need them.
You need them. Opia beba, opia omba.
Case,
they have that diplomatic immunity. They have that diplomatic immunity. Ghana embassy and Germany, they have that diplomatic immunity. Into German embassy, German government for one to conquer Ghana embassy for our Germany or they banner. Well, Germany courts now better testify you can't force them. So, but we subpoenaed them all the same. Now we had wanted them to speak to documentations. Now, you started case, you started hearing. In fact, according to Evidence Act, the moment ever mounted witness boss, with documentations, with evidence, there was a Thatcher. Let's say, over to Tuana. Now opponents no be can or at that moment no do raise objections.
Okay.
Inti. The young case and normally they start with the plaintiff. Inti our plaintiff I will be open case. Inti in this case mama yakusa say ne attorney no that is mama George no say bonsu mo be kesa man no. Ana no do open case. Into attach mama yakusa say ne documentations as in ne marriage certificate ne power of attorney na translation a where no Germany into English. Now, Ghana Institute of Languages one translation or together with other documentation via videos new they attach into amount say they raise objections with regards to documentations Now, my lady here in the day at the time an injunction or directed that we should have the authentication. Into one Senior William Kusi as part of the argument it was a lengthy argument with regards to objections we raising how authentic those documents are and identity mama court in engine it was quite a lengthy argument. Now Senior William Kusi so no reply or the more one there when it comes to admissibility of evidence it's about the probative value as in the weight of the evidence now it's about admissibility there if it is relevant there will be jatum then the court will determine weight or the to do. So, or cite cases and now they were coming from the angle there. That is the defendants. One angle was based on section 161, subsection 1 and subsection 2 of the evidence decree, 1975, NRCD 323. Okay. Now, that's section 161, 1 subsection 2, or based on the facts there. If it is a foreign document, you need those authentication.
Okay.
And so court na after there or the weight better than them. You need those authentication. But you see, for some reasons, and for how wise the legislature is, what the another subsection would shame that is section 161 subsection 3 of the evidence decree, and that one was to the effect that if there are some circumstance, some exceptional circumstance being certification becomes a problem, and authentication of those documents becomes a problem, then the court can give parties no reasonable time. Now, when I say one investigation for the authentication, then the court will waive the certification.
So, Mubisa, my lady.
That was the cross of our argument. Okay. So the cross of our argument, in fact, Senior William Kusi made it on record to the court that these are practical hardships we are facing. Okay. And believe you me, when it comes to those certifications, some of the embassies, trust me, they don't even know what we are talking about.
Some of the embassies.
Some of the Ghanaian missions abroad, they don't even know the process.
They don't know.
No, how many cases now are you
able to me actually say certificate was like authentic.
Now let me tell you this. Okay, let me start. You see, when it comes to the law, there is no assumption there. Judge Bianim, Bibianim, all the laws. Even the Supreme Court, they sometimes get it wrong. Internet con reviewer, they can sometimes change their mind. Okay, no, first, you can do A, but since you say no, you a mistake or a B, they can sometimes change their mind. Okay. Because when you be in law, so you research. That makes you a good lawyer. You research and you read. So, you share how complex the process was. No? There is this convention, we call it the Hague Apostille Convention. Now, Hague Apostille Convention, it was a convention that came into being, that was somewhere 1961 or so. Other convention seeks to do, and it seems about 127 countries are signatories to it. Other convention seeks to do is abolish the complexities which accompanies the authentication of documents. Because they realize that if one foreign document is moving to another foreign document, the authenticity of it to ascertain, sometimes it takes time because I feel they be an office say or they check or they do a bit maybe a question.
Abra ye mami akosia se wa behu na what they ni problem but when the wonka dinini pacho munim say ebano certificate it takes a lot of time. In time of the man can't say adi we all koyen e be take time.
So you have options to you. When it comes to proof in law, when you are proving something in law, not necessarily about the documentations, but if there are other corroborating credible evidence, link in some now, you can make your case out. For instance, I'm a colleague on. We were school 2013. So the fact that to me finish and me certificate does it mean them I'm colleague on? However, if I'm able to lead credible evidence to show in some BC in the BC to show there indeed require, you get it. So you can call in credible witnesses who better testify. There were options. Okay. Though we knew it was difficult, but you have to get it at definitely, and based on the fact that the time was also of the we had a short period. And so we considered all those conventions, but what we realized was that Ghana was not a signatory to that convention. And since if Ghana was a signatory to that Apostille Convention, American and Nanka, what it means is Germany is a signatory to that convention. So what it means is we'll carry all the documents to German government. Okay. Germany. They will just authenticate with one single document.
Into what's and
remember that we are not signatories to it. Okay. Ghana, you're signatories to it. So we couldn't take that option, but that option would have been faster. Okay. You get it? We couldn't take that option. So the only option left for us, there, we have to go through the systematic authentication, and that is section 161. And section 161 subsection 1 and section 161 subsection 2 of the evidence decree. You have to go through. Or if you are not able to make that, you rely on section 1613 of the evidence decree 1975. You rely on it. I don't know more a bit almost leeway kakra. That for some exceptional circumstances, if you are not able to authenticate it, the court should give the parties reasonable time for them to ascertain as to the veracity of documents, okay, and if so, or you're authentic and ability. So whether they will make their contact with embassy, who knows how they should get their information so that the court will give them. And the court itself, because there is a foreign document, the court itself is not exempted from also making its own investigation. In fact, actually, evidence decree now, that is, it seems section 114 or so. The courts itself, if confronted with any difficult issue, they can call in expert witness to come and testify. So the court can do that on its own motion. On its own. And it happens a lot. Okay. So the court can decide that no, because of this, let's call in this expert witness to come and assist the court. Okay. Then the cost will be borne by the parties. Or any of the parties can decide, okay, then for expert witness number. But one thing you should notice, expert witness, so better testify or quarter, the court is not bound by expert witness as some of the can. Even if say, okay, yeah, confrere lawyer do or Germany bed there, I'm a mecha, you work and then Mamma Kosia say one documents and one some lawyer authentic if we are taking that option. Because if there's certification, that does not mean it's conclusive. Okay. The court in Bejatum, the court per its own reasoning can decide on Jintum. But when it happens like that, the court must assign reason. Adukunso free expert witness expert witness Obama near 1 Jan 2. You get it? So the court is not bound by it. When you look at section 114, the court has that opportunity. So now, still on the authentication. Because we're time bound in it, these things I'm telling you, I speak them as in I have personal knowledge of it. Because I worked closely with Senior William Kusi in Tanochem. So what we did was, immediately after working then injunction application, then we made contact with contact over Germany that they should quickly do this for us. They should go to the embassy and make checks.
Through email or?
Those are our contacts. Internally, contact on the
contact.
informal sidelines. So they contacted the embassy. They contacted the Ghanaian embassy in Germany, and information I knew was that they are not too how do you call it? They are not too familiar with that process. That was the information I mean. So and make there or a year say on Yamina me Fred directly into make a year say, but that was the information we had from our contacts that they were not too familiar. That is Ghanaian based no Germany, they were not too familiar with the process. So Senior William Kusi insisted then no, they should try harder. So what we did was we had to send mail. We had to send mail. So Senior William Kusi instructed me. I drafted the letter. I have it here.
But I didn't have a letter.
And see, letter in day. After each year, president, that's in Ghana president or original president, Germany, each year we catch on there. Oh, you case be easy ma so and so. Now because of that, since we been here, they authenticate some letters be. In the best ones, we my boy na they authenticate letters given the exigency of the situation to one boy, and they attach those documents they authenticate or certify with the man. And in fact, we went to that extent of even quoting the session because we had information earlier from young reps or Germany there. They've made the contact and it seems they are not getting better information. See, we wanted to get it right, so we had to quote the law for them so that they know. Don't be on here there. Yeah, but one day one member certification bank, but because they embrace share.
Okay.
Though there is the certification, so we quoted in the letter. Section 1611, section 1612, section 16. I can show it to you. The letter, I have a copy of it here. I can show it to you.
But a letter need that screen, though.
You have it?
Yeah, we have it.
Okay.
My producer, can we see?
So,
yes. Okay.
So, Senior William Kusi instructed me. I drafted it.
You
yes.
wrote this. Okay.
So, we made the request.
Okay.
Oshay, or no correction, so be woman, yeah, finally, yes, Sunday. If I remember correctly, it seems we sent it on the 6th and 7th or something like that of November.
Of November.
November, yeah. Yes, next Sunday. So at that time, we did the injunction application somewhere. No, you're drafting the 3rd. You're drafting somewhere 3rd of November. Okay. Now it seems that within the 4th or the 5th will be yes Sunday.
Okay.
And under your year injunction application, that was on the 28th of October.
Okay.
And immediately yes Sunday, we didn't get any response. Any response? We didn't get any response. So Senior William Kusi gave me any reps or Germany. They managed to get the contact of German embassy.
Okay.
A Ghana embassy or Germany. They give us the contact. So Senior William Kusi gave me. This case I've been his right hand man. I'm supporting. Battle for them. I'm not them prepare. Me a BBA or them man. So that you will lead the charge. Okay. Then I will follow. It's a learning process. Okay. So he gave me the number, Henry Frewan. So I called. In fact, the information I had was, anytime a phone they are available, you can get them. So on the 6th of November, I personally, from my own phone, I called twice. That was around 5 or 6 one. Then I was like, maybe I know what happened. So out of normal working time. So the following day, that was on the 7th of November, personally, I called again. It seems I called the first time was around 11 one. I called. Nobody picked. It's 2 hours time. That was around 1 area, bro, on the 7th of November. No, let me free you. Into me free you. And fortunately for me, one lady picked. We were freezing. So when the lady picked, me introduced someone. Let me be Sunday. Can she confirm receipt of our email we've sent to them? I said yes. They've received it. That was about 3 days later. Now, so no, can yes or confirm that they've received it.
Okay.
Now we will hear from them.
Okay.
You get it. And this was a time we were nearing a work and then for CMC. But start a trial because the trial started hearing starting 17th.
So here,
the time was so crying. So what it means is you have to hatch different plans.
My lady Yahweh.
We told the court.
Okay.
Every time we were objecting, and we told the court.
They should give you time.
We told
so amount of time.
Time meaning we have such a timeline, but we told the court. We wanted the court to be in the know.
Okay.
That this is what we are facing.
Okay.
You get it.
Okay.
And in fact, in our addresses, on the A case, you write addresses or submissions.
Okay.
In our submissions, we wrote under the supervision of Senior William Kusi. He told me, Henry, fair one fish number. Let it come in so that it will be on record that this is what we attempted.
Okay.
In the extra submissions, pages 16, 17, and 18, particularly page 18, we spoke about it at length.
Okay.
Now, even yes, I also cry. We went even further to even give recommendation. I think our submission is Senior William Kusi or the copy ma Ula. So if you Ula why then I could be my confirm. Yeah, the copy crowd or the send in there. He can read it so that you would see.
Okay.
So we indicated it in it. And see, when the lady said she had confirmed there, okay, once I can mail, no, we will hear from them. No, we send the mail somewhere around the 6th or the 7th. It was on the 10th of November when they responded officially. They forwarded the documents to the appropriate office for further action to be taken.
Okay.
Now, case no.
But I didn't make.
And see, what Senior William Kusi decided to do was, okay, and one thing about proving law, when you are proving foreign law, it is not only based on expert witness. As I said, expert witness, you can come and testify. The court is not bound by it. Or pure befa, or pure unfa. But there are other means of proving your case. Okay. You get it? And in the judgment, my lady Kraken, from there, if the videos were man, and I heard people saying there, and now video, those videos, na mama kusia sawana, Lumbo was signed or kissing. It came after the case, after judgment had been rendered. Okay. And see, then we had to hatch another plan. Yen Supina, a German embassy for somebody there, Nombra speak to, working in those documents. Now, this is the situation. Yes, about the authenticity of those documents we have. And this was even against the backdrop that they had even given us confirmation letter from German embassy. What confirm the documents we have is authentic. Meaning say who that letter. About
it's one what they bay.
Yeah, they didn't hear the count. In fact, that letter, that confirmation letter from German work an embassy now, what confirm me the mammy says on the documents or authentic. Though it is coming from the German embassy in Ghana. So that making it's the German embassy, but it's Germany. You know it's in Ghana, it's Germany. So even the confirmation letter itself needs authentication. You see how applied.
Okay, more TV you do.
Okay. So the confirmation letter itself. Yes, though it was given by German embassy or Ghana Day. But they are not in Ghana per se. You get it? They are in Germany.
It is like if Germany never idea.
It's still cry. You need authentication. It's a foreign document.
It's a foreign document.
Into Sophie Germany no be you, Sophie Ghana embassy no fear they are all foreign documents.
Okay.
So the confirmation letter itself, no other confirm the cry still needs authentication.
Wow.
So this letter was even part of the document we emailed to Ghana embassy or Germany. They should authenticate all these documents for us.
Okay.
In the somebody, anybody the German embassy can provide them to speak to those documents. But as I said, what do if you are lucky, they can come. If you are lucky, they will not come. But they are not bound by your your subpoena now all court processes in that. If they can come. So they didn't come.
But
now
this issue is very
oh yes. So ebi kade na senior William Kusina 1 year na one authenticate documents now. This is the effort we put in, and we made it go on record. Or by any submission, we wrote it there.
Okay.
There, this is what we faced.
Okay.
And in fact, we made even recommendations in our submissions we wrote to the court. Until now, we're left with one option. The option was to rely on Section 161, subsection 3 of the evidence decree. And when it comes to the authentication of documents, within Section 161, next section. Section 161 subsection 1, section 161 subsection 2. I wish that Nankubitim we ebiana that section American ebiana they can pull it up. And see, section 161 subsection 1 is about the fact that foreign document or foreign signature, official signature, to be deemed authentic if it has been certified.
Okay.
Then section 161 subsection 2 talks to the fact that such certification or prescribe the procedure for such certification. And so the procedure, it talks about the fact that Nippon or one or by sign any signature or by the new position or holding then the was sign, then to certify, attach it to the document there is original, is authentic. Now the subsection is section 161 subsection 3 will give us a leeway.
Okay.
Leeway there. It seems the lawmaker foresaw something. They realize that it is possible that somebody might encounter challenges in authenticating documents. Time factor. So the lawmaker gives a leeway that if for some reasons you are unable to authenticate, the court should give the parties reasonable time. No authenticate documents. If reasonable time is given to the court will presume that the certificate is authentic. Then the court will waive the certification. It's the miscertification and call the embassy one. Because that opportunity has been given the parties that okay, they should do their individual investigation as to how authentic those documents are. And if they are able to do that, the court will waive the certification and call there or attach it and presume it to be authentic. So that was what we were leaning on. And even before section 161 subsection 3 of the evidence decree, when you look at section 136 subsection 2 of the evidence decree now, it talks about the fact that the most of authentication is not even limited to section 161 alone. Our argument even in court, when they raised the objections, our argument in court was like, section 161 section 16 is section 136 subsection 2 says that the most of authenticating documents is not even limited alone to section 161 or they call Ghana Embassy one or they call certify is not limited to that. Into any argument and they make to the court in the court should look at section 161 subsection 3. But for some reasons unbeknownst to us, the court did not side with us. And my the court and the judgment now, it was like if we had made that attempt, we should have brought you to the notice of maybe a court and something to file something to show.
Sure.
But you see, funny enough also, actually paragraph 117 or so. Is it paragraph 117 or so? Me check. Actually, either paragraph, is it 117 or something? Actually, the court says, the documents now, if the German embassy there now, or confirm the mamias, I could just say one of the documents in your correct, and that is man now what the true decision or to whom it may concern. That document, the court commented on it.
Oh, yeah, documents you are.
The document, yes, the court commented on it, and this was the comments the court made on it. Court look at it from the observation. Where would they attend that? That document, that document also needs authentication. Today, section 161, subsection 1 and 2, But, label. Now, or something there, it's a Herculean tax. Or say either there we authenticate it or we can bring in somebody from the embassy to come and testify to that document. No, so there. Oh, there is a Herculean task for us to overcome.
So that means there wasn't time for you to.
Court nanga to you. Are there not a one crampo me on the day after the court nangason on no T problem no. There is either we have to authenticate it under section 161 subsection 1 and 2 no. Court now so call for it so they say Herculean task for us. Then yes still the court judged us that we couldn't authenticate it under section 161 subsection 1 and 2. You see how it is.
Me visa. So in all judgments in a buying, were you satisfied?
Oh, obviously no. Because
there was
you
no
see,
time,
apart from the certificate, when it comes to proof in law, it's not only by one means. To them, what can then? To them, my lady, no, we had to call a court, we had to call expert witness saying, I don't know. It's not really about that. You see, when it comes to foreign law, you must prove it by evidence. Every case law, even the Godka case in court and class citing, that is what it says. You must prove it by judicial evidence. Okay. So when it comes to evidence, what is evidence? Evidence, a writing, subject, anything when you present to the censor, you can prove your case.
So do you think say time frames anyone so count them?
It is.
And at time would be see papa date.
It is very much so. Time is
count.
Time is count. Yes. In fact, you appeal because I am any case in there aside. The authentication the evidence will lead a trial.
Okay.
At least if the same facts are presented before a judge, a different judge might come to a different conclusion. Wow. Oh yes. You see, in South America, when it comes to
with
judgment,
a different evidence,
with the same evidence, with different conclusion. You see, when you read judgment is just a portion of whatever happened. In fact, say a record of proceedings is like this. You see. Every good lawyer will be measured when it comes to reading judgment, because there might be some things the court itself will not even avert its mind to.
Okay.
But even on appeal, but this one was there, so why this? Now the trial court came to the conclusion. So we had the instructions from our client that we should appeal. So we are appealing. Our belief is the evidence we led in court was solid. In fact, Odoboni did not testify. Ebusopeni testified. Ebusopeni testimony near a hearsay. It was hearsay. And I have the record of proceedings here. I can just you can just read it. The record about 186. You get it, about 186. And we're given just one day to write our submissions. In say, 24 hours, Nipanda. Then we're just reading and writing. Okay. You read and you see the inconsistencies, then you'll be writing your submissions. So it has not been an easy journey. Inti, Odoboni and testify. Now, even the evidence is about pieces of information to build your case. But this is even the situation. Odoboni not testify man no. Also a credible evidence or a credible witness you know. Or admit it. When the witness in there, they knew about the marriage of that Lumba in Germany.
They knew.
Yes. Or true when the witness statement.
But one of testify.
If Beniako so. They said they knew. Okay. It was in the witness statement and the cross-examination. Okay. He admitted that they knew. But I don't know some cross or they count a day. Lumba Beja will be selling about an hour. No, so Anna and Mamma could say 1 hour in a day. Why you? But the family knew. And Senior William, because when he was doing the cross-examination, he intimated that. No, but that place will come clearly. So they knew. It was Senior William could say someone and a cross-examination will be a witness in there. The Dad Lumba, apart from that, did he present any divorce certificate or an hour now or with Germany? I could just say 1 hour. I can want some. We will not say that Lumba will provide the baby them, but I need the money there. Now we're on wide and we'll go into a based on that no proceed. Now what J our no. That was on 10th April 2010. That was it.
10th April 2010.
So in some extent to Krano, they themselves they knew there was an resistance. Yes.
V. Floor 1 question. One. I'm paying 40 and 1. And then a yellow.
Nipa back one.
Kasa 1.
Okay. Lawyer, I said I'm making statements. No. I mean, put you on record, say, me lawyer, me call law school, but yeah, you go for train. It's your analysis and our questions, Kakaya, one and pissing me. Now, mean, what problem Kakaya with be a wakan? One mentioned problems are Hodua Munya, ya, Mointimianfa, authenticated certificates, no, anko. The edi kind of, what's it time? Na ebre eni mwafa. Na ebre eni mwafa no, anye bia mutimi tia court ne na so chen so. Se de ye case ne tia ne ye hia ebre kakra. Na ye timi e de akoye ni makwa kope ye evidence no ana. 2. O see a complex se ba ne se wo pese wo authenticate certificate ni free amanone. In fact, in same dia waka wa ha me sure embassies ni be tia, they will not be happy with you. For you to say knowledge of how some of these things work, no, I don't think they will be, because almost they know what they are about. And you be finding out who say a bread draw sign a baby and son a be our satisfy process now on Saka, because from judgment it's somebody assembly call 2nd October if I'm right. It's a free 2nd October copy bra judgment he better form no. And you be a brebe na mususu yesen kamu call the right procedure na kamu sabe kasa authenticated document na mo to me e di atwe. Now, enu enkoda nche no.
One. It's in patrimony answer.
Okay. Ne patro.
Okay. So when it comes to projection now, in fact, you'll be in the office work there and intimation with timer on your family. In fact, at the time, if I remember correctly, some of our reps are just sending one or don't find out on family. The information we had was the ambassador is a bit indisposed. That was the information. And I don't have personal knowledge of it, but that was the information we had, that the ambassador was a bit indisposed, so the process might take a bit of a time. But we didn't project time there to wonder, because we knew some of these administrative processes they will take time. But we made it known in the letter there, this is the problem we are confronted with, and time is of the essence for us. It won't try as much as possible so that they will be able to help us. We couldn't fix time for them. We couldn't fix time for them because I don't know in the office. I never bet in time ahead.
For an elf, the holidays are stressful, but Verizon's got a bonkers deal on the new Samsung Galaxy S25. Get Gemini, when's our next train coming?
Right now.
Ah, nutcrackers. Gemini, where am I?
You're in a blender.
Okay. Time for elf care. Gemini, find me a massage, please. Oh, that was fast.
Get Samsung Galaxy S25 with Gemini and Watch and Tap, all for $0. No trade-in needed on any plan.
lawfully married to Charles Kojo Fosu, aka Daddy Lumba, under ordinance marriage. No one else's name should be included in the funeral program as wife of the late Charles Kojo Fosu.
Letter no free.
Letter no efi mebabe boama efi Kweku Adai Law Office barristers and solicitors. This letter is dated on the 10th of September 2025. Into your honor.
We funeral.
Into no. Onye chambers. Chambers Dominion chambers.
Okay, thank you.
What I can say is yes, Mr. Tiffy baby. Like I should have started from the fact that there have been prior letters behind a baby them. But in America, I was speaking to the fact that that was the trigger point. Now I'm Okudu court, and that was what. But there were some prior letters that they were complaining. Like Mami Akujasa was complaining about the whole ordeal, as I say. But the trigger in an pandemic, so I wouldn't.
You don't want to talk about
okay. That was the trigger.
So Mami try and Sana.
Yes, she complained. Okay. Yes, she complained about those things.
But
in the bed, you know, what can there was a penny reply in the bed. Now. It was very sharp. And you get it was very sharp. And before, not before, there was a thing I was say, I was the one who knew no, please on the minute. Then all of a sudden, the whole thing somersaulted, and so it seems based on that.
So the response was to a request.
So
that
it's a question Ankasa
requesting Ankasa lawyer, Mr. Okasano, who make it very clear say. Musupina, a witness from the German embassy, and you rightly stated to us, telling us in as much as Germany embassy no ewa Ghana soil so no and land so no sa territory honey the uko akwaya say we Germany is like you rightly said it's a sovereign and it baffles me kakra say as counsel of the plaintiff no you know said definitely when you subpoena somebody from the German, emphasis I will subpoena only panel from the Germany because if you subpoena somebody from the embassy, obey to me about opa oma, like you rightly said. Now, per section 136, subsection 2 of the Evidence Act, you know, there are various means of authenticating a document. So now my question is that why didn't we fall on at least section 143, which is authentication by telephone? To actually, because the bone of contention here is why we didn't authenticate the said certificate I present as evidence. You know, now one of the means of authenticating this certificate could be by telephone, could be by a call or something. So as counsel, anana ye pese yasemu eyedu. Na yetumi enyan kunimdie ema ye client looking at how tense the issue was. You know, why didn't we fall on any of the numerous means of authenticating a document, especially when we knew, say, when we subpoena somebody from the German embassy, only panipano beba or paoma.
Okay, so there is this principle in law, generally, especially, was non-derogant. That is, general laws cannot override specific laws. So when it comes to the authentication now, Section 161 has made it very specific. You get it? And there have been case laws on Section 161. It has been very specific. So what it means is that you cannot use general order procedure to authenticate it other than you go by internet. We use it that way. Generally, especially, was non-derogant. So when there are specific laws, general laws cannot override it. So there have been specific provision which has been given, which must be followed. So if you are not able to meet it, that is where Section 161, subsection 3 gives you that leeway. That is, if the court will agree with you, it gives you that leeway. You get it? If the court does not agree with you, what it means is that there should be some other form of evidence you are able to lead the obituary there. Yes, there was indeed there was a marriage. Internet, working then my lady ne working in court and the judgment for pictures today. It's not conclusive, but if there have been videos and a BB the manner, you get it. So what it means is that even there is an admission there, there are other means of proving it. You get it. But for us, we did extensive job. We led evidence. We did extensive job. Apart from the authentication problems that we faced, and it was mainly based on time. And our argument, and our argument was on the court should bear us out with regards to consider us on 161 subsection 2, subsection 3, so that at least yes, the court should. So that wouldn't be that. It's reasonable. In fact, when it comes to reasonable time, it is based on case by cases. You see, there might be some case reasonable time to the court can mean maybe 1 month, 2 months. There might be some case reasonable time the court can say that okay, I'm giving you 2 days, I'm giving you a day, go and do what you have to do. So when it comes to reasonability, reasonable time is the discretion of the court. And with the discretion of the court, it depends the case at hand, the exigency of it that will determine there. Okay, take 1 day, take 2 days, try and do this. Then what it means is that under section 161 subsection 3, the court itself, if find there is a bit difficult for the court to see as to whether this one is original or not, and what it means is that the court also has an obligation to bring in maybe an expert and to do maybe some consultation, so that it will give the court also that information that it needs, because per section 161 subsection 3, the parties should be given that reasonable time. So the court itself can also do that background checks. You get it?
Arnold.
Counsel.
Specialized.
Nyamisha. Mebo abaso for effort modi shame or proceedings no. And I also sympathize with you, say mobile losing side or because me sure say more going to the way now anticipation is a mobile winning. Outcome by I sympathize with you. But until the Empress Bisa will say, oh you're satisfied, will say obviously no. Until me sympathize with you. But counsel, bibi na kakra. I have quite a number of reservations, but I'll go into it when we are doing our submissions. But okay, about time. My dream months, and the reason I'm saying that make us are very simple. Case is starting now. You name say a public-oriented case. You need DHA, and I remember vividly. Tama judge, a castle case no be in term lawyer could see. And many of his interviews was sure-footed and confident. Say, oh, judge in the crown will be here before a year time as to true or false.
Oh yeah.
So that gives me the impression, say, you knew the duration of case in the Beko, and you were satisfied with the duration of judge in the castle will be the case in manner compatible. I am a little bit confused when only with senior lawyer you agreed, said judge be finish the case at this particular time. More objected to it. In fact, in all your interviews, you were beaming with smiles, overly confident. Say case no crowd there, with the time in your mind. Man, having any issues with the time. Now, in your way, no talk about say Mosapina, the German embassy, so here I am sitting here, say a man with 50 years crown, Mosapina German embassy now. Or true or false. So time even here is not any factor. Again, in your submission, okay, say you share 1613. It just mood put in quite a like effort. Would the effort be a shame? Anka we expecting say judge they rely on 1613. No demo patch sanity. Again, that has little or nothing to do with time, because some say more rely on 1613 now. You are telling the judge, say, why they say we it's unconsidered 1613, no di mo so that has very time has and time in
so if say a chemist submission because of the time factor, we relied on 161 subsection 3, and even 161 subsection 3 talks about factors, some circumstances it's like beyond your control, and that is where it fits in. You get it? So that is where we are saying that we are relying on it. And with the time factor, we knew there no one a time and medium. Yes, you see, when you are going into battle, you don't only strategize just one. As I said, when it comes to proof in law is about adducing credible evidence. So there are so many means of adducing credible evidence. So the authentication is part. Subpoenaing somebody from German embassy is part. You can call expert witness as part. Based on some admissions through cross-examination, which will come up, is also part. There are so many means. If you have videos, if you have pictures, there are so many means. So you strategize that if this one doesn't work, this one is there. If this one doesn't work, this one is there. You get it? So you don't put all your eggs in one basket. In America, them there, though time they, but we also strategize for other means. You get it? So we're hoping that those other means would have afforded us a,
Okay. Ola.
Question one.
Question one. Oh, let me share that new question.
Ola Kasa.
The reason being that.
Oh. Ola, what third floor? No. Ola Kasa. I don't know yes, sir. Ola.
The reason being that, first of all, ruling it by nominate. My boss had the home come extensively to understand most of the things. Yeah, that's the first part. And the second part being that some of the things that we were not privy to, we've been able to read and read and read again to be able to understand what's really transpired. And I don't know what my said the way I know you see whom man and yes, and
okay.
Especially when I had somebody to send emails to Germany. In the scene and understand, and then that's where I came to understand some so Hague the apostle. Yeah. I never knew about it.
Yeah, I talked about it.
Yeah, no munisa.
Apostle, the Hague Apostle Convention.
Yes, say so no munisa track. It is a open document certification. Yeah, the idea from where. Yeah. It's not as easy as you can get with other.
You can't get it.
Yes, other countries. No.
This will be or Germany. You want to be in Jemba.
I don't understand that one.
DHL.
Okay, ka obi nko gina na mu.
Yes, said ya. Ye ma mi ni ha no. Na obi gina mu ma no. Ye tumi mo obi power of attorney. No no sun ko gina mu o Germany wona nkonje that.
Say no si chairman no. Obi betimi agina mu. Age. Ba ontimi from this sort be si Ghana, German embassy or Ghana.
Okay.
No, obi akwakoje afro. So what I say.
Okay.
And now the second thing so they say omo the type I will send email about that obi amfi I just offer.
Okay.
Because say no chiremu no owo woman mu de bato den odene ho untimi nhye no. It, you know, these are some of the things I made sure said after reading it over and over, and I realized that these were some of the things that affected or more. But Ketu Ebini say it's an amini about time.
One.
Yeah, we are not the chat talk. I'm going to be breaker. Namini about time say lawyer Kwesi Beka so time no be D before a year no. But let's also bear in mind say so judge can meet me a year before a year na year near 30 go meet me a year by 12. Or my specific date. Or see me way before a year no. Me way before a year no. A year near 13
for. Me magana for artist say year near bema stiga jiga or fear hanu sinti yene lawyer ata area na che say obetena akunye ni na kase hit.
No, but area mo bibi kakra to
no. Originally, no.
It's you know.
No, originally, no. Okaso baby was even connected to the set, not even the 13.
Okay, yeah. Good. The Empress a setter. So see maybe before a year now, she could have finished by the 5th or by the 4th. Being there before a year, no. But within that period, no, there could have been some time left for the session 3 to be, put in action, like giving some considerable time for us to go back and forth with all these documentation and stuff like that. So I think say appeal, no, maybe if they look at it very well and put things together properly, I'm sure something will happen. Me, so also or more, yeah. So that's why I'm adding that. Said about me can be
it's a sarcastic smile.
Oh, them council, yes,
lawyer, maybe one question. Now, some maybe some say, who make key statement to be? I mean, correct talk. What your analogy be say, Oku University with certificate saying soon after no say she you. what they know your example say it will be difficult for you to get the certificate and you're not correct.
Oh, man,
no, sir, analogy now will show.
That doesn't mean the chairman colleague. Say, the certificate is sure. That does not mean there should be so many means to prove there. Yes.
No, you don't need to do other things to prove.
No. What I know, they don't print second certificate. Oh, what I know from Legon, I stand to be corrected. Okay, what I know from Legon, they don't print second certificate. In fact, even when you change your name, it's difficult for them to recognize
National ID card.
That is different.
Any different. Any different.
The universities are very careful.
No, it may keep records. Listen, Ayera, Ukwaku prove, also utmi prove say Ayera. Utmi prove say Ayera, you better print for them.
Let's. I wish. No.
I wish somebody a free index number. Once you have your index number.
So we say difficult.
Is I doubt.
We say difficult. And
they do a second reprint of certificates.
And I'm say, which they say difficult. And they say to me some more from.
I don't know. Let me ask you.
At the say,
don't even know the money.
At the say,
national identification card is different. Universities, no. What's the song with Dean crying? Apart from it seems it's very difficult for the university for them to recognize it because of fraud and some one results. It's very difficult for them to take cognizance of who changing your
statement. What make you imagine so busa question to the Tio, who change of name we are with the buy university. The money is difficult. They say okay, nipa can correct. It a be a resource correct the buy no. Dia so ni msare it wonya di wuramu wi a afi no ko change ni din amana simtu ono nkasa din it woni o apply a university ni betima investigation akọ primary school akọ ye I so say e once so ni msare take time ni take ni say enye even SHS pa no mo ko check you primary school ni no mbekọ ho I sure say e wa before say yes. So even within the same country, no, now marriage certificate from another country to Ghana. Lawyer officer, a simple say, verification, and need the account who need now be a simple.
No.
Aha. Now, as lawyers say, they are saying, you say, Mojuma ba upon say, will be the case in Brown. Now, steady case now. We say case, yeah, wow. Ya mama sa advice no counseling
meeting
me say obi the case brew obi the custody case na say no case we
I'm listening
ana wow into yenko ni say mutime ye
oh yes
somewhere
yes we do that
min one lawyer obi the sikasem bi command o hwa asem ni din na o say asem ye kwa e belusu
oh we do that
etima me nyinam na yenko seta asem no so mutime ye
oh yes we do. In fact, Senior William Kusi, for instance, or apostle, into some cases we were oh yeah. Wow. Some cases we were
better.
You can just tell you can just tell you go and settle. Don't do this. Edeko quarter. This one it won't help. That's more than 20 years at so you advise you don't have a case.
Okasa kan ye nyina no ho metumi aka kyerɛ sɛ ma anye fair to ma me akoso ya sɛ in that o submission na kyerɛ sɛ muhu complication bi ni complexities bi wo asem we mu a mo de boss wa e be difficult be ba nya botere ma me
okay
na mo tere ma me enso mo ma Ghana fo nyina nya impression is ade na emere because usi ni aba out wa na ohun bloggers cameras na ye tin sama woka ema obi anya afik say other side for kwa no mo ye mo hyehye wo mo because o ma ehun sade na ye simple. But now we submission no from the beginning.
You see,
say a lot of complications. And I'm a boy.
No,
and so me bow. You see, my friend is. You see, my friend is over to Boaboa. Till my friend is over to Boaboa. The next Bisuntin also over to Boabo. It is said, you're not senior ever outward or move being so I do with the cuckoo. But because me come, me go to tribute car or say. Best static case no obode bidin na idru ɛhɔ a ne bi hu bibi oyusu twi bi kyɛ sɛ ɛhɔ na ɔbɛkyerɛ ne power ɛnɛ akosi baabi akosi ɛna mo tra kyerem
okay
ipatwa what ma say eti adenti na mama madam ehu say ante say wa ehu say ade no enye simple sa.
So the life of the law, the lawyers will tell you the life of the law has never been straight and simple like that. Until every case be presents its own. It's not make a day. The same facts, the same evidence, when presented to a different judge, will come to a different conclusion. In fact, you see, yes, anytime it may come to a different conclusion. In fact, you see, there is this school of thought in law, American realists. Oliver Wendell Holmes will tell you the law is in the bosom of the judge. So what Judge A will say, Judge A, bit more far record of proceedings, we will see, but this place, he admitted this, he admitted that. Based on this, no, he deserves it. Another judge will not turn the mind over there. Or no, when I look at this, when I look at that, he doesn't deserve it. In America, the same facts when presented to a different judge, he may come to a different. In fact, this year, we've won a similar case like that. Senior William Kusi, we won a similar case. Like that.
We are.
Oh yes, foreign marriage. So based on, in America, the judge Biani, based on the fact presented to him, the evidence led may come to a different conclusion. Judgment or opinion of the court. You get it? Judgment, the opinion of the court. So somebody can even somebody.
Moving is a case before this one. I say after this.
So that was even before.
And
in fact, even that one. So even that one, you see, even that one, authentication was a problem. But you know, there were so many ways we led evidence to prove.
That's how I highlighted to you.
So you get it.
This one, there were so many ways.
Internal maker there. When you are proving in evidence, so many ways, provided there are legal means of proving your case. That is evidence. You get it? The same facts presented to a different judge may come to a different conclusion. The same facts presented to a different judge will come to the same conclusion. You get it? So, judgments are opinion of the court. There have been situations, somebody will not get it at the trial court, will go to appeal, will not get it. We'll go to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court will be like,
lawyer.
Then they will change.
When you saw can you see, and I could say, judgment is not based on law.
No, you see, I have one belief, I have one opinion, me personally. That is why I always welcome dissenting opinions from more drain out of the box. Because I have a personal belief that say, it's either we are all mad or we are all right. Say, it's either we are all correct or we are all wrong. There should be somebody who should think outside the box. When you take judgment, so what for judgments now? You think they write it simple like that? Watertight. But on appeal, it turns into something else. What it means is that when you sit down, when you do your homework well, on appeal anything can happen. Judgments are not written lightly. But no, maybe said nanka damna ote there nanko bia lonko appeal because every judgment is well written. So it's up to you, the lawyer, to read and see where you put your foot.
Said what judgment now, or just ordinary essay.
Oh, every judge.
You
see, let me tell you something. Okay, Mamika be been you see our Almighty. You see, one of judges and recent times I revere most. I have extreme respect most. His Lordship Justice Dochi or retirement. Now you see Tago case, you know. I remember I know Troy seen Ameboa. Tago case, yes, Dochi, he wrote it. Quite a nice judgment on appeal. Well, you see them on the courtroom crowd. They said it was cancerous on appeal. They said that judgment was cancerous and it should be removed like a tumor from our legal system. So there is no judgment written lightly. So that is where, when you get judgment, In terms of when it comes to judgments, it's just a fraction of the whole thing that happened. You get the whole proceedings. It's like this. It is not before you. You get it. What is before you is pieces of evidence, never then the judgment. You cannot come to a firm conclusion or maybe a different conclusion. But when you have the full, how do you call it, the full proceedings before you, when you read it from, this one is just part of it. It's not even full. It's just part of it. When you have the whole thing and you read, or you see maybe evidence which was adduced, whatever, a judge may come to a different conclusion. That is why we appeal. So we appeal because we want judgment, we want a judge or those judges sitting at there to come to a different conclusion. Okay. So that is where we bring pointers out. We point some places we think maybe the trial court, you know, so you say, so then I drink has one fan and based on that and yeah.
Council says you never next week on appeal, no, still a universal.
No. We are not seeking. In fact, saying what can still of execution and BBM. No.
So we can still do the funeral.
In fact, for court. You see, Mamia Kusia Sewa is not talking about obey no. That one is with the family.
Oh, okay.
In fact, since there is another suit affaired the family, so worry. That one is a family affair. That one is not even from our chamber, so that one is the family. Debbie. It's the family, so it's a family affair.
Appeal
the end, but my patch there is I don't know if you know. Yes,
there is a suit. I know.
Yes.
Oh, that suit is not from your
Debbie. It seems it's one aircraft firm or something like that. Yeah. So okay, that one is a family affair.
The new suit, in free momo.
No.
It's momo deni ya den na.
It's just Mami Akusia say what then. She is our client.
Okay.
So you see, Mami Akusia say what then. On appeal, some of the reliefs we were seeking will be moot.
Okay.
In law, yekedo a mooter, waiting. It does not present live controversy for the court to resolve. Today kuna semi day. Every nobody wanna say why you na it is moot. In law, that is how we call it because time in every day you couldn't waiting. But you see, the law is such a way that if the problem is likely to reoccur for future purposes' sake, they can decide on it. The court will decide. Say, they decide on the kunano.
Into that number for court.
Into Monday they are going to do settling of records. Into wobeko parties in the baba obiaba beche ebiana eye the beka ho eye beye from abedinsan all the way so that the record will be clear. We compile the record. When they finish compiling the record, we forward it to the Court of Appeal. Then Form 6 will be served. When Form 6 is served, you have 21 days to write your submission. It will be also on then.
Can I find out?
Yes.
The funeral Empress is saying this on the 13th,
yes,
right?
Yes.
And like you rightly said, we lead counsel lawyer Kusi. Yeah. You are representing the interest of Mama Kusi.
Yeah.
So just a minute.
You have to seek permission.
I'm sorry. My lady,
Carry
can
on.
I thank you? And like you are saying, you represent the interest of Mama Kusia. Yeah. So on Lawson FM, I heard your lead counsel, your senior lawyer, Kusi, saying that the funeral is going to happen on the 14th. Who sanctioned him to say that to the general public?
Well, what I can say is, Mami Akusia Brimpoma ne yakani senkra
Mama China.
Mami Akusia Brimpoma ne seems to offer Pokunum ne at the end. The immediate family of that Lumba. It seems they came up with that date. So maybe if he said that, though I've not watched the video, but maybe if he said that, maybe it was based on that premise. Maybe they can't. But I've not watched the video myself. That's what I can say. But I knew, I remember when they were coming to Chambers, that was the dates they were suggesting because of what's that Lumba Nimbenumbi dates in favor one and some other in the Mandeme Binti. That was the dates the immediate family were suggesting. That's what I can say.
So assuming the funeral numbers on the 13th of December, how will the appeal affect that? Or the appeal process more share for property rights,
so,
will reading, blah blah
so,
blah. So you're not looking the appeal is about something ahead.
So the thing is, you see, it is, you cannot run away from it, but it is an obvious fact that, you see, it's an obvious fact that definitely if I'm to use your words on okay, when the issue came up, is a prelude to something. That definitely is a prelude to who will apply for maybe if there is no will, letters of administration, all those things. Definitely is a prelude to that. And see, when they appeal, not them making some of our reliefs, might be moot. Some of our reliefs might be moot. In lots, them making some of our reliefs might be moot. It might be moot because it does not present live controversy for the court to decide. Today, kunano because the court inside kunano, court na appeal now kunano. So what are you get it? But if or a event it might reoccur in other situations to come, the court will go ahead to decide. So that if such situation happen in other cases, this is how we go about it. So there is this American case, if I remember correctly, Roe and Wade. Now about abortion case. In fact, when the court reached the Supreme Court of America, but so the court went ahead to decide on the person's right as to whether aborts are at certain age, at certain months, the third trimester or not. You get it? But after that time, then can be the case as some why moot because but the court reasoned that no, because when it comes to pregnancy, it can reoccur. So not necessarily this particular case, but there can be other cases which will come, which would definitely will involve this. So let us decide on it. So the court can decide on appeal. They can decide to go into the Kuna reliefs. So it has not come. We are still making efforts. It has not come. But you see, one thing you have to also notice on appeal, we don't adduce fresh evidence on appeal. It's difficult. It's upon exceptional situations before you can adduce fresh evidence on appeal. So those exceptional situations are that, okay, you must demonstrate to the court. You must lead evidence and demonstrate to the court that at the time trial court case, there was some evidence. It was not in your personal possession. It was in the hands of a third party. In fact, you took steps to get it. You didn't get it. You made diligent effort to get it. You didn't get it. Now it is ready. That is the first hurdle. Then the second hurdle is you have to show to the court that if this evidence, if Court of Appeal or Supreme Court, if we admit it, will it change the decision of the case? If it will not change the decision of the case, you can make diligent of effort. The court will deny granting you. You get it? But if the court sees that, oh, you made diligent of what a trial now it was in the hands of a third party, then the court deems it that, okay, let's weigh the probative value. Will it still change the decision of the trial court? If the court will weigh, then the court sees that, okay, it will change the decision of the trial court. The court can grant it. So it's like two hurdles for you to cross. But adducing fresh evidence on appeal, no, it's not easy. It's not allowed. That's the general rule. Yeah. But the exception is what I've broken down and explained to you. You get it? Yeah.
Okay. Some share. Yeah, submission.
Yes. I think somewhere here. Thank you.
Jiga, me mo akwaba. Bibi aboko. Ma base ni bremu. Me dasi. Edi na ebusia panyin ya ofi se onye ni ya hawo.
Me dasi. Se obusia me chia otiefo ni am say me ye busuani so me nye moja busuani.
Unye moja busuani.
Dabi. Me ne papa no atunada.
Se se papa shi.
Oh, me ba chokasa.
Me ye busuani ba me nye busuani.
Uye busuani ba unye.
Me nye moja busuani.
Nye moja.
Yes. Lumba ne papa she me nuano no. Omo na de me betena nkran 1992.
Okay.
Temene na nete.
Okay.
Na me ne me ma me akoso abempo ma so atena o mampon sa.
Okay.
Enti obai ye na nim se oni o akontu. Obaye na ye na call like Brachas feel de bia ye na na call. And now we say ye meeting, first meeting also oni ha in case so mu hia na ana bibia ode me si na nan
tu na wusi na nan
me na me si na nan ana mu bisa fosti so say in case oni ha hwan na so mia ana me si o mu me no na na so okay nti bibia no okwa me ne abusua pani ba yi na ewo babia oda bibia abusua pani like de bia yi na ne nam nti ye kofie no na first time calling so usu ne Mr. Iti honorable minuano no ni Mr. Iti di nkomo bi
okay
nti ewie na sata Mr. Iti onim me
okay
ba me ne honorable na ko nti ye na me ye di ye pie na me say Collins ana honorable ade nkomo na say ni na me kan nkomo ni na che no so e true na e wo twa ti me ka say ye ko bie account ema like said the bia mo kan wase me nim no ti ska bia ba enuafo no me na me sign ma mo me signature ni bi
ewo account
ne so ye na discuss so ye ko yi ska say e dia ye say ni akosan afede du baby sika bi free account no ma me hu hwe alert na me ye mfrɛ me minim de ska na ko minim hwe me so me gina homa enuafo no like tiesa mi bisa Collins so de bia me na honorable mi bisa say honorable ska bi afri mo say abusua pani ankancho we na so na me say ade amu ye e de kasakasa beba abusua ne ntemo me de mi gina omo nti bibi ni a metia omo be de omo beti ena nche ena date yi hye won asema minim hwe about the date e di kai ko first staff house na ye ko president o yankoto no nti ekoto chief of staff receive a nice and e ba yanko candidate sem sata me ko chena abona manela DC the second time I ko no ye nim say yankoto president nti no ye ko no ami ya tise waba ye ko na me come site ko ya de na me free o nti me ye na me kra mu na me so me dika o say ye de don kwan nam na me ko nti me se nkrofo frefre me say na mo hye date na me so da bi na so eni tie abonten e wa na ma ko so abrempo ma frɛ me na o say jiga na date mo hye na mo susu na mo nka nche na me say ma nkrofo na frɛ me minim hwe na ye 1 week ni wie no ye meeting na ye ne last na ma akoso asewa ho ma akoso abrempoma ho dobroni obia ho na ye na ye dwundwen ho se obi si enya ne next year ebi si this year nti ye na no ye dwundwen ho se na abusua pani se omumi enya ne this year ntem na enya de satam ye na na meeting na se satam court issue bi anya de eni ho ti decide say ye be ne this year na me kura me ka se na mumi enya ne like second week of December num said the bear a controphobia or mobano or mobedu bring your betting a day a baby and Tian Cassa, a baye, and I say, ye, today, any date, Nina and Kuchum. Now, one day be many a bush a penny on the hotel about that. Bibia may know, say, Jiga, or can't, my friend, or catch me bubbles 5 times a who will be a kind of create to semi, no, could be a kind of create to seminar de bia no na day. I'm so me there. The kind of create now be kumi cry meka and the tremo. One day, minute to say, I know, say, Jiga, me no dobro ni akasa. Me no dobro ni akasa. Na ma bisa ne say, say, kodwa ware na odobro ni na num tom say, bra anya ne ho ade na afi na na o se nko be sana busu apani kan ma kan o Zion Felix interview so da na we so me saka wo betimi afre no me ye Kristo ni o ye busu apani ogunsa enti no betimi whatever abe kan do person can be am ready and I say me sane no na me ma me brimpoma afre no say ofa Priscilla de we good pa o nemum Emani me ekura because Charles anyade anya ne ho ade.
Esa ye mi.
Esa na ye mienu na esa de nim guase ebeba be kan busua. Ana busua penisi akosia me kura maka mabisa na mo si say nti ho kura de enye de yenyi ntu nchai. ɛna yɛ ka sɛ ɛna ɔsɛ o akɔsoa unsa me kura kɔdwo minim ne ho hwee me kura me ba nya yie anka minim sɛ excuse me ɔte East Legon na me dem ate sɛ ɔte Tantra na minim ne ho hwee nti wo de yɛ na nim sɛ wo na ɔbɛn wo nua no nti de wobɛka bia na ɛbɛɛ dɛ yɛbɛfa ɛna ɔsɛ yo fa na agya yɛ de didi yɛn nkɔmɔ a afei de yɛn hu de ɛbɛyɛ yɛ de kasakasa wei na ba kɔɔto asɛm nti ɔyɛ yɛkɔ metu kwa me ba yɛkɔhyia o Kumase airport runabout Jofe yɛna family ni na yɛkɔhyia nipa bebe meeting na me sa ka sɛ ofa o kai sɛ o ka kyerɛ me sɛ obi a hɔ bi na so de diga hɔ de fa to nkyɛn na me sɛ ofa ade yɛ aba wo ne abusuani na ati o nti sɛ asomdwe bɛba ɛyɛ wa asomdwe so ma ɛyɛ wa ewiase na ɛhwɛ o ana wa obegyina ho sɛ o minim odobroni bia na wa fine ana okomu na mpa wo hunu sɛ odobroni oni there is nothing wrong say na wonim na say wa be hono but adia enya yes no fa hweyi na wan ka say dey yes ana me ka chen say ofa o recordings am wo me phone so no me ka say me bobi a kire wa wo yembe obi a obi no so dey ndie fa to nche ana me say ofa abusuan yi na no wo eji mfa ho wo na wo ye abusuan ne hene enti wo say ofa asumdue beba ifiri wo asumdue ma ifiri nti eno me ka kire no obi a obi enti eno me ekoso no ofa hweyie ye ho na Mr. Iti eso wa chiska ye na ye wie 1 week no abusua pani sa je besia e wo no ho me san bi 400,000 me san bi ana ye meeting eso e ka wo ho bia ya de ye twia ahwefo nti ha yi enti akoba sa akọ ohene ho ye na ewura otumfo me bo mi mu ase eche no akọ ohene ho na e ba sa committee no ye ngunu no afede ni ba bi firi mo se 200,000 na Mr. Iti di chaye no oso ogine sika na me si o ade a ye na ya da minus wo ha obi anim so di sika na achaye no because ye wie 1 week na ka wo hu bia ye twia ya sign na no ye ho nti ade na ba ya sa 200 no dadada no ya nye dey ye nya man na affairs ye mu committee no afi na mo se man na egine sika obi di achaw de oso ogya enye hwe na ye call na nada de so abahene ho o receive ye nice oni ye na kasa na papa no bisa abusua ne se committee no omuko hia ye no ye se omungunu na omu pese committee na omu boa me na abusua ni na sorry se omu pa cho committee ne de omu ya de nanso ba bi omu ya akosi no omu nya de omu mfansi omu abeto omu de so mama China kasa ye if you are mrafo ankasa ebi di 80 something 90 number meeting na sibi ana omu se o ye ba efi anya committee bia na me kra me so na me se mpacho mu kasa de a me ne mu nya adwene sabi olumba nya obia sa keke o ye wiasi na lumba enti no ye we ye jaima mu nko a mu ntimi nya de enti na busu apaniti committee se o mu nya de omu mu ano ena omu se omu hia
pacho mo ko ohene wo no date no sese sign
date ni de baby omu ko share date no omu ka se o se on the cc kra na nya ya mo betimi aye ni 13 fa na se e ho kra nya ya mo betimi ahye na mini oba nkoma e course ho na no mtie ba na nada de so aban na ode na me ho unim enkofo bebebe wo committee no mo self interest mo mfre na nada de so aban ne na mu misa ne se baba yara ho no mu so mu kotwia no okoye de connection na no makwakoye ho papa like sikatwia num ni we say sika umbeka so matwia na enye sa papa no e good pa ono ana yi ni bottom sika 20,000 e de atwia e de se o baba yara ho omoko uni se politicians o mo face kanche omo timi ko ba bi mu misa se politician be ho na omoko ya omo 150,000 omo de 100,000 e de e bae like ko obi say na ye babuano na afa de o say opa chew de wa ya kodu no mo na ya nka ntoko biom kakasa biom na nada de so aban na ko ka chem say opa ma chew committee no me opesa me kan am so na na say bibia be di kuma se me meti akra na ba sa me besan bibia be de na ma besan abusuanfo isu do so nti obi about usuma me wa akra ba bi dia
o say nsam na wo kan pressure wo e hit nti mama ni lawyer wie ni judgment cool down kakra man cause I know lawyer do judgment yeah Kusi, okay, thank you. Hey, that's your judgment. Why quiet counsel? That's your. Who is it? You now walk up.
You mean about me? That's pa na. Bache. Mini about my dear started free baby. Oh, until Sabaya mean waste your beer time too much, you know. My bonny pop. Sabaya.
Thank you.
You better say. Na asa medical kasano, medical pacho. Say, what? Momo idea, mo sorry, I'm say oh. Lawyers now mo kuma yama mi wa anya idea ana bibi sa no. Me a lawyer ni. Me nim sani esitie. Ubetimi afa case obeye nyoma e wo se wuye nyina ebia nkosene o hwehwe no ebi wa utimi target say meyese because try and cast a strategy utimi strategize ya bekwa enkosene o hwehwe no enti no eno nche se ebia lawyer ni no wanye ni obetimi aye bia so but ebia na sene no hwehwe no na nkosi sene no pe no. And I message so say one more kase ebi a judge no waji bribe bibia na say one to ne one share judgment no so omo nkasa say won tie won kan judgment na won share ni omo ye ya o kasa o ya ye bone na me kase omo nyina lawyer for any judge no oba ye juma papa Miss cases we may be the beer. Usually it take about 4 years, 5 years. I say we oh mena me as a Majan case. Yeah, the 4 years and as a Majan trial. So it takes time and it takes effort. And Bausha case when you know lawyers in yeah more addresses, yeah witness statements, yeah my judge and it's not true. This judgment all in 1 month. Okay, nti yanko judgment no so. Wodi kaka near ya maame sewa akusia sewa no ohwehwe. O se yanka se ono no ye. Na ma ya maame odobroni enhodi ne ho out se oyeye. Na mema busia no so enhodi we se oyeye. And all the transition counts a moment release body in man. And I could Odobroni can say, on also counter claim say, I could say, Wakrano, on ye as at the timer, ya papa, we don't know, or ye son say, ya warren a mamre quine so. And you know, say Nicosia, and a judge now had to determine some same way, you know. They are very important. There was a beer when they say, ya mama se waka say na warrior na oni ye jalumba warrior no eye civil marriage ewo Germany wo enti ya mra no so no se o ka se o ware wo man bi so na wan ware wo Ghana e so wutimi kire court no sanye aware a ewo man no so no etie esense judge no okọ Ghana school one call Germany school and you need send a German emra concerning our etie and the Supreme Court I can so many times say so we person prove say emra wo kuro bi so eti say ya the best way to do is to use an expert witness ni yet so bia why ejuma na che a titrio ebi a lawyer ni an academician obi a wachro book and I be on those topics and to obetimi aba be gine mu akasa ama court na agye atum say na me nua kan na no mpo no e bia court no pa we ka say me nyi ntum ba say wanyi antum a wo say wo kire ni nti a obi o expert from another e the amount na o say wonyi ntum nti generally no say you will prove expert witness is to use an expert from that jurisdiction. Na ye in case in the court ye ma me akusua mo amfa expert witness no anko so na mum almost submit documents na kire say ye can say marriage certificate sign on mo frɛ no and already other documents bi ka ho and no match as echi but we dey emphasize say marriage certificate any you know already at the core say marriage certificate norm the core no na signature mami sewa na yewura lumba ni signature eni so enti say who I was saying who prove say expert also prove foreign law no a chair say na Germany a warrior tie na went me improve a ye mra wo Ghana na a shell judge ne say you improve expert you know law na fa law not to say a Ghana law sana mra na koyo and you know going forward now the judge had to now so determine case as if he say or determine awari a yahye no wo Ghana so I was saying it and you know oba be hwe and again enkrata ni ade a na omodi aba e kire say awari no yahye no Ghana. And honestly, so we share ordinance marriage either in Germany and now we in Ghana. Ordinance marriage, one of the first things are ultimately share say why we certificate because who are we church, who are we AMA ni ade as agree and why certificate in the mount. So and you know yen mami akusia say one certificate na what they buy you know. Say na medical kan no na ne signature ni so na yewura lumba so a signature ni so. The judge and they say me father say sadan sidia mudia bay a Ghana dia a Ghana certificate no usually mu signature also and nipa obedi adanse ma me akosia say wan ba ko ka say oh no wo ho and ohun say one sign certificate which means say who say almost sign dia and I was saying ka wo so it was say na eni so no see na Sanchez you know emania din say mejiatum ebio certificate na mo de buy na ekuta any of signature na ekuta obi foforo German penyimu bi signature o wa abuchi now what the certificate be ba and how the document be ba na ekuta obi certificate obi signature na nipa ko no onye citizen of that country that should be first certified by Nipakron and NASA agency no wohono. Say say signature where you authentic because judge no Ghana no and Ghana how will we know say that signature is authentic except Nipakron issue document no or be certified. Now apart from so what certifying I was say what they call embassy no Ghana embassy na wo ho no Germany ho no no almost certified say oh ya jitum say sa signature we free sa bia we I wo Germany ha so it say because yes na ba Ghana e no na boy me ajitum and I judge mbeji atum because obi anu wo betimi akoye sa investigation e di aba na just say ya jitum say sa you know important na ntia sa authentication and as I say any 2 years say we be find say crojin no important ni say you see evidence ansa ye beji atum no e was say ye gitum say certificate ni crojin no necessary say you be determine say sa signatures ni ade no authentic ampa so enti no omantimi ye mami akosi amantimi am making sure say sa nipa authenticate ade no obeye no e wo Germany anaso obeye no e wo embassy ho no judge ni ka say edin se meje
se be nipa no so ni ho bio mo
say a baby no free until they certify from there and then they go to the embassy. Okay. That is what it says. Okay. So not just yajiatum. Oh, now you rely on a lot of provisions. Waha. So at 161 no 123 and 123 no third one no na me show waha na for the yintino minya nanka yanka quickly na intie near at Unica or say if reasonable opportunity has been given to all the parties to investigate the authenticity of a foreign official signature, the court may for good cause shown good cause shown order that it be treated as presumptively authentic without a certification. And you say, "Say my mom me enu nyina mo parties in say my mom time say mo go check it say certificate ni authentic." Now mo back to me showing say obi aye reasonable effort and say ye we can it here na we can it here na we can it there na judge ni kan nyina bom na say okay and I even judge ni say me ni kan ono so ko hwehwe ni bi ka ho na say o kan nyina bom a he is given the power to presume that it is authentic. But okay, judge, or say all those documents, efforts no more here no. I'm not me drew him. I say me drew him. Say, let us you try Edema embassy for say effort almost all those things. She was not aware of it. Well, so it is very difficult to say from where she is sitting. Say the effort was being made to make sure that the certificates are authenticated. So, and like I was saying, say ojiatum say Ghana Mran or follow so dear. Also, she say, nyoma na omo de buy na emiti the standards are set for a Ghana court. And then also medical can say or say there was no signature on both sides. Like Obani signature ni for Bemani signature ni so. Nti Osha want me admit say and I say okay, so me exclude even all these documents from it. I was saying to me, say, what the other evidence by bet me prove to me, say, still, mommy, any papa worried by civil marriage. It's a dear biona modi breme, modi picture ne buy. Picture modi buy, you know. Picture nature say, bear money or bat who almost signed document. Document, you know, obi and where the cray was. So, and you know, a bad thing, and then for he had to sit there and say, Michelle document to pay the abremia, a picture pay the abremia, a say, na almost sign a marriage certificate. It's very difficult to come to that. If I can categorically say, video mpo or home poa, and can not met me so I can say, okay, we can say we can because video the aware na yeah worry. And you be say some more questions. Usually, most of the time. It is consent. In the you say be a consent. Say open so. Well, in think no crowd buana mane I come to the conclusion say, our be because so. And mami who say some of the pictures and some of the videos now about that a new judge name. So I say, and I know that mami because a biana lawyers no cry busa say give us all this evidence. Now you have to prove case in the mouth. But obian far more. And clients always do that because sometimes you case out to me my pressure me here you far mouth and so assemble you like I said I say now we cry and you know but court there they biano obe determine a case based on the evidence yeah they are brain and yeah court system no most of the time almost all the time and yet the judge no responsibility say or beko copy evidence ni be the other be because oh yes sir onye yempo yes waje bribe na nka yes you judge no hwehwe no akopay we ni o de beba betu nanim no eno no de ebe ye adwuma bajo okay
Ubisa.
Oh,
macho.
Okay. No, okay.
Okay.
It was wrong. I'm calling. I want to understand the Otini.
You are my co-host.
And I say, but there are certain things yen na yagia to mansa case in your best start. Yeah, you lawyer for they be a pleadings near the pleadings which is be chopper say masem new say into shiny say mammy. Now the evidence are call. All the evidence acquire. The first thing is so be at the evidence be banned or be can't send be now on an peninsula. You object to it. Okay, so we me play we and yes here. So one objective to it. The first thing a judge in the final say we na fana no correct unless he say there's other evidence on record. The buamana can say okay we there and yes here. And so okay say mami akosia from 1999 like obiaji to 1991 obiaji to say owaye daddy limba by custom. Well, and no, and yeah, it was Obian challenge, lawyers and challenge, and yeah, I know a fact.
So that means after they know, say no, yawa mamani or lumbaire.
Customary. If you are worried, because mammy Samra Mechi say, Mamma, akusia to me prove say na warrior our why was German. And no ejinemu na judge ni G2 mu a enka the customary marriage na hu hia because of converted the call and as a judge ni G2 mu a enka ontimi hodi say mami odobroni oni lumba why because so why by custom na mra ya G2 ma eno ye monogamous and ma ho kwan ma ho wari bi nka ho nti emfa ho whatever enka and ontimi nyintum say oni mami odobroni aware but because or say the proof to prove say civil marriage existed in Germany was not and enough the final standard of woman to me a new standard you know but say video no na before the court. Once the evidence via no evidence the judge or pronounce on evidence as at the time or pronounce no na done him.
Okay, it's when undone.
Him. It is a name dear no war and no they can't ask him. Now the can't ask him no. Me am as a lawyer. Me instead who man say a man who you see any man. Crojin sana man de BST.
Yes, or Danny BP. Mrana no use you.
Me very difficult to see say what Danny BB in any way. So because documents na a year foreign say not authenticated. So G2 nka court of appeal so betimi aka say no ade we na properly authenticated. Until Ombeka said no, they can overturn it. And Sankaye to me prove or to me, Mamma Kosia to me prove say. Now, warrior and the German warrior saying that here. Me, I met me, mamma, example, my sister, or any divorce war America. Well, because or yeah, traditional marriage war Ghana no. Now, America for no person almost how Ghana marriage it here. And the lawyer be sisi call MP Swami MP John Dako ono di adanse e ma me sister so and omuji tum say okay nti Ghana aware say na tie and omoji too so no a very a necessary requirement and because Supreme Court are holding say so what can foreign law is you find say a fact that must be pleaded and proven at all times and because foreign law it misses anytime ebia the next year na sisa until untimi nya established law fan to ho every time be obi ka say I'm using foreign law biano you plead it you prove it that's how it is into no or disregarding all those things no not just all share evidence na what record no so me pictures no mu show yes show for say wawari ordinance no just picture no say and AI ni ade no ntimi
picture one gentle
because picture nkwa enye enough for her because I say nipa mienu omote ho a wo mo sign ade how can you confirm say a marriage certificate no more sign so Lord here proof prove bibia prove ni here
because that video ni kan ho dia
ka video no e bia anka beboa so
no mo ye bia no mo ko wedding bi no go share video
yes I
no me say we see a very important minister man for so dream say gentina court ne ka say mami odobroni and so ye after what hold this say mami sewa ye by custom I was say kindness by custom in the court not to no but church mu say Ghana ye waware miensa your traditional marriage your marriage by Mohammedan's ordinance and your marriage by ordinance so na traditional marriage you know a ba ne bema ene ware ene ebusia na bema no etimi ware bi ka ho so pa
traditional marriage
traditional if any potentially polygamous this all potential and by force tradition otimi ware 2000 here so obetimi ahwe and cramofo de no it set say traditional marriage no mi mam na bless so ni ade ba no otimi ware 4 4 and ordinance marriage no there or why baako Ghana between Bema and Oba no other in the or explain is no can say if say obi worry by traditional just otimi worry bika ho so and Oba mami odobroni so and I say mami odobroni the witness obe di adanse man no oba he no o say aware na ye hihye o hihye yo daddy number fie wo Tantra Hills no omo okobi and by the way judge Nika say some witness no or Jimmy Deepa change the other witnesses no also credible and maminka wenche obia say judge bia wo tumi say otimika say obi credible and obi nya credible because here yeti he nyina ye kasa ko obi kasa na say bi antro wo mukura e bia wo unko training kra otimi hu say ade we die for instance me busa question say mazola ushu ye white na wa share shoe no wa dwen ho be 2 minutes my first impression say wunya abedi intro because automatic say white well inti some of the things that yeah they are chair judges no mo come school inti na court of appeal entimi and overturning judgment just easy keke because the judge no be your case no or that advantage otimi who witness by witness on betan nim sani omo ye omo ho sani omo kasa ni yi nti otimi decide say we are credible we nya credible and wo kasa nso na say won sam nsisi so and e wo kan we na ochina wa kan we ya and my yaka straight away say we nya credible and an your watch on witness statement no so wo ba na so wo be di adanse ye busa wa ye toto wa no said ya na asama watch on and one na wo kan and also ye ma wo efili say we are credible. And the Edikan, or say, Papa no dear dancer, no. He was very credible. And he said, say, he was there when they got married. In addition to that, no one to me tender videos show say Lumba na bonus bien na no aka say we ya ne ye mami odobroni ne ye ne mami ya na sell and all those things. The same way Lumba na in his birthday oka say mami sewa eye ne ye and also ka ho judge ne share no so ka ho nti na oka say no so client no still we GDA say mami sewa still or traditional marriage with Daddy Lumba. Nti no or share all those evidence pieces of evidence na no say otimi establish facts and say eyampa say Lumba ware mami no na so ware mami ne dia na dia nia no hwehwe ne say or ware sa mami ni nyina na omumi enu nyina abeye ne yire na ni intention no because by as late as his 60th birthday, if he no otimi still otimi ka say mami say why ne yire ene na che say no GDA say mami no ye ne yire ena senior oni mami odo atena ene na wo ma 6 there were people present when Owari no there were pictures showing say ordinary show obia say oyeye no che so oyeye no sanka say even po sanka wanya ne ho ade a emramu no ya wo bibi e frɛ no presumption say aware ejina ebema ne oba entem say wo ya bema na say wo ni oba etna na bebia one ne fa bebia o say o me wife nie o na fufuo nyina nim ne say o wife nie o na fufuo nyina na makwayi abom ya say o Mr. and Mrs. na ma yeyi ye kan say motu kwan abom ma bonso abom mo chantade abom mo ye sa ne o mani nyina abom a mo ye mo ajimu atum say mo ya warefo nti mranso beka say mo ya warefo
ebusiampo a mo magi atum
nti no kire say and o ka say o he pictures na Lumba de ne call was it Nanadu say no also the call President Mahama ho or the call IGP Dampare ho all those places show programs upon program to show say ne yiri ni nti sanka owo nware numpo by emfan sanko emienu nitin sakura by his actions no nka kire so mawa and sana mra kire that is presumption of marriage. It is there. And now, Papa na ye mami sa wadim omukofa ne bae na obedi adanse ye no. O church mu say ye kan ware. One of the things that yetimi adi determine say aware ewo ho is that bema no che asante amamre no say bema o ye panyimu efa oba usa na so one ne tena say ne yire na omobia hu say ne yire a ebusua ne fa ne say ye ne yire ti o ma ware mami say one witness and e be kan sa ade no wo court say what you say yes Mr. Kantanka wow
I just asante amamre no wo sa
ye fa ne say aware wo nti judge ne kan say even grandpa senka if there was no picture no evidence bibi anywhere chere say oni mami sewa mami odobroni ware kura na senior
mpacho witness Mr. Kantanka no one na de ne buy
mami sewa na de ne buy
okay no obechire
ono de so mo so bi no nti obo buy no obeka senior ni amamrete and that is good because court no yepe no kre nti yepe obi o wonim die na osa beka no kre nti no ensama okan no eno na judge no kra use here because ono ano onim asante amamre to say Mr. Kantanka so enti no osia the Mr. Kantanka kra kan no enu ni eno kra nso no enya just Mr. yenna ni minua be motia presumption of marriage always there because enya de bia no bi koti obi tinsa but oba ne be matimit na ma edru ba bia emramu no oba ni timi claim say be your wife and abema ma cohabitating for a long time and it has been proven by mo conduct say my awarefo
ebusiafo nim
ebusiafo nim but my ama ntina abeji yabeji atu say my awarefo.
So that means a plaintiff witness ebe boa defendant in the case.
Problem. And you know, judge ni share sa nyoma ni nyina wahu na odi making decisions say o share that the lumba oye and oka bibi minim say bi mo aka judgment no mo ntiase o ye ya be discuss even the issue of domicile mechanic domicile che say baby a wote so na emremu no usually no na nka baby a wo no ehomra ene ye di adwuma so na emremu ne wo domicile ne wo ni ye place of you kind of domicile of origin and domicile of what's the other one? Of choice. Thank you very much. What camera?
My co-host.
What being?
Document.
So
document is in your head.
Na so kase domicile of origin and the all patch and say honey wo and Ghana for baby it is maybe I want to Ghana but or US citizen because
this nipa no ondi nine can say Ghana they na still oyeje because ye say lumba ekita
German citizenship nti ebi movie say oh na say we cry there na nka German for omo ayom tim perform body kokra ne ade e na judge ne kire say wo domicile no a wo na eno ne ehwe so emra edi determine wasem so what I say na domicile ne wo domicile of origin ne wo domicile of choice origin no ye baby e wo ne ade domicile of choice ne wa kofa but domicile of origin no lose because automatic ya wo no wo ye Ghana ni wo ye dia lose wo ko domicile of choice na yes wa ba be fasa domicile na emom so wo free baby a wakwa choose say wo tena ne ade na wo sanse sa wo suban ni wo bibia na wo san ba wo domicile of origin na yet say what to domicile of choice na
actually passport
encourage just what to actually no was ba na ohodi as a fact say who say lumba betena Ghana for more than 17 years
yeah
na so bia opeso we Germany no enka obekọ Germany kakrampo but osi the tnabia Ghana. Our betina awo ma 6 ewa ha. Enti ono na dream no sisia no opeso Ghana ni.
Opeso still no kita passport.
No but say ye share the law na was say apply no say I was so apply Ghana law because who say lumba no opeso tena Ghana no ye Ghana ni. Well in that context. Enti judge no otonibo say me share judgment na me who say otonibo eko bebia fifi mu baby wa okra otonibo na say o me chewe ama Ghana for atiase because me who say interest go case nim enti anya say interest no na determine case no ba me chere say be obia benya atiase kakra about senior yemra no efa aware ho no esitiefa so you know, minim say me pursue ha minim say be a question be ba na.
Okay. In the market me clarify.
Council.
Oh, me kasa na. Anat okay.
Na person me be first.
Okay.
Council patrol, yeah mami, time ko wire. Na ni din akasa this.
Okay, into that issue came up during a cross-examination. Then is in Schindler. Inti obaware that lumba. Now obey fusu.
Okay, me patrol. Ye maame na no oti Germany ansana that lumba le ko hwa na oni ni nyina akoy.
Inti that one means menche, but what's the factor ye pleaded and witnessed it ye indicating now there. They started dating. Okay, somewhere 1985, 1991. No way customary marriage. Bomb so. Then they moved to Germany.
Both of them.
Yes, that's the fact we pleaded.
Because I wanted to know Nipa ordering krata worrying. Yeah, mammy, no ordering krata worrying na say yeah, Papa Lumba no kit and krata no the worry.
Okay, and say that aspect no, you plead. Nah, personally, no, we didn't act because now. It was not really of importance with regards to reliefs now.
To who saying?
Remember, reliefs now. You seek, you know. Inti. What was most important was what were there. What could Germany so those were the major things we looked at. But they didn't people school didn't people later now on China social media. Sometimes the offense, but personally, maybe sir, Mama could say, I'm like a squire to my senior. He's the knight. You get it? In time, I'm prepared man. But everything that goes on, he tells me. Into a frame, I could just say, "Oh, crime in office. You call me Henry Bra, BTB, so that or take instructions from here. I know I some point. I feel no Sanso or from Henry. Mama could just say, no. So that I hear it. Then I'll go and present it to him. He will look through, no, take this one out, do this, do that. Those technical, then he will sign. He will supervise, he will give the technical direction, BBR, you get it. Into the side in the day, I don't have personal information. They the papers for you and the papers for you. And maybe some missing and need personal information on it. But I'm with personal information, they dated 1985, or 1991, or Bomso, Kumasi. Then they moved to Germany. Our civil marriage in 2004. Okay, before you sir.
Empress.
Maybe some senior.
Council, me pacho, me pedo okay, Martin. Council me pacho, Abra my lady e kasano, okasafa odo bruni, eni lumba awari no. Na which me say, ebi amapa matare ba ako, wako program, motu kwanya bom, motu kwanya bom wako awari wako. Na say busiano, two parties family because who kasanya was a marriage age na awari say funu kran. A family, ena wo sutuni. Inti sesi ana wo kase bia na o ma shatare ba ko no mo nko hu ebusi o mu tu ni pe no o ma ye ni sesi ana asemi abe sesi ebusuan futu no me
ebusuan enti na court determine no se court determine a ebusuan fo agitum ma menche o
nti se biso anje antum
unti menyentum obi ani tumi nchen court ye show court show say ye bibi no anya yetimi chill contempt ubekwa ko betimi akoda fiase enti ma men ko back na men chere wase our traditional marriage and a customary marriage no edi kan between oba no and bema and also between ebusiano mienu no o ti say na important say ebusuano ye part of our yes, but the most important is a bema ni oba no ebeje penny say won be ware so enti say bema ni oba tina for so many years and sir anyway it only comes up usually when sisiye bi ya bem because omote dia bi obi anka say ebia one day obana na bema ne tiwa na oma tina for a long time na ba kwa sorry say me kwa ko wari obi fufuro because after all women two teens ebia na one na tina mama ye japade awu nkola ne ade nyina bebre nti the question is the no moti ho ye no na ya wari ananya wari nti sa you know na court bem eba be determine say we ya wari ananya wari na was standard and standard nam de ma on say one kasano woni oba no na mu hodi mu ho out say mo ya ware for mo ko program together mo payment idea pepepe mo year donation together ya ware it is so if that is proven in court then the court will say that there is a presumption that na ma ware so I want it.
Ntia.
Empress.
Wow. Nyata de shemu.
Okay, say a lot of stuff. Okay, say enka enka evidence in pony wa. But Ojitum said there was evidence say although Donini Lumba worry. And or two has to say senka and lumponi wa. Enka omatsna together for this one cohabitation only omo put your whole out as obane bemano and can no cry enough to hold the say or worry
because submit to me aboawa okay paragraph 120 now no it's just to help the point or say it is noted that customary law marriage can even be accepted through the conduct of the parties or through long cohabitation and it does not require documentary proof as marriages under ordinance do.
Yeah.
Pacho, what I say?
Okay.
From the judgment.
Wow. I say it. Said the Adena on the 12th, me Kukumasi. Me Kukumas Mpamcho. Mam Kama, me Kamas, Casa Pacho Meba. On the 12th, me Kukumas, a blue bar, grand opening, a wedge so I fit on a part 9 on a meeting. A commercial break now, ye bar. A bet yes.
Thank you. Every day, I beg. Why? The water be free.
Ghana Water Disconnection Team.
Level up to one secure experience and do more with the Stanbic Bank app. And with Spend Insights, you instantly understand your spending, so planning becomes effortless. Download the Stanbic app now on the Google Play and Apple App Store.
Is everything okay?
Oh my God.
Now what you are so much? If I send you near my dim ray, shaming crime, and yet the pride chamber, me what's any twist, no need to after.
Why are more and more professionals choosing flamingo paint?
As an interior decorator, I aim for that beautiful, elegant look. Flamingo paint has great hiding ability to cover and transform old walls easily with just one coat.
Impressive. For me, as a professional painter, I love flamingo paint because it gets small paints that paint huge area, meaning more profit for me.
Great value for money. As an architect, Flamingo Paint, with its well-researched and solid composition, guarantees durability for all my buildings.
Flamingo Paint, superior height, superior coverage, superior durability. Flamingo Paint, simply superior.
127, so okay.
So for mommy.
Hey, Brother Bernard.
What you doing here, sir?
127.
127 is KBR. So for my let's sort it.
Oh, that's it.
That's why you're jet, you know. Sempi.
Oh, you guys have to do the one.
So for mommy.
Hey.
Brother Bernard. Sorry. So mommy build it.
127.
Mumu na mana.
Yeah.
Sammy, let's sort it.
Be safe, thank you. Oh, Sammy Midasi.
For best mobile banking, show Sika Samsung. Free say, content and get dinkra. Bet to me at the best mobile banking as this car if you MTN Momo. Telecel cash. And now Airtel Tigo Money Wallet. Nimu ako account ness. Bet to me at airtime. Tiawa car sign the Dijawa. Wow mobile phone so. Banking mo hoto. Ebia. Abrebia. Best mobile banking. U phone niye. U sika niye.
Kwame. Oh, I'm a call.
I knew it.
What's your name on the wrong?
Best Point Savings and Loans. Your dream, our business.
Me obesima esan say mahosiesie sipi me menses flow yi na oya obia me famu bia eto etwa eneyi metimi didi ama me nipadua ahihye kama.
Oh, I know. Hi Lady Herbal Mixture and Hi Lady Herbal Wash gives me confidence. Wow.
Me wo no Hi Lady Herbal Mixture. Ama me menses na baby. Na Herbal Wash ni de ama ma himfie hwa ye kama nkasa.
As busy as the corporate world is, Hi Lady still got her back.
Hi Lady Virgin Wash. ACC ahimfie hono. Na make sure so ACC ni pedua no. Ama baby aye kama. Se wo peni dudu etu a. Cora Woods Pharmaceuticals. Ewo Health City. Oyarefa ana. Okainshi Drug Lane. Ankrankre. Enko Pharmacy. Ana herbal shop bi eben womu. Omo nsabe kembi. Enye ma wo ba. Wafa yefunu. Ana wo ma akwada nufu. FDA. Adie dredin kratoi atum.
I feel better. God be the baby, you go like them. Man, I'm buying club, okay, for that man. Hey, oh, it's on me. Hey.
Drink responsibly, not for sale to persons below 18 years, not recommended for pregnant women. This advert is FDA approved.
Playing for your country, easy. Scoring, easy. Winning, easy. You know what be easy now? Kivo 4-in-1 Gary mix. Easy. It gets everything inside. Gary, creamer, sugar, roasted or not. Just add water. Sharp my soakings make ready. Taste and energy. Made easy. I'm a match winner, but the real champion is Kivo 4-in-1 Gary mix. Champion taste.
Also available strawberry, coconut, and chocomore. This advert is FDA approved.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. Asking the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension, just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa dear. Won't he be late? Or be late? Of course.
Be the luckiest, go people to just be luckiest. From not the because she be luckiest. Me and you go be luckiest. No matter why you're lucky, everybody go be that luckiest.
That's Kwame.
Send your goddamn boom. So would the coming of the son of man be?
Hey!
Is that his car?
Ha! Even now, your shadow the way designer.
I use my own mouth to reject him. Oh, this is my mouth. Look at that.
Kwame, my son. Now, tell me the truth. How did this all happen?
Oh, Mommy, simple direction. Mr. Good Luck no check me well. Yeah, man.
Easy car. Or dial *712#.
The devil is a liar.
He picked his ticket and entered his lucky 5-digit number.
How much birthday?
Oh, how romantic.
And he followed the prompts, yes. And then boom, confirmation test.
I'm quick. Pick 5 numbers for me, okay? I'm feeling like 7.
*712#. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the
You see how they love you now?
Yo, do you have family payments before December? May release a motivational album.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Hey, Bronya, wait here. You did what? Despite auto mission. Hey, yeah. Mommy can't be so. So sad. We are young, we see on the 1st December, and we see 31st December. Despite auto mission, we can't say. I need you, you know, I think I sleep in the water. What do you mean, them? Ogasache. When we do the what your food, Poma, what you pull Raham, say, boom. Now we don't forget, and it's the whole tribe. No, what toy? It's a bucket. Happy chakra, better crack. It's not the mess. They look fine, look beautiful. That's not that, and air cassa. They said, that's but Auto Museum say, run your way there. I get there, and take some corn. Over there.
When you're going to buy a thing, don't look left, don't look right. Go straight and grab the luxury acrylic paint. No be any paint, be paint. The luxury acrylic paint. Ultimate champion. Ultimate champion.
Yema wa kwa ba Ediba United Showbiz. Mi mama hu se show no. Ina mi bon treaty. Ayeda munyina se ugusu ejebre. Eye YouTube for yeda mo ase mungusu share the link. Waso Emma will be with effect no mane enwo be so o say enna because ensem e koso when you find future reference eno na ene ye ewo hanum say but me person me ka bibi sure say onyankopon eye adoma despite auto museum ye biem esi an ye see the Zambia antique cars Empress won say me daba akomu na me twie won say ade bi o desire ohun bi da wunti ena bronye ye de sakas ni nyina eguo se branda benya feeling no the owner what I say filika no won ubetwi na afe ye de wakọ rounds de wo ho bia cars bia wo ho bia no me show utumi eko have a feel of it na de me de say se see I na bronye nti no weekend bia no ye say ye bema mo live band nti e mane nya won so obeba na Empress band ejinemu na Empress me to odonyom ma so dogu misua na me cheche wo so ati ase brana menjeje wo so wo dom e wo bibie mu ye bie every Monday to Sunday 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Wabeto Empress Gifty na chese me do e corrans me take enum na me twa na Instagram kakra Facebook kakra na ye momo Snapchat no so kakra na TikTok ne de friend ye biem e na abeti kona keke da eye despite auto museum ene yeton safra bro nye di abrochi for me show mo bagana mo mbo modin ase mo be ko no na wakwakọ hwaze kapawenu ahwaze no ye film I'm in co studio lawyer
Empress
enye bete
enye bete
it's true judgment na my lady dey buy we my last question na chese me call cancel so na me call na now okase se be man na won net no se ono wa okase se ono wa da empo ojitu kakakwa komukura na edin ase ya bo say mami he time na ase what of eba na ye fa ne se pemu agura asem na pese me ka acho okabi bisa
me ba cha na o kire ni e friend no consummation na ni enti a okan no na o pese o kire aware ni o ma bi wo ho a aware na koso na nso ema ye aware ni ye nyintum still okay me ho se twi no manya ni yi a nipa mienu be ma ni oba na koware obi anim se aware ade ba ko a eye important to aware eye se obema no ni oba na betimi ada because eye very important in aware and in fact eye very necessary for procreation. It is a bema ware oba na oba ni bema ware na se omantimi ana your friend consummation omantimi an consume marriage na chese sa ware no yetimi twam se enye prop ankosipi because specific period say by the time nipa no apply no ka say aware no ya yentimi consummate ya then it will ebema ho kwan say ebe consummate court ni timi twam say well enye consummation kwa me explaining more na amanfo ntiase na judge no person o kire say obi betimi aware obeba o say o ma wire me kura certificate ni ade but certificate ni nko enye enough because anyoma bi asisi a emma aware no yanyi ntuma yes still yanji aware ni ntum for instance say nkofo ni ya minors o me yan kola mienu na o say o ma ware a emra nyi ntum even though they may have the certificate and I say ba ko aware by ordinance and o person obe ware bi ka ho yanyi ntum and I say o ma ware but and o chere to say consummation no ba ko mpre so man ya onko ne na and so yanyi ntum so it is no my instances say enye so easy say obeka say oh my worry obi keke because me cra certificate but nyoma bi wo ho a e wa ware mu a e wo so ye ana eni say nka wo ye ansa wo ware nti say sa nyoma ni wo ho dia then it will not be accepted into consummation no a material a very important well
say how many months yes
oh well say consummation usually almost purchase say aware no buy na no
say who can consummation guarantee say die no oh nya botre
kabubro so di na na me pese me chemu about to tuti me
sentina
say me can say so muntime na so man na mama
how many months
no usually any months intention say especially aware no akoso foforo na no maso because there are other ways you to be prove we be any consummation by desertion say nipa na frifie and o meda ho bio so enti I know they say naturally so meda wa onene na o person wo jawo but usually ka consummation most of the time aware no foforo na but even cry say ekoso no say no so ma etimiya grounds for divorce, but not to say our any papa, but
for divorce, our any papa.
So obi ni kunu empene mani kunu ni nda na say
cancer
grounds
for divorce.
Cancer sana kabo
so the man na me senior or can or church consummation in I don't know my judge and can there the certificate alone does not show there is a valid marriage. There might be some certain circumstances it can even invalidate certificate and read them. It all boils down to application. There cannot be annulment and I say divorce without an official application to the courts, especially with regards to ordinance marriage. Courts no intimu konko fu mfion konko investigate the our no cry na worry no na small na after no 16 or 15 years and 14 years into yebogun. It's based on application. Into section 11 of our matrimonial process at 1971. It is there. It is based on application and unless some of the sole ground and the sole ground for granting divorce based on the fact that the marriage has broken down beyond reconciliation.
Okay.
Now, Section 2 of the Matrimonial Causes Act 1971 then comes to ways of you proving the marriage broken down beyond reconciliation. I don't talk about desertion, consummation, and separation, and all those on lists. But what I can say is, Extra Marriages Act, that is consolidated in 1885 to 1985 or so, the Marriages Act now. Extra Part 3 now, which is the ordinance now. Extra Section 73 of it, it talks about the certificate. So once you are presented with a certificate, extra Section 73 of the Marriages Act now, once you are presented with a certificate or an extract of the marriage certificate, it is presumed there you are validly married. Unless maybe you, if you know something, then no marriage, as at the time of worrying, maybe no cramp, it was not registered. I would say Section 74 about invalid marriages and the Marriages Act. Anybody can take an application, you can go to court name, but it is based on application. So on end the court's will just no application before it's not okay obey invalidate now
application just this will be yes,
the court will not behave like a busybody.
This will be the control.
Somebody has to. Into okay Dr. Richard and Nasimi Okoye Shraja Semia Supreme Court because there was not official complaint. You have to.
Okay.
There should be. You shouldn't act as a busybody.
Okay.
Then when it comes to customary marriage, it is a factor. Lawyers, we don't hide from it. Now, a MCI worker there, not a witness, for it was not that. We know it. In fact, Ola, you're sending your submission at the Mobia. At pages 34, 35.
Junior counsel.
In fact, at pages 34 and 35.
Relax.
We indicated it there. So when it comes to customary marriage, and this one to send signal there, or say the independent no, there are certain things, at least, or they to them a senior can, or they will hold you out. The family need to see you. When it comes to customary marriage, as far back as 1870 something, John Mason Saba, Otto and the fancy customary laws, the first book which it has been deemed as the locus classicus when it comes to customs, account customs, there. As far back so many cases, it is clear that we have two forms of marriages. Our courts, they recognize it. So it can be formal or it can be informal. Okay. So our arguments, and we mentioned it at pages 34 and 35 of our submissions to the court. We mentioned it that, you see, although Bruni ordinarily was even not an obligation to prove the customary marriage, that is, if there was no, how do you call it, civil marriage between a Lumbana Mami Akusia Sewa. She was not an obligation because I argue with them there. The court recognizes informal customary marriage. The informal customary marriage near whereby young Kofian Kotsnas yen two trensa. But Nippon no what say. Uma minimum, Nippo penim, Okoye Wokochia, Obienimino, Ebuana, it is enough. The court will take cognizance of that. It's informal customary marriage. Then the formal customary marriage in the year, so what Safo Kantanka, what can any expert witness what he said reinforced the already known established law now court into the case, and even we indicated it in it. We're in submission here, so we're candid with it because you can't hide it. Established law, we indicated in it. But our argument was, say, if there is an existence of Mamia Kusia Sewano ne Awarina, that is civil marriage now, then there cannot be whether formal or informal customary marriage. It cannot exist. And see, what we did was, say, if indeed, although we need to claim that formally she was married, then we set out to debunk what she is saying. Okay. So we made our first argument. We laid the general principle that she is not even under obligation to prove it. That is, even in the if in the absence of a Mamia Kosia Sawane or a civil winner, she has been living. Everybody knows it. So she's not even under obligation to prove it. But say Nangasa the Noaba or the Noaba there, then we will debunk it. Then we started our argument. I want to start missing a start. So cross-examination. This is what happened. Although Bruni make reference, in fact, if you saw Ebusepeni, in law there is something we call corroborative evidence. If say, yankade assembly or there should be a corroborative evidence, but say a win here or the judge didn't take cognizance of American because especially work as Samokora now on trial that liberty may be Cicero, knowing a fair idea. Ebusepeni, you are be a friend interrogatories in law, into interrogatories no. You be some questions. Why they can in simple why they interrogate you into be so fraud then Empress so we ask you questions, then you answer. It will form part of the process. Our court processes no. Into be paying you bisa yes some interrogatories be you be some questions be. You be said there. Or say Odobun you were formally. So one formally one and ebusian for or quay. And now send me a door at some bats. At least, or mention so ebusian fubi. If I remember off header, about one yaba and true cross-examination of body, but about one iti akunobi, about one yak a ataka krebi, about one mamia frame miabi, about some other two names, or about some no about nebusepeni kwami wusu, or boy count. That was the answer to the iron and interrogatories na yebise no. Na yesanso bisa Odobroni interrogatories. Inti yebisa in as part of your interrogatories na yebisa no. Yebisa Ebusepeni there, if so warrior, is there anything to show that warrior or attach a picture be of that lumber? No Odobroni on picture. Which according to Ebusepeni no, that is the information of that there no, that was a picture would take it immediately after the marriage. As I said, Nanka, there is even no obligation on Odobroni to prove the customary marriage. She is not under. That is if Samami Akusia Sewa Nanka ne civil marriage in the Crown. It is enough. What the world has seen is enough. Okay. So there is marriage, customary marriage. But we wanted to set out to debunk it. Don't you know? into the pictures become home. There are no evidence of what worry or Tantra Hill na no. Now ye interrogatory say the man Odobroni. Inti ye interrogatory say no Odobroni no. Odobroni listed out in full. I wanna witness say also a private ceremony. I wanna witness say the marriage ceremony that was on the 10th of April 2010. I wanna witness say no. Then ebusopeni ni list no nkrofo na no bobo ne family members no. Odobroni had listed them. In fact, I have it here. If I can get it, let me see. Yes, I have it here. I have it here. Let me see. You see, I got. Inti, that was ebusopeni ne de no. So, ne paragraph 9 to answer to any interrogatory say this no. This is what he said. He said that the following family members and representatives were present. That is ebusopeni answer. You be said there one of no about Odobroni the May 10th April 2010 no customary marriage. No, let's take. No say ebusopeni Kwame Owusu and say ya representing Daddy Lumbe's mother. Iti Akono as Daddy Lumbe's brother. The late Atakakra, the late Madam Abena Fremia, the late Yaojima, mostly we the late isi Akono doti ase. Okay. Meka and manka late. Na yeba Odobroni. So yebisa ye interrogatory say the more Odobroni. Maybe so Odobroni there. Now we're not so what jana were formally. We provide the names of our now. This was the list Odobroni interrogatory response to the second defendants of the second defendants to plaintiffs interrogatory. This was the list Odobroni the man. I want to open our. Inti where nipa you yan ABC into one kind of mom. Inti up to you.
21.
Into 21. Into Odobroni may nipa 21. Now as I want to witness say private aware. Now nipa 21 it was opinion list near a subset of Odobroni den. So Odobroni entails it was opinion nkrofo na. Ehubia. Na yebisa ebusha na yebisa Odobroni dey. Nti se wo ware wa evidence no wan. Na ebusope na Odobroni mayen pointer to ebusope ni eyi no ye no ne wakanda no mpo. Ni interrogatories no ye no as evidence. Nti this is Odobroni response of the paragraph 7. Or say that to the fifth interrogatory namely if yes, can you provide the said documentary evidence that the documentary evidence is already attached before this honorable court and marked as exhibit CKF2? In exhibit CKF2, no, in reference to this, ebusopeni interrogatories na or the about this. It was this. So that is the evidence of our. So Odobroni has given reference to this. Now our list into during our cross-examination, Senior William Kusi only a cross-examination. Next William Kusi bisa ebusopeni or started with the members no. The family members no be no. We do accept the ebusopeni day. On you bia anonymity the me sure the ebusopeni mponim. Na you bia so na ebusopeni be mu bia but at least there are some members who ebusom that at least okoja where you should know them. Into oboye onim no. Mr. Yiti Akono no so nim no represented that Lumba ne work an anemia no. And the cross examination also nim no also later na watch them. They name Mr. Yiti Akono.
Said ya wuche mu nyina no ni nyina akosi judgment no so ana mbacha mebwa dia wuche mu nyina akosi say judgment no reasons ntia ema yenya sa judgment no mbacha yesa ndi say si akra senka aware no kra no maami no prove so first on papa ne pay akobe bi aba no emra ni jitu mu say ni kun na ye Daddy Lumba.
That is if yeah then the conditional if there is no civil marriage
there nkonye ye
nanko oyeye
me that's
based
co-host na but cancel na but pedenu sukaka nana what their council judgment wa kanbo asemi so me hu se wudi chipa so yeah ready
o pass me fan free
free baby I would DH a basic baby I would.
Oh, baby, she said, assembly
yes,
assembly na kukusi said, court no, so do bruni ya yere.
But
me akosia say wan so ya yere.
But also kwapi.
O se wonyan koy. E na pi no so mawie nti so ya yere.
O ya yere.
Aya ware no amamere kwan so na anya sa.
Me ba twa.
Enti se sa na akone de a se tweka ni nyina afayie no.
Afayie no.
Na wo se yie ni de ba so.
13th.
Ese baso.
Ese baso.
Awo se baso. Na ese baso because ohema enipa meka se Ghana for me kan Ghana for ama me kan sa eni abusuafo ni na eni ni yi wi ase ayeba ye lumba it is a year ne baso 13 for na e was say obi a position be a take ye wasem we won't give up ni ehye lumba ni monyam because ye ne na eni ni lumba bobra na achievement kora wa make no me gidi ye se nka mo abusuafo no kora no after yesie ni kora wi afi na nka mo be enjoy but omo ya se no eti obi an give up na ye nyina nka bo mkosie lumba ehye ne ni monyam because on deserve ne yekoso ebe ya abusuafo ni se omo ye obi ye de spectators na ye kire ya adwene boa mo but come mo chen ubia bibia atwam no mo na mudin asai mo na mahwere mo ade ye de ye ka bi keke ebe afete ma yerefo ne ba afete busua na nkasa so be afete wo mo tibia o mo be face o ma outsiders ayo mo yoduom ye mo wie ne atiada na mo nkasa mo sofa de mo yes lumba abaya de wi ase ba ye titi de ye ade so anka wajama mo afi na mo bedidi ho matom bo so se no mikurom kwa utafo mi bi atwam band bi ne afa na all brothers de ma mi bi bo nyom ya bo ahema obeye de ho ayie emra wote ase bi no ye wasabe oye bonini enyom keka ye de ma amane boy ma amane beye tourist figure for travel from all over the world ebe hwe ma ame no we enjoy ebusia so enjoy kronu so enjoy asma make investigation ya bo ahema band na boy na from all brothers so mu wini gold plate kura with that music sabe o baby on wo ye kura tesa anwum no de chire na yore wo mu didi nwum no ho there's a professor bi na wo legon me give a V-mate ubeka professor PAV ansa School of Communication na what article back chronicle mu na me article bi obetwo bi odi ka quote in the house number e was Sopon Prabhu Street Professor ansa wu ye no ni fie sabe na busua fie atakwa me na bi e be tourist site for travel koshe lumba ye more than examples of me ubeka ya ohema ofiri mu no omo wode ombobo nyum mpo no crofo start teach si wo omo odo bo nyum keke obeto hwane fosti hwane bempoma hwane ofa hwan hwe enkomu titi lumba yi a be sen kapta yi ni mpo no onamo a fu e kwa bebu ni free maame bempoma ni we fosti na lumba de ne bo nyum na mato mo bo na masai ade no na omunya hu so mo ase no eye omo se ho ye no spectators ye de ane atum mu na wo mo ne yenya ho but mo de na mo se no na ye pese ye boa mo na mo kora lumba deserve this na mi hu ne se ohema nia ama do this level so omo te ase ye se in a can customs e duro ye ye busua pani ene lidi on the organizer on the biada
say do a year
yes no abusa pani kasa kura duty ne de se boro sa we de abayi asem na America sebe your friend is saying Africa meka akan traditional democracy na ye practice na start free ebusuan pani level ebusuan pani oni okeke o 100% ebusuan no wa hemfie ipa chote de mechere na say etina ebusuan pani no ebusuan ni nyina na hia ne yeyi no na ya bono so mpaye ye de na kokyera hemfie itefiri okọ no efa wade efa badinto efa yiyeyo efa bibia on the spearhead efa mpaibo me mabusa ya to kwadwom ya agonafo uwu ne de wo be kwa abusa pani na ebeku nsa oguwi ya no ma to kwadwom na ma asa ne akamasha daka no edudu grave ho a abusa pani gina ho a obegu nsa oguwi ya ne ato kwadwom no asa ne de osi amana no abusa pani wuro ni ye big na de semene se lumba efiri mo no ya limit abusa pani ya limit no so it's like no be can be say otherwise ka say we no say you can do say because Mr. Diabusia Penny last week I'm modern but na he would mo share ni dimi na or a man of peace pacifist otherwise say or to say be enum bia ka so trouble mu ha ba bi and so ka some no kwa na a hit a shina would some me boa
no I realize
yes this is the manner and come man kwa say wono and one hwe se lumba ye be na ye kama nkasem bia ni ho ye wo ya systems ye de ye a obi ani sika wo ohema so de wo so ya kan ni ana meboa se ye a ye doti ye ewie ne tenase wo de ensan abode ya chekehwe adaka bi si ho enum ne ye bonso anegu na adaka ne padlock 3 ne dem padlock 10 key with different 3 people ho say me obi ntimi better ye wie ye na apagya daka na kusi baby ACDC ni patre de kitaki no edurus Monday ni ebuka baby asika bia fa ye bia be yiditi ipatwa da meka wate ase etikalumba de a ye nyanye na yi kura no wo mo kusika ho keka sika ho nsem enso ka ye ko ne proper akan culture abusia pani ne be holding responsible me say omo be wie be buka no emfaso ankom benya no ho e de besi lumba museum o ma se no me no ka se he even sponsors bi e ba mu e be tu ye menamfo o mo withdraw musika and ko na me ka kire wo mo start withdraw because o mo di lumba ho do wo di abra amanfo organize vigil kwa na busia pani so won tia sempo no hwe na ne fe 21 week eto aso kosi aye na they were going to gain me se o ma say no me amena futu wom o ma be drum sika because as if see anya cans why busia pani allow him o should be ase because oba busia pani duty na wono so should be ase iti na ahemfo nso wo ho no iti abase ye buka no wadi sika wono akasa no ho be hyehye no wonti bipo yama kwansa it's like a failure abontenso fo mo ne ani abusia pani anya outsiders who don't belong to the family and ani abusia pani na 20 better na ye ne be koso and it's not now anywhere what the abusa I can't culture for the hini bi abusa de say the koso to service sa na say ekonoa lumba ye de hye wo ye de hye ye a sabin preduasa wo hwe obituary notice e ba ya ho adi na dikai senya wo hene a abusa pani na dikai it means say BBC wo ye no a ono na ebe hold no responsible ye be frɛ na hemfie eni tina wo de check hwe say abra maame bempoma kan tam no a ye fine no ho anema ne tuae abusa pani tabusuan no mumpo bi ya mistake ya and also be committee offense ya is the busia pani who is head responsible one ne be holding responsibility lawyer for musa o mo say rate na maame akoso ya file ya no ade na site abusia pani ne pe no one site maame bempoma na fostia na offer poku whatever because abusia pani na wunya no so mu a na nko mu wini ya na sasem na hold e chese bibia mo ya abusia pani ba da na lumba do wi abusia pani no chese ya ability no krawo ya bilete no eno ka ho na ma de ekoso no koso esese modaworoma mon kama wo bia who said they should allow abusia pani to organize the funeral because a babusia pani some wa hilimpo ebe kan we careful to do hwe asabu copy otumfo animu mpo no hwe so otumfo wotumi say obeka sisi but won timi say abusia pani ho nesa abusia pani ni ene ne pa na wo channel but a system wa ewo akamu ekwa akosi the top hierarchy participatory democracy no more practice it abusia pani no represented the grassroots and ekwa akosi ahemfio ti wo hini bia no ho betimi aka abusia pani ni wuro na se ka sebe asemi kodu dade so abani mo no wo hene no ko be kasema take over but oni abusia pani na ya de ne ko still a been to omo ho ase sebe eye kase ti se lumba de edu so mo ye no mo bonsa abode ya yetime ye local de ketenkete ne de adaka bisi ho lumba no mo de no bank ni patiti da wo mo film na de ko mo yi ase anya adaka isi wo ne bom sika gum tika lumba de so the same we are bank statement a print e kabe na wo boye na tse obi bedi sika ano enuru ho kran so look at this that's as a lumba na mo adwin se mo begu na nimu ase achievement lumba be no we are saying we deserve undeserved this onu su ni munti wa bonyo mato ha mamo se monye careful mama yesa ma twenchen musmo mi se mama na ye o china this o china injunction ade chia this oh a lawyer for mo clients for mo no mo kasa no obi an give up they should throw the towel ni en she lumba ni monyam no wa ye bi ni enya de ye no no sufre eye busia pani duty muma nenya na yie odisika ye behu eye no so ye ni ye be favor mu nyinada because me personal message to be lumba ni ama ne baako omu ho ana ye de ntoma mo de be lumba yi e hye ne nsa eso nkahwe mfa so a wo benya ne sika benya diwom ni fulumpo ko de mama ye o de mamu de ye yie ko de ni fulumpo but and that's some way kwa o na fofora hyase adenti na ese banesa nana kwame ampadu free mu no hwe nana kwame ampadu ne papa ne free kwawu ne maami nye kwawuni unsenka ye nso akamfo de kay o maami sada na meboa but omo tena sete ase say no obebo nwumu bia na ye ne papa ne papa kurum te ye mfa ne nko ye na yie ene ye de ne koye bisa sem ampadu maami free kwawu a eso mo hu se na koma ne ye kwawu etu owu kra mom yente ase ne mfa ne nkokwawu me ko na ye libi it was beautiful otu fotu ne himfu nyina bai lumba ye bigger kra edu lumba so a we si say na busia pani na so lidi ade no so no chese ya na kwala bi etu oni ano etu hu di ade ne etire ne nko ekwa kosi obi ono ne 1 week ya hu di esi ye na ka yie na kasa as look at this eh then you see the board me no say ye tia busia pani na lawyer ka ye see the board me no aye dan ye ma busia pani kwa so onye na ya o wi aye hold no responsible be board me no free he no free ya ohu sabe o hema na me ben lumba kakra enye wo wunti na me se me ben no yes na me ben no na opani na bre ese barisan kwakodadi ye believe obi wu a ya feel say honam ne da ho but it means a lot. Go and read the Bible. Abra Joseph ne papa wu ye ewo Misrim ehye ya kosisi ade ne koduru ye e ma ne ko rest ye gidi enipa wu keke etu nya wu ye nya de sese ye ya we are punishing him. I don't think they do 1 week, do 40 days, say bibia near ya kwada wachi. Ye nya de ya lumbo onko you. He's still around suffering. It is said, ye beja man sono, and we ye say, near Jalumba quite kama, amani dear son and saka. Eh, yeah. I didn't think a young tiasa my sister. The role of the family. And they say, so what this should be through Namuba woman and more go say. yes sin ntoma go abonte ama now okra be wa you say we defend lumba bia wanya asem ubaji di kekra ma ho wow seven produce I came out one day or him ba me ba out ni gina say be te say well innuendos insinuations implying say odobroni any nipa bi na ekunumba mu ina ma antibi then on radio and I'm say me go one day and I mean text message or he call me lumba and I say do to you ya na miss me ni free sa wo na so me try na ma he bia ni obi na ye me rough and I'm free no no a also me here will help for me pom to me ba clinic ho and I'm so microphone mu dudun to me ma me ba fie or he ba in short no we call lumba fee every day. The medical report, you say doctor patient confidentiality. Undi club ya de. Na me kemu asa mo akira obeka say nyame so say lumba etna say 10 years. Me call no 10 time I'm started more no na 10 years. Ebe on wan so survival for 10 years. Timene ne kasa me catch any pain say wo yankopon nyanku. A lot of disorders in the body. A lot. It was that day. From there na me ni benya asa yonko fa me ma na ma me clinic ho me ama me di aduru koma na ofie me cheche ni nuane a wonya adi ti me ma me wife e ko ne ho na wo training odoburo ni nuane a wonno ama no me ko kan we wo said do mu di matam a me fele are
o fele are
jawa me nya ne better asin say me person me imply say me mazampu bi say o ka kire me say ye poison no na me lie o kire me baby a ye poison no ne senia o kasa asem no wo su because o so mo dey fa fufuom it wo di wie na onya crisis e ko do hospital no mu twa scan o mu twa scan no e no mu nsa di round bi di dan yam ti abrofo doctors ne fe say e cocaine no amemere asam me kan bi gino tweda mponyanko panim me ye pani I don't lie ti abrofo ni hu sa no wo mo dwene sa kwa na me mini cocaine mo fa ne to no omu ohema lumba kasem wa no usu no mo to na twene ye oda ho be 2 hours no omu ye ni ntam kese pa na me ka kiro ne no oda ho be 2 hours no omu no say akwa ina ko kan wa memini no omu ye ti yan kusan kohwe no mo say chas kan na ade na nane e kire o say adageste eti ho na fedi omu titi no mu say poison bisi bigino tweda mpo anim na me kasa mu wi lumba kasa no wusu the man has really suffered and no na worsen ne yade no it on air na omo ye nimu de eku no ye nimu de eku ne ekoye postmortem na me di we ye example men kan sebe maami akoso say wa na poison I didn't say that ono akasa so kan say yes e namfo bi he told me and I was very happy say Kofi Ntisuba later ebe confirm say was in namfo the poison no efiro na yade ye bebre I know his medical report menya medical doctor I practice natural medicine license 1 ono anso ba me no hu mo amede boa na me change na dua me ma na me yire ko ni fie ko kire nes enema woni they know every secret concerning the disease pacho wutie me then I use this as example say munya say postmortem na postmortem in can say any postmortem the eye na is okay yem koja ne kwan na won home na wabre wa musema akoka de yenka atem didie na kwa da mitimi nka bi ba me kan ba akon obi ka kire say mitikoto nyansa bi ani mitikoto nyansa ni and I'm look at this adana mutitilu mbasa adai dia make bia ne say abusuafo amutie mi lumba ya modehie o ye de ye spectators dia mo ye ne da ho twemo etimo obi ansaranda na se 13 fo ye nkosie lumba after that obi apeso ye bia no monye sa wo ba twema nso so be kasan yo na mo mo pesa mo sepu the role of abusuapani de mo yeti no chieftains will support you kuto bia no se abusuapani be yi a na boni se one ebe so ni duam ebe yire no eto one na se wo hwe se yakora ne de hye no why don't we know this? SSC who abusuapani ordinary. Now, sabe wahema we have family tree. You can family tree any day. Family tree any day.
Arnold.
What's the family
like Ebusieti?
Obo family tree. That's Obo family tree.
Hey, ready?
Yeah, auntie, you enter me family tree assemble mon. But someone say Ebusiapen ko nye moja. You can family tree any day. Eduane si on branches. Inti stem no any maame a odi ka pa account for na ye come material no. Stem no any maame odi kan ya nasefo etreko ti etreko ni na ye branches ana meboa ti ye dra ubo maame odi kan no ono kora nso no ye he edua ne root na e ancestors no a bia ye nim wo mo because generation after generation ti ye bastem na for branches na ye ko ti ye draw lumba busua family tree branches no abusua pani ka ho etina ye to abaye abusua pa ye yi no eti selumba nko awuyi a na yetimi ka sa abusua pani nya blood. What about you check it? Let's say you pekwan bi ability man no na chese ye twi afade so e no obi bia so beka se ayi si akama mu a eye man na run ye o twantro. Oba suggest chena busua pe no po be fa pa won fa.
Oba di
dabi. Yeah, ofia. It's all about abusua pani. Lawyer or question busami chiro mu.
No, contrary to expert witness, Safo can tank or buy.
No, opaniwa lawyer want to Safo can tank at the na say.
It's documented. I say. No, I have.
And I'm say.
I have it here.
And I'm say. One tear say because mami chiro mu. Tio one tear say. Obi wu a ewofia eye busua pani. Ne mo consult to man no.
Okay. I feel like we'll chill.
Or consult man, but information we did go about say a man is here. Almost a man organize a year. Oh, lawyer. Information a bit do about 10 or no.
Okay.
Sir, me wada dia me tie one more said one face or kasama mame. I'm say one or dobru me tie obi ade me wada je. 10 year. Information what about 10 say a ma and see obi. Etomu nyama lumba sister sinsie no
nti mpacho se obra wu a wan na esie no
obra wu a eya busuapani
ebusuapani
yes
na o maami su wu
o maami wu a eya busuapani na woni maami nkla ha na ma me papa wu ye me papa wu abusua ye meeting na busua ka se monko pe besia o mu nim se bia ne bakora wisika wu they are rich o mbe yon papa yi but on be catch them say mon kopa besia before be kasa mon kopa besia ne ye be discussion ahwe budget ya ye de be ye no abusua ni nyina o yes okay ye we de lumba ye de ye de 100 billion e be ye wi a wo mu nim so o ma 2 bi a e hye mo ho eso ye nkasa mo na mo fa sika me say mon kopa besia mara be pacho uti ade na say na mo de sika ne be ye mo sika o ba indirect way say e ye busua sika ye wi ye no a obi asika wode ba ye betia ma wo
okay
enna mo amo osika na mo misa mo papa mo pesa mo yeshu eboro so a mo besra busua pani se obi antana nche ye pese ye papa yi eno mo sra o besra ansa etulumba maami wu ya mesa wu ye no obi anim se ono ana ye yi no enso wasra busua pani waje permission
ansan
yes esane ye na kamam me papa ye friend ye ntim kwa utafo owuye ohema me pe na me ye na yi but abusua ni hia manka so obi anyina nche me be ye yi abusua ni hia no busa se de sika se ne be ye ene ye toato adwene de nobody we se me ana me ye ene obi soja se ye de 5 billion nam so 5 ndi so ye nya ne 7 afena abusua pa se enkopa be se amara. And so I took over the funeral. Yewi ebu akonta. Akonta ne yetibu abi obi adi sika free ya dey. Aman. Na ye na ye well organized. Enti wo ba onua ba nsore nye ne bra ye is never true. Busua pani.
Enti aje se ni nua ba na esre busua pani.
You consult busua pani.
No the ye de mano.
Ni nua ba no. Na so odane ama wo. Otawachi
me pache say eye nunua bema ene efrim nti obetumi asre busua panyin no say okay ebia ye kope busua koye yi na me fosti ana say Bempoma me wo say sika na mo abone ebia if I say 200,000 me wo ho te me so say fe yie ni ma me na me ye obetumi asre
utimi nsre ne sase fa yie ma wo na wo ye yan kanesa o beboa ama abusa pani atawachi yenim say ye sika
okay nti beboa
yes enya sabe producer
o beboa na
enya business ne de ama wa ye na wato profit
it is a be ma de obetumi aye
dabi the point ne say bibia hinge on abusa pani power say free ne ba ho say fini nua ba ho say free obiara wo de ye further investigation na ka chem say meboa
oh sa na me de ne
yes sabe so na o ma me ne free na papa enti wo hema wo yigi no abusa pani ye de ope enso obia nim say udi ene udi bre bibia gina wo so
me je permission o de man
better but won say lumba de it's like abusa pani is nobody every day your allegation etia no your allegation etia abusa pani wo bo wa yes say wo yes say onye free to wo ye bibi kro wo soro left and right so that then ye de maso anase dan obi antimi se put the pop abusa pani da it's not done any how two for makwan wo hini bi e makwan
okay
wo hini bi e makwan it's not done enya kan culture enya asante culture it's not done anywhere it is say one feel say they should throw the towel then tentem ye nyina nka mo nye lumba ye ahoho ne ye meta mochi people are ready to help lumba aja ne kwama ya mo kele obia me kan ni interest impo obia mora awraho a na we mu na asamo kele na wo hia we ya fede ya bremo kura fede ya bremo asa so mo ntede ya now it pains me say mo na asamo ne kamo no mama outsiders ena esade no sabe wo mo afom team liga ni to wan efiri mu fie wo mo afom team liga no wo mo sise na o sise na
yo do mo dolumba
mo da hwan
mo dolumba
eye
do mo dolumba ntina ama omo pese pepeye ebeba
pepeye ne fan say yi no pese pepeye ba anya sa na ye no on so camera na we so to obi abusua pani me we so to abusua pani me ba wo so me the court case be chase you usi so to obi so to abusua pani ya say ai aboa no utwa ni ti ada ka bia ya homa owo utwa ni ti ya ka bia ya homa enti wabusua pani na ye tire of abusua obi edi right na obi gunani mu ase ya eye busua no
na we gunani
yes why do Ashantis always fight for their king otumfo anim gu ase Asante man ye anim gu ase to we fight for otumfo sana busua so te etu je obi otenchen se won gu abusua pani anim ase ya eye ni twam wode besrew
okay
wode besrew why do you allow that emi atu abusua pani so wode to park ade wokọ wo we
waje atu
asa ne
da waje atu
mwanya de ato no etise mwanya de ato de no be
engine's name no
asu to park nya warrior
musician
asa ene mabon
wa ma omre
oyema etide me dem sense ho eye me ya ekwan a mo di lumba so no lumba boro saa wo munya abusia pani no onye na yie accountability ebesi sika bi ebefi lumba yie mu ontwi fa kapre mfa ba bia he can't try na me ka wote ase ye me onye na yie eyabusia ayie ye what enhye de ye nsore ya keke ne ye yie rules ne da ho he ya mamre ne ya hyehya to fitete obi esa ho a emfa de o so obeye kuna amamre da ho ubetimi afolo a no watimi ayesa kuna na eno so da ho na ye de wo famu ana ba nu hu kura so ka so obeye kuna ye de wo famu a wadware ye nyina be hyehya ma start be dware ensu abedware aduane abedi wanam abetu wonnamu nyina ye cheke wo Uni privacy. Oh, you kuna uni privacy. Damere wa me ntam every night for 1 year. Yes, you be better, sir. For 1 year. Oh, him anya beto. You kase kuna.
Obaye for 1 year.
O private part kwa de ntuma be penti ho. Na ye de adibia to wasena ye de key. Ene tu aboba.
Enebrim.
Yes. Ene kwa ya limit no. Ye de beto wasene. Key ne represent say be over jana na ya tum. Samani nya kwa me no me sex.
When you na kakuna.
Kakuna no ye be ya bere wa be consolation
after death.
Jade na de beto wasene no. Key ka ho na tu aboba nyina chechire na ye de ato wasene. Ko bu say ade na ye de key ni chire say. Ya to vagina no.
Ya to ade.
Say the sama no say be o medi.
Nti mpacho na sama ya me pacho ahana me interest me ni je ho person bisa say kuna na ye kanini na ye wo ho niam ye
serious one put up pani bia
mpacho ende brim AI level ya ye wo ni Gen Z obi kunu ewu am ye de ade na achechire no eni boba no am obi kitaki no
bibi kakra bi ne ye free ye koni pure wana
ye koni pure
yeah de ye free mo no de ye free mo no pay ye kane no nka sabe odoburo ni ba bi oti o se ye mani free ho ye tu fie no kane na enen so PNDC lo 11 ne ade oba okitamba o pamonko fie be ne ebu ye ne agu so eso no kwa ne proper wana esese ye tum
okay
ba se ye tum enye yie nkwala ni nti
okay
no ye one
okay
and na kanen so yet me unifunu ne da in some tribes say ye no na firim na mo niam che so ye kunafo wadwade wadidie ene de ye nyi wan kora firimu
okay
ye do be se oba panin sa wo control o vagina na be penti so ntwoma ye di clay
ye be penti so
public ho no soro ho
so be dware o
wadwade ne be tambia merwa ne di wachi we bia udware we bia be penti anya better if you are going proper ekuna
afana emi was right
so this guys had we have to learn
but kakra meditation there minimum say when the you frame but impediment dreams to there article 26 plus 2 of young constitution any customary any cultural practices be or dehumanize it is automatically abolished.
Well, doesn't dehumanize.
Also still I know painting where you also know you from the brush if you dehumanize somebody
the book will be on company first I mean me and chelo.
And so if it is deemed there it's really a dehumanizing and it's still there automatically the
this one doesn't dehumanize no you don't fam said you better free someone home na someone me how it's allowed so the same constitution is freedom of religion allowed kind the same constitution when so your religion ni be practice wada roma mo be ma me kwana men kan kakra where osofu bi efe na nakwate amanfo e na ochoro sa buku yi
okay
mami kind this page on kuna okunafo dware mprensa da bia ne nsuo nwunu koa e na obedware yes nsuo nwunu koa na obedware nsuo no nso esese wode ebo tum. So it doesn't dehumanize anybody. Mamre. Essence de all share kunani no so no ejina ne ho abribi obedware. Wono na she bathroom ha wodware ojina also. No privacy. Where your current are you? Ya modernizing no.
No, that one no problem.
Thank you.
But
se odware nso a esese oje nsuo kakra wo bokiti no ase. Na de wo hwe ne so no abefa kohwie gu amane e kire se wonwunu ntu okunafo wo fie enti wo mane koda ntem by 7 6 we would them that akoda oh yes sir 1 year eda wode okunafuo yi behye kunamu no de esese obu ada de na yede best to no food unidi aduane esese odi kosi se obedi aduane a esese odi ekosi se obedi na wotwe da no ene aduane a wapo ho aye aduane ya so ho
okay to say eton
like eko egbe mi
okay
emone sani
okay rice water
ya po ho
because so obedi na wotwe da
yes bio esese okunafo
omo anye
bio ensese okunafo no nko ada
ensese okunafo no nko
yes so danso a oni hu kwan se okasa
ewo kuna
yes so wadanso a esese wada ema panifo mienu ntam ensese kane anso pa ne ho anadwo nyina ne aso bobosu nchan. This is a modern book written by Nana Kwatia Manfo. Dia how
ntie
na kuna no said ye wote kuna doso no wase said ye wote kuna doso ne say obema obefa kuna ba no make us start from here. Make us start from here. Kuna doso na mepe
kuna ne ti Germany a when you one go down in check
na botre
ha wasasra buyo se omo kunafo no na woni kuna no oni kuna no mara nyina so kuna doso no enema wode yeni entomago ana duku bi a wapam ene wode bo ketewa bi ene atuduro abo ano ene safoa ne de ato wasene wo kire mu kofeda obeka kire o se safoa no ye de close u vagina se de samane ema me sex ya mamre eno de ntwa mu they practice it eti o person o ye proper kuna na o maka keka na they will take you through this
and this is a few man penny na
if you man penny na ye we and be mama
yeah man to o ma be down cha one
yes one year na so busa penny na be select wo mo e de
1 year na 6 months
o ye no 1 year
Temperature kunafo obetumi akọ ejuma like like daily activities say me sorry anopa
say penny awatie nyina no
ejuma bi enim
yes
eni say oye ejuma
da bia bob black o fie penny ye kan nyina no but what am I say eti akan proper kuna ne woma yi bia firi mu te say body funu ne na but when we they still do it they still do it pa men put fear in anybody unless be ignore no na se kuna party you go by this okay when a man here then we say organize a year there sending na kan yi no under the proper supervision of abusunya pani yempia abusunya pani nyina nchan e wo bibia mu nua ba bia ntimi nya obi aye e ba bia ntimi nya ne papa ye ye ba ma akwan ye abusunya pani na e ma wo kwan o kasa wo mpani a wonni hweye okaso mpana ni bibia ye kwawufuo uwa yetimi de da papa fie eno kro mo gi permission maamefo ne person mo de wo kwa o maame side for they seek permission otherwise say de da papa fie etina kwawufuo mfa agani agoro no so ni nyina so pusa pe ne be ma permission they make a question na so hema kalumba ntimi so fa this fate wo bra ye te ase say abusunya pe na so ye na yie na obi amfa bi mfifiri nchen ma enka bibia kokama na abusunya pani ni akosebo no wochina sei obi ye na adwen se wo panishe abusunya pa ye lumba na mugu na nimu ase lumba abusunya fo monte ase ye saa na lumba di na so enka kire se be kora no yie enka kire din ya lumba ageda ho no na kasa be sika be mamo anya kora bi ni lumba be mamo anya sika mo ambo ena mo ya masa sika ni ngina ekọ sa sika ni ngina ekọ
mate me das da Jiga honorable Collins was sending a message between Ono and Dr. E.T. Akono. Or say, Dr. S. sending a message. Good afternoon. I humbly request the return of the seed money of 200 Ghana cedis. Thank you. 200,000.
Yeah, okay.
I'm up for investment.
200,000 Ghana cedis. And I say a year, Mr. Edward Atta, or responding into Uyawe.
And I make a say, Sikano, ye 1 week in the year, no. A cabia or hubiano. Ye training na.
Utwolo mubwa konta.
Mi hobby, bibia mi hobby. Bibia mi hobby. Say, yeah, anywhere no. Be after be 1.5 or 2 months. Or yeah, anywhere no. A copia him fear or moka say, committee ni yenguna na mejimisika back e bae.
E ka say committee ni
yengunu no. Ena mejimisika back bae. Na nkasa tama yeah 1 week ni we no. Yeah, sign signature no ne ntu kwai.
Mpacho.
Bank na next kan room no. Na omonko holiday na o.
No. Jiga mpacho usi mubu akunta mpacho mubu mi se.
Oh, like you person che bu akunta ma ye twia ka
obia
besia abusu pani so okobo ye no me sign bi ye twia 400,000
mo de man
ye de man.
Okay,
me last person na ko sign.
Okay,
ena omuma eti asese ka o bia ye de ye twia man no oyade pa yiti tent de ye chase ni na only twia mai. But the minimum say 200,000 no or the chair because who can some na dance ni wa you try some ni bi ho near the aya dance sata my year 1 week ni we no ade na ye twetwe ka wo no say 200,000 no ya nya de ye nya nkotwa yanka ho asem so da say ye twe na ka bi wo ha o china chi anase na ye kotwa
pacho tama mo mu kojiska no omu bo wa mane
ye ka say ye be pebesia Mr. Collins Uswa mankwa oyade pa 1 week no oboa pa oboa pa but baby no creda bia no ye de beto eye no so nkabusia pani kra bae no kita bibi kakra say ebia de mi woni nti ehun say ye we so die ko pebia ba nti sa besia no ne we na ye Yellow Collins Uswa mankwa
onu di eni
okay. But my own say 200,000 na Mr. Itidimaya no.
Or the
achema ye na ye cry danase after 1 week no. And I make us say we na ka obi 400,000 besa na ekoye na ya san ye kotwa. Ye twa bibia nti say 200,000 no. E di nti na ya nkotwa. Aye ka say ye gu committee no na say kotwa. Afede o say ye genisika. Ena nche. Na uncle can't simbi. Na efa baby menene nya adwene. Na o ka bibi say lumba nwa ma mo pese ye nna no ye nim say ayi sifia. Pacho mi wi am na o ka simbi nka say o so pese because why can't me say
lumba nwa ma ne pese wo di si anu
almost say like enwa ma pese o mo je ye na say me aha metin.
I didn't say that mankasa me kire say obi wu a enye ni nua ba na ye na yi ne ma nye na yi eye busua pani na wo pese wo bo a wo sere permission.
Okay,
that's what I said.
You are 100% right because me papa yeah na me ya santini sebi na Ghana fo obi anim say santefo de ye festival ye ka ho nti akra wadi even 15 years kranim eye hu bibia lumba sebi oyo disha ye na anim say nko okodi hene ena osaka asembia ye mede say entina ya santima mu yemfa ahensem ni agro ugu ohine bia ni mase a amenye na chese ye na yewura otumfo na ogu na ni mase asem ne kwa ahemfie no yewura otumfo ro ne namu mpa
ho mankasa be say ohine na ye yiti entu ugya me egu ohine na ni mu ase a enu nti na santefo e protect otumfo reputation
because one mu ohine bia ugo otumfo ni mase
yes ana meka no
sir
it was otumfo de na example
na
me say abusuan pani na ugu na ni mu ase ugu abusuan ni mu ase
na say ntina ya santima yemfa o
me the example analogy
no na make man na besiso no me de be refer o as because otumfo tukwa o run na mu mpabo ahye na nada de so aba o me makono omutimi meeting say omo fra abusuan pani kro otimi ka say o me koye meka
Anya no kore.
Eye no kore na me ho. Eye no kore. Eye no kore. Anya yesi na meka. Eye no kore. Eye no kore. Eye no kore.
Okay, na anya true. Anya true. Ya follow ade no.
Allow me.
Yes.
No.
Be clarify.
Che, me say na me hobby. Me can say me ti yo. Na me hobby. Na nada dey so aba me kono ho de bia. This instance was incredible. Entina nye say obi say na meka. Na me hobby. Ya ko ya say na
platform abusa pania di bank sa.
Oh, uncle. Allow me can say me ti na me ko na me hobby.
Enna
mo say de untimi ntutu na say because abusa pani ne si ne. To un post okita mo na nye post.
Ba se so ma toto na se.
Ana wonim. E ya ono na ma ntutu ase na ba.
Onya hwe. Ya wani ma mienu abusua pani di tumu a enkanse na enema tu no mo hwe ono ho.
Mr. La lumba nya ba. Dabi
ada say me nu kasa ye nti ba.
Ti say nya na abeka ye din.
Me para cho.
You know say the show is being produced.
Empress.
Me pa cho yen ko.
Maame no exas ye no. Sika kra timi ba o se dabi yen fama abusua pani no fa befa ka obeto sniper
mame banya
mame akoso
ya bodi no
ninti na memetia anyway osumumi first kani na ma ofa but edru baby yesi abusua pani o yenka se enua pani enti ye abusua ni na no pani no enti bi mumi se abusua pani se ye ba ye da bai na abusua fi wa ko si table ho se abusuafo mom na say ye di say ni say na 20 na say ye ne da na say dabi oni abusua bia anwen bibia ho
kale anye tru men yasa anye tru abusua pani
wona ba afo ni di misi omo anan ti bibia make bia make me say me kan say yes
o de kan de ye no kore ma men kan say on frɛ abusua meeting da don't do that if ekodru wo hene
dan pachomba wa free busia meetings diga nyabot
pachomba me kasa ma beba besi bibi so
me pacho yo kasa
sebi o ya start me see me free if you me nyamoja busia but me nim na me kanti me kasa obisi o ye share na another day so abo emra form kita puma na ba o enti me kan nya se me de my because me free obeda na makoka wa asem omo se abusia pani no oni abusia ni pani bia ndwe bibia ho
don't repeat it.
May repeat it 1,000 times. No.
No. What a lot of platform. I have how much room.
Auntie, would your money? Da money kasa.
Because your time crack.
Okay.
I know mo say a year be at least empanimfo and a vote here do ye busua pani ti bibia ba abusua pani one said the makers asante for ye festival nti na yinima ye on hye ono I mean one or two empanimfo bi of your o ka na mi ti say kasa abusua abonten so for kraba abusua pani na na ti ne committee edi abonten so for ni be shemu say ohia ye mo a which means wa my chance e betimi dey akan ye na sembi
but wa ma o chance be challenge no
obian challenge no
o ma o chance ya suggest pa no be fa
committee no yan hwe ne enkofa table we mesia na esi o table we be fata na so dabi table we mfata ye ho kwa se table na sem ye dey ye ka bi obi ntimi nkasa busua pani ya so ogulumba honsa no obi ntimi nkasa committee ne ntimi nkasa dabi ungulumba honsa no ye na busua asem na me kra de ya hye dey yi mi se men kan no se ase lawyer ni ho a se de lawyer kisiama wa yi ni nwe se omre ni junior se omre ntino sa pepepe
ya yi aka ho aho
aye ni ma me
ojinemu ma me ma me akoso abrimpoma yi share obra fi ono oni fosti ena de me kire busua pani se of ntina me yesin trees for ntina me sign bi no
oh me pa chop papa
me too like you ma kakra
Empress
me too like chama na
we are beba no bi e
me too like ma me we are
so no kasa
no say abro mo ye 1 week ni ade no na ma me bimpoma ye so sa ko back to Germany bana meboa and no more say mu sina name
Debbie ntisa
me am kan si
sina name no nko na yenye one
me chro de nti akura san be signature no bi a wura fia me ya chero
na me am to ya meet you na obekere me de wa me no ayi because na ye ko fie ona ye di ka ye meet ansa na 1 week whatever bibia ba so entinye ye 1 week we akọ Germany
ati ziga wona adi ziga no jiga
ono ye kodro ba
ya nya 1 week na nwi eye me say na ko si ame ma me no airport okay ba me no no me fie na like anya ye ba entina ma me no mi hu no me ne tina ma mpon ansa na me ne bra e betina wa kra entina me say me nye busua ne su me ye busua
Jiga Ebenezer Opon so ni
Ebenezer
eye ni ba ansa na our line so person clear it scan cancel
o send the way the ready ama majetu machechiro mu na
also person kasa so won say mama won say it's a produce show into their me bosses ebeka so first anipa na person clear thank you hello Ebenezer
hello
about cheche kumpacho to say Mpacho, yes, so person clear, baby.
Yes, I want to clear viewer. You see, yeah, this program, this particular program, I'm for the
okay.
I'm for the
okay.
Now, Tigano, Pastor Busan said, you know, I do a point. Scanner the you could say from 400,000. I need 200. Because I think we need every month. That's number one. Think I know how. I want maybe a queen meeting with that home. Ye meeting near Piscani Nippy. And the eating is sorry, say. At a young quaw need that room by 1 tea. Or maybe 200,000 Tennessee. As a seed, money. Okay? You wait me. Ye, what we can it is common. Okay? And if you penny circle pay 400,000 at the captain. To cast a honorable medium compare together with the compare 400,000 is true. Okay? But I think I say a fine UT a castle set with the says can I okay? Now the reason why you take out first can to Kwesi ebeye ye no ni say sense kan nem ne ebeye ye no a yakope biare abeka ho ne de ye no now otobroni o hanlo yanko okay otobroni lo yanko and the place lo yanko na it is say sebe ka frat who is Canada prison you never have access to your money in ayonko fa papa no eyitinini that the room ba wukino he has to pay the legal fee for the running. And depends on that, because it's kind of what they am I Busiano. Caucasian year, but you say, oh, to pay for the lawyers. And depends on that. And what request is in Scandinavia, Emano.
Oh, okay.
Okay? That's number one. And what you can wear away. Why your words about my first can be a Jebusia. I'm fine to Busiano. One fine tale, what the boy Abusia with no interest.
Okay.
Two, what I say, Monsieur Penny, the days of Bahini, or friend Wamba, or so create a car. Okay? And yet, Monsieur Penny, I can say, the days of Bahina friend Wamba. Monsieur Penny, that time, or quarter to 4:30. That day, what by the car says at the middle of the road, and a couple of phobia, a monk of Fonere, a quick and Sinte, or catch it at the so about him said, and whatever man, they cannot say, mean to me a day, Emma. Into the Saramara, into that intina went to the Amma. Now,
about you,
Jigga, I did your can be a Wakasabako, but I know interest as someone can in the credit. That's in what several times. So we should go to a penny.
Miss Avon.
She should stop that.
Oh, Miss Avon, me that's
na kan ko fa no aka wu n'anim wase bobo dwom sa
Mesa pa me dasi Mesa pa me dasi thank you Jiga Pachokasa
me ofa mo pa mama ono so mfre say waka che me more than 6 times say me kan no ye share kumasi Joffrey na say across aka che me say Jiga o kan no create too much because me nima sema ye ka oni pa chi abrekro na nimo wonti bibia me ka che no onanim me metwa ntro agi say secret e o me no bi ntem apart from that they me nim de nti o say me betwa ntro ba bia because Ebenezer na o kasa no omo try so omo be kan bibia to me so sa o kasa o baby o say me say Collins enkotu odobroni emfilumba fio na me so me kotutu di anum Emma Collins na me konye o kan o mo bia TV sabi o se mpese me kan se mo yanka wo na so cousin lumba wo ne right person na me dey me catch because honorable onye lumba bodyguard onye lumba anka onye busu apeni onye lumba nya ede na makoka se ya ede akire no ana me honorable me ne nkoda me ne nam 24/7 be 2 weeks ya me tu kwa ba ya na me nam me baby ya ma de no so enam ne baby asembia ni ho a ogina o kan anasa asembia ni ho a me kan obeka se me kasa bo no kra na me kan no enti me boa o me kan che me se me boa mo ya mo pese mo ye kururu mo ye se ba mo hu se me bibie no amo be kan enye we ya me ti ase ma mo Jedi kai abusua panic ye committee no de no office bi Asante ene ye secretary timi ohana o ka kire me se Jiga o de o ka no kre Asante me be yi na di me ka bibia on timase enti ya ede me kan foa me so honorable abusua panic honorable so frɛ me ede e kan saa kire me ana me so onna ya abusua panic tumi ni na no no nsɛm na ede ene hye me ntimi nche ye de o ka se ye meboa na keke enti so se ono ayi no ofase Asante no de ne ye secretary na Asante nye papa na obeyi na die free secretary no na mama ni free committee no obema na ne na musa bi de me ntimi nka se de ono be kan final na busu yansem ampa we Asante na di omumisa Ebenezer say ye start here de no wana na secretary na ye say wana na secretary oye na odi na busu secretary free kuma yes mama China pese ofre na no kasa wa try sa ti de Ebenezer kan no so pese o kan
okay producer pacho mama China pese ofre
oyi Asante na di usu onye papa na Asante no e wo na se offer ada Asante ada usu Asante ne penkrofo anim favor se obi be fa na adwumam ne wa hwan enti ye last meeting no me ni nipa me ko bisa se me de mabusua mu de obi ntimi mu na Nigeria na se obi one ne tin koye postmortem abrekra abusua pani wo anwiafo no me ma me akoso abrempoma ne ho ahia ya ne se opese okoye postmortem hwe ade a na uncle kasa doctor kasa sabi o minim se sabi ono na busuam e na obi wu a be ma wu a Nigeria na se oba one ne titimi ede ekoye postmortem me de mabusuam yenye ne sa ajisa busuani ye de
dalumba na yire na koye postmortem
odobroni
anya no kore
onu anu muto ye meeting
odobroni na koye postmortem
oba mama no si na obisa no say no kore na anya no
me musa wan
oba na wan di na ka odobroni asem
anya no na koye postmortem
oba mama no si oba mama no si
metina ke kan mo ko jina me
oba mama no si ani de bi keke o mama no si
oh Debbie don't give me instruction
Debbie instruction I question na me bisa say me kase wi a na obi bia because I show na ye nti say bisa me nye
papa pe man na me say authoritative obe
mama no si because o kasa so obi an kasa
mate
ana show ni so na obi kasa obi nkasa
Jiga there Jiga
meeting na se me na me ko bisa say because na ye na abusu pani na discuss say abusua pani ba ya woji pipa kra mochire obi ofi obi ase won fama no ntimi ni nipa me ka se da bi abusua pani de ni tumi ekita no obi ntimi nyi mfiri ni nsem se pipa na o se be sha abusua pani nsem ana opeso okohwe ne de hye no kra de o si dawa watimi ayede watimi akohwe enti ye kasa won tie ho na me ka se saa se mo nkyere de a de okogina o ma ye no yɛbɛma police ɛde ɛna lumba panin ɛba panin no ɛsɔre obi a o meeting na se bi ɛna ɔsɛ afi de ɔbɛka no korɛ na yɛma Priscilla ɛna ma ɔne n'akyiri ba ne Denise ekɔgyina ɔnam se mukɔgyina ɔno panin bɛyi ɛna na gyina ɔ ɛna ɔse ɛyɛ odobroni nwia ɛna na gyina ɔnto ɔne panin a ɔmukɔgyina ne nkyɛn ɛde ɛna Priscilla odobroni na asɔre yɛ ɛde ɛka no korɛ sɛ ɔyɛ ne nwia ɛna na ne nkora ne gyina ɔnti ade nti na meboa edebe nti na meboa nti ho no yebufu nti ho me ene ewie meeting na me ka che lumba ba ne se Calvin yanko na me de abusua pani mu tena me ka mu ne ko transition ho ne ekosi sadi no me kra abusua pani yeru no so ojiga nko na so we de ma me mfa abusua no respect nya de e mamo abusua pani ni we ye ko ho no abusua pani a o se nka wodi udin ena koto body me nim se na ye ka se no akosi sadi ni dia wako adidin bituwe odi asante na sebi wo se onye papa secretary mpo wayi na dia onu di na ode koto lumba body su because abusua bia kasa wo tiende une papa ne nkasa more than 20 years
oyana wouldn't start with the kasa
like I said pacho
wouldn't start the kasa why it is oka no wahuhu oh as we presume abusua pani allegation upon allegation should pretend like oh man respond to me so they want to come
of course because abusua pani de ye na nim say abusua pani to me there apart from say abusua pani be si wo hina wi a abusua pani no be sa kwasho hina say the old papa ware mo house girl we dey ya o ma me no o papa ware mo house girl we dey ya o be o ma me
and say the papa you be or the baby bia
thank you and this na house girl no say wo da na so be ware na obe o ma me whether ope be friend mama nti say na busua pani post na dey etie tumi kita omo ana me ye ya na me ka say ana e ko sisan de no wo ye na ye ba na mo nsa ko kan ba bi say me omo se me kra na me gina obi na ye postmortem no
ande wank
oh me enya hase na ebipie ndi me pesa me kire say enya obia na ne busua pani ne pese oye say ye na ye di na kire na ye support no bibia na ofa na nam bibia bedru baby aya busua na pani ni wo busua na ye ade na o pese wo yi enwafo ni si nkyai because bibia o ya say fa na say ye ba sebi nipa ba ko ntimi nya yi e nipa bebre na beboa na adofo abegina busua na chi no mai ba wo ye bibia eye sifia ye wo mo ben yi no ene o cousins o mu gina mo chi na busua pani no wona tumi wona nsem no no de ni tumi na bebo sorry pacho ono no de ni tumi ni na bebo enwiafo ne no mo nnuanom no mo ho bai na busua pani ni mfiri na busua ni na chi emegina ni mu na busua no on gina o mu na chi
anya busua don't change the tradition or he don't change the tradition
change no
the okay can oni pesua de abusua pani me di animu obi ni animu no odi na chi nya no kore
pani suma se empress
aka ko chabe na wo preach no
fa konya we si ya no no ti
ana abusua pani no oya soft onya soft awu se ko yi ufrim yeah se ko yi ufri committee no that to me no o he na be hagina no wa yi
100% so no na we say committee aye boa no
ne wo fa asefo no o sisi na ne no akane o he na be hagina o mmere ko be kasa tananchan mi bi
no ko hu se me boa no pa mpo ono ko hu se me boa no pa enti da dia obo ma ba fi share meeting bi ase
o hini bi atie o hini bi tie akwan culture ben e obi ayi a emma ne wore badi ani me na busa pani de akire ye ka yi a ayie hu nhyehyeye no eba mam enua mam bibia mam uwo bibia usiki permission from shapani ho eti assemble yie no ho a assemble yie no ho busia pani ne be ho do
assemble na waka no ya de 10,000 na ye ntu pe wa yie ni ya na wa sell of abusia pani betimi aka say ye fia ha ya de 10,000 na ye but o pese wa yie ni ya more nice and apart from 10,000 no o be ade 100,000 200,000 kwa nya na sem eye wa woka ewo ho enti de woka na woka se eye ne de ye na meka se asantefo no eye ye festival enti eye no obi anim ye wo to nga na o start 15 years kwa bibia obe uye bi ewo fie
festival
oh yeah asantefo de ye ko fo ko insta eye fo ko enti abusu apani obi anya na adwen sebi ordinary be from there bi but eno nkyerɛ sɛ wo yɛ abusu apani nti no wo yɛ bibi ɛwɔ abusu anum na bia ɛbɛbɔ abusu na ɔmbɛka sɛ menye anaasɛ bɛha ɔmbɛka sɛ yɛ dabi
mama abusu apani wa bere too much
yɛ ka sɛ abusu apani na abusu apani ade na ɔmo start yɛ sɛ na ɔmrɛ na bibi ɛkɔ sɛ de sɛ ɛkɔ enti ɔno na pɛsɛ ɔbrɛ na sɛbi ɔyɛ dɛ ɔbrɛ baabi a ɔsɛ
ɔsoma obi abusu apani asɛm akafa no ɔno no pɛsɛ ɔbrɛ asisa kɔla bi asɛm na
no we nya ti
ɔno no pɛsɛ ɔbrɛ
wo se ya mane ana me se ebi ɔno na pɛsɛ ɔbrɛ na ɔbrɛ metuwe na menim sɛ ɛsɛ mema Empress ɛyɛ ade ma me nua ne Empress ana sɛ me sister no na de we ɔsɛ maaye ti ɔsɛ me ma Empress ye na me se me amekɔ akɔya me ana me pɛsɛ me brɛ na me brɛ kɔ Empress
okay
enti me kasa anya ne bɔ ne mu na me ka ne sɛ no baby ɔsɛ ɔsoma nipa tu no mo yes no there uche ma nipa tu so ana sɛ dabi me body so ntimi ameso a wa na ɔpɛ ɔbrɛ na ɔbrɛ we nya kasa tia we nya hwe bɛtɛ no kra na yɛka anuafo na me gina ɔma ɔmo no hu sɛ ɔmo ɔfa ne pɛsɛ ɔmo yi no esi nkyɛi edi na ama saa me ntimi ho ase we sɛbi ɔsɛ asɛm na kɔkɔ to no lɔyɛ nie ɔsɛ ɛyɛ maame akɔso asɛ wa na yɛ dɛ ɛde ba wan kasa akɔso abrempoma na yɛ dɛ ɛde ba
na wahene what about say on several platforms abusa penny akase ne wo fa asefo de nka ɔmo ho nya homete wɔmo wɔ listening here ne what can but the moment here woni wunua ne beba mu pɛ ma confuse wo
na me gyina
president wo fa asefo sɛ ɔmo te asɛm ase ɔkasa kyerɛ mu tie
wo ka sɛ ɔno abɛgyina platform yi so ka sɛ Jiga kraba yankaya because on a timid and mamma kasa. Yes, baby bebrebe no akogina mpo aboma baso.
Also by
yes, also me na me mamma because sema
I say the
same can sem. Nessa nya mitimi kasa ma debi de ono ofe kan de debi nya ne kwai so no. Na ni me mamma na ni mo mitimi ka cho bi so bi a mitimi ka
beda afutu ametu ni se abusua ya abusua
debi abusua de
debi a oprezi ne wo fa asefo ne se o makoma wo fo o mo tia sem ba ko ni nua ne ba mu pe no ma se o ma gene
papa ya
o yi na abusua fo gina je
na adwumani o
ma susu mfa mo hu
ma o nua ma mo ho ba wo hu se wo ena akonwa ya otimu se o de o de o tena bi kura nka pe o de ma no de ni nua ba ya e bi kura nko
sa example na ya wura nko ya company company de o fa na betimi na ya dwuma anya abusua asem
wo se e abusua na me se ade na abusua pani o te committee no nko fe na abusua fo nko emfi kumase ama o de abusua secretary o change secretary no se ya abusua na secretary ni o de na abusua secretary free kumase ba o ne na da hotel Adana na busuafo those one from Amity committee.
Those who qualify. Those who have the capacity.
Thank you.
But it was Mama Bimpoma who said by representing so we'll come back to Germany.
Come back to Germany.
Oh, so ne dia or shutting off fast for this so mu tupa no say we see manem mo obesi
Lumba ana wo tai odobroni ne babia tumi sabi woni nyansa
why na
wa odolumba
na wo tai odobroni
na so tai odobroni ne ma bia sabi
but we interview bia Zion Ferris and aya wo no obeka ya wo se lumba pamo odobroni firifie ho obaya
me producer pacho
na lumba wuya na person in place aí
oh na say
what do you mean
and
what's what come on ya papa choma no ba ya wan to pepe no lumba wuya ana refuse all cast
na say oba adwuma mu a 1 week pe na adwuma egu a enya de minim na meka e je say na o ma adwuma na de minim na meka me de minim
Jiga
pacho
feye man
okay pacho
we medas
niye ba so ko o ye ko ni ntu ya mecho so
o be sa chance the person ka o de wa no si ma me
nti me person tiefu na eti se me ma me akoso abrempoma sebi onye se otai ne ofa enti na me ntime ho ase de aba no de sese efata ye e no pese one no ofa no e ka bom na omo ye se de like said the uncle kase lumba the brofo na tunyomanka the whole world ko bi antime ne no monyum to nye ni paketwa
okay
na sabi o nyankopon on ka say yensie lumba 13 for na 14 for or to heaven gating nti bibia o say ese a fata bia no o say omoye because obia nim wiase se lumba na busuana do so ba kokwaye mu a edua bia de e woni sibe obia nim se one ni nua akoso abempoma o mote center for na wiase na ne nkomodifo no nti abusua panimpo ka se milumba minim na ho hweo na ni nwa na one ne kapanti de o se mi ye bia o se mi tie free akoso ya no
okay
nti ekoba na sai inipa na lumba na nwom kra na real se lumba wan koklo ye bia ho wiase kra lumba na nwom na real
enye no kra
oh and some of the boys in na make us say nwom de obi anim say
they different
oh me the
cancel explain what a will is
ono ko se ni wati me and rain fi akoso asewa na akoso abempoma ba say akoso abempoma na yi na fi enti lumba o say yen nyama lumba asema o ka say o say anye your best man twentwen ni say ade o say ompe no na ye nti saman twentwen de mu yi ni nwa ni free ma o best man twentwen say de o kana
me da
se ma no asi
me da se vi
Empress
the ya kenyina establish
na ma chone me
man time
ma chone me bia na mpese meka ba mitie ohene ba mi hu se nka o se bibia settle esi opening dwa na nsuo as but owie ya ne de jiga so di be boom na afi ase asan ko echi bi mu kwakoche process no asibiem se akwa echi ko sha ase dia
no de o chi
na mi tro dada no mi sume hwie ego
senko penye wi trenu
osan ofofo person de so
ba ko odo ba ko
diga manu
enti
diga wo be hu sare ye boss ma wa no de
am komi ni mi pa
de wo be kasa ho brasil so mafia ko ha
me mafia pa kupa
pese mi hu se adansi a ye de kokota de bi e share envelope na show bi amoto mi enti na yentimi address it to the court directly because some you say school kwa na okwa na ejime bi na okwa na wo say ye authenticate say o certificate na bibi ade kire ne ye valid to de bia embassies ne kwa to de bia ye fan hye unipa na nsa o ye address it to court no straight na omate envelope na no ekwa ebe envelopes papers de bia na hye obi amotom na court no mi hu say address bia ye dia court no street a lawyer for wa high say ano yintimi fa fresh evidence bia nkonto means say de bia fun ensem na na yesan de court no bia ma ana now na ye ka me ka say lawyer kusi junior lawyer right say ano mi hu ni say path na wa fa no is an excuse path because ye ka say time ni ho wa ka say time ni ho say o pese o de ebre ye excuse afi ye free ho a procedure o say complex eno so am ye we excuse e wo honom afi so se mo attempting niema bebre just to get some documents court so de nya attempted ni ye ka ye de wa submit ato na edi juma wasa ka say expect witness ehu hia se ka court na kra free ni pembe timi afabi mususun ka mutimi de obi a oti German emra ene awaresem no aba wo career na asan di si so say no nche say ye kofa ba ya nka court no ene ne be side but utie commentary so e wa bontia asem point fingers e wo judge ne so say esan say onti German for aware asinti na waka asem na kosi ni say enti mu nipa baako mu excuses ni time a mu say time ni so procedure mo say complex moko embassy ni so a mo say omo muti onko mu ni mo madwuma for expect witness bra o see witness no so kro ba no nche say de obeka no court no e de ben adwuma nsese no yen nyamoden ene appeal because me won say kwan tempo na onam so no it's full of excuses.
Pachokasa. Okay. Inti, on the issue of appeal, no, say won't mean for evidence for Frank Kankakona. I want to be correct. In law, you have a general rule, there were exception. So the general rule is fresh evidence cannot be adduced upon appeal. Inti, they can't, you don't go trial court no. Inti, they can say appeal is by way of re-hearing. Inti, court very obesha process ni na say obesha ni na we review ni na. Now I should say trial court came to rightful conclusion and abibisa on the matter. Say if I'm caught to the rightful conclusion and then they can change them. But the exception being that a party can take an application to court on appeal. Say, oh, say anything, mpese me di bibi fufo, me di babe. Court and Mary, ebe assess yashe. In fact, there is this particular case, Oji Dom versus Ghana Telecom, Oji Dom of Oye, Appreciata versus Ghana Telecom case. It could do Supreme Court. Supreme Court, Emma Omode, fresh evidence said by. And I mean, criteria for fresh evidence. Mama General Rule. Criteria ni na say. Criteria ni na say. Also, woman court na aware say. Sa evidence no. A trial no. Ni crowd. Ebi na wo third party bin say. Apart from saying crown na enough. Also, woman court no say, wo ye nya wo be ye bia. You have to lead evidence to show. But one sanka. You put in diligent effort. One sanka. So what me crosses our head now? We are across the first head. I can next one. Next one is also convince the court and say, sa evidence and cry ma what they bar. A big case in a day. A bit me as a son trial decision na ends a son. Se bit me as a son after what cross the first head no. They will admit it. But say ain't means a son you can cross the first hurdle. So we try ye. Then show we see. Now what third day you can say party in same we try ye on sanka. So ain't mean change the decision now. E won't hear so media too because omoji too mu crown na em fa hwe ba e zero. Inti any hurdle also will cross it. No okay excuses. They be in fact part of excuses. Okay, what they can grab? Okay.
Well, sir, general rule no kind, no exception, no. Say that you say evidence na o person will introduce, no. Say we everything in your power to obtain it, and na anyone sem na say important say a best decision and a court no consider. And three things so we everything in your power. A document no it was not with you. And sa document no naturally a best court in engineer be. Wow. The everything in your power is very important because say judge no make arguments say unbelievable say we everything in your power then you have the task ahead of you to prove to the court of appeal say we everything in your power to obtain it.
But this is the case embassy Korea obeji sa information what condemn you more say. So how do you? Yeah, also money mama juma.
No, I know you are mistaken. Me say, most of the embassy
maybe a statement come first. Yeah. Oh no, what can I say? No from no so moon.
Aha, me say you. Oh,
me say me can say kind of one.
Also, I want to make her say you call for more. Into me can say no cry the year. Because I no can ye. But I mean to me. I wish you can play back. I wish you can play back. Oh, say in the
Also, make her say, what was
yeah, was your kind.
Yes, Till. Make her say, young crow for more our more that was the information. But in some me cast some more personal knowledge, the me cast a miankasa crime free or more. You get it? But say if some we make her say, young crow for more free or more catcher. That was the information.
No, but I think you said something along the lines that
no me pass a general comment and say it's like process a bit different to totally new to them. They don't really even know about it. So that was a general comment after me can win the me
Tuesday people repeat.
But I was say okay judgment now. Na judge na patch say wow. All the efforts na moye no mame say wa ye no one fama ama me tu nenim say or ye any sort of effort so and no very important because say if say judge no ye aware mpo say o ye ABCD effort and no ebua
so beba you see, also they are counselor. I wish to say counsel you have access. Oh, we senior lawyer with the no baby winning. I wish say you have access to the proceedings. And I can say the whole trial now was time bound. In fact, the 1 week near the year trial. And see, in fact, ye catch your court no. Ye ma court no, ye draw court na attention. During the argument, you draw court in attention. And I make us say, submission, cry, sounds so quite true. You draw court in attention. And that time, you closely filing of witness statements, ni way nominates and your mano. So, if you draw court in attention and say, court really wanted us to say, yeah, we are court may leave, or better chance, okay. Say, if it is so, memo will leave, more than one file it, if you are supplementary witness statement, and breach, say, no make key effort. Yeah, because that time you close the time over filing a witness statement in the you close it, and you know when it comes to court a procedure, a time you cannot file something out of right. I bet you close it, you go by leave, you get it. Into internet missing me or so is William Kusi or draw court in attention. So if the court wanted us to obey catch and say okay, then senior now can William Kusi now can Mama will leave. The court do that every day. Mama will leave. Bring evidence. A chair say that is what you did.
Cause sorry, and yes, me how I drink. Wow, but so okay, judge in the ruling as well. Also argue say all the injunction time no, and fair lawyers no objected to sad documents in and at the injunction stage or exclude sad documents say. Say those documents need to be authenticated. So an injunction no at least about a month or so. Maybe. Say Andrew one month. It was just some few days. Oh, they fetch me, but there was some reasonable time. So, the argument is within those times now, I wasn't Caribbean effort to get the document authenticated. No. That all those efforts should have come to your attention. In fact, you're a lawyer for any. Say in some instances, even an actual application could lie. Say you perceive a ABCD na ho chire enti you see etimi yewe so on. Me pese you be can akọ chire bebre but who say the exceptions na a court of appeal admitting new evidence no. It still stands to say I would say it me prove and my Mr. what me prove clearly say evidence no or every diligent effort to acquire it and an insanka and that diligent effort does not necessarily just mean say or throw ABCD but within the reasonable time I wasn't that document should have come to the court no. She should have done everything possible actually and legally. That's my position. I may be wrong. And I leave it like
no. See, what we say, argument we make in adducing fresh evidence on appeal is the same thing our can at the assumption. So, enemy church, so those are headers or say, of course, and but now, you say, can and say, because of time, that's why we drew the court's attention, and mostly something like that, the court even can order you counsel come formally. So what it means is he has given you leave.
Right.
Because a time bound, time down, and you have to file witness statement. You have to file. No. So we inform the court now. The court can tell you, they can give you that, can give that order. Say, okay, counsel, come formally. Not just say no, where evidence now also make your application. You file. It happens all the time. So sometimes when you are making statement in court, the judge will tell you, okay, come formally and prove to me. Intervention now with the application, so I'm going to leave. Now with the application, with the account away. And this is the time you use one week plan a day away. CMC within a week or say 2 weeks or something like that. You close it, you are filing witness statement, you are away. It's a year excuse pa. Now you can say a different strategies you do go away. And you excuse part at all. In fact, the last year you rely also any year section 1613 and then you rely also. In fact, say what share judge the judgment now. Portion of class say or direct say into and no particularly cramping and also in your patients or when your patients or they share you can say court and share section 1613 at the main because say if so I direct here then what it means is at least you are in the know yes so cry for more at least that is where you get the patients for us then we clear that head. That is all what we are saying. Then 10 year excuses and the visa and the kind of and the credibility of evidence now we in the kind you can't say that in the class say or don't bring in the way they are very credible no you see some what we say to send an American so do when you can't sign a picture something you be signing the witness you be signing say a day at a day and another the lumber no do no mo say let me read the proceedings natural some can let me read natural the crazy question in Senior William Kusiye. Or say that room was a kaftan, no do bruni or can atadi or say. But this is the situation now, this is the picture they brought to court. Or the Bunyangasa referred to. That room referred to. So we no more that was the picture they took. As evidence, documentary evidence. And no, Senior William Kusiye massacre to wait under cross examination. Or yeah, massacre to wait everything and they were the whole courtroom was even now there's one more change.
Final words in count.
So the evidence was still accepted by the court.
Oh, saying they will but what discrediting. Once you do the process, the one way purpose of course a cross examination say you want to discredit how do you call it the story or the case of your opponent into a part of the means. Into yes so cry evidence be our lawyers no better. Ability are discrediting.
But that evidence we judge no when you not so. It was very important because one fan supported anything. So come was to say
internal maker say so we do court on the judgment no. No person changing and say you can say we should pay
no money check or say
penny. Me na make a credible witness as some kind of American. No man person me say, "Oh, say credible witness no can say that do me shake after na way." But odo bu na ngasa point say a picture we say a picture we no mu take here. So into me as man na person can say how credible how to say on
but one say one sa picture we wan find here ejuma but no clear so many say court can say obi a credible. And say asema okan ye bia because ebi wa utimi kotena court na dia o kan kra won shedan kai papa ebi mutimi gi permission say on refer from the notes no mra back and mekasa ebi wa obetimi aka say oh atade no menya sure papa ba na blue ana e bibisa and say onya credible o just say because I don't see now you may not get one or two things right, but it doesn't mean say in all no you're credible. And honestly, so we should enter there show me. That's our say or no fees na lumba there kaftan near there. And you're so far away. And you say me me hold the brief amobia but the important o the fatu emfa ni nyina important
meba you see maminka will be I say deductive knowledge a deductive reasoning meba I that akwa bibi to say oka say you room we are I don't know who or say a bema. Who a bema. So, no kunya about won't me come reason and come excuses said they be. What's in the penny credible?
Maybe I know a trans.
What's in the penny credible? Yes, me say a canina and say, Nippon also a credible and Sana some will crazy. So, and what cross examination maybe crown, he was trying to be dodgy based on non responses or armor. Now, yet and say, Senior, now me canina and say, you've not read the entire proceedings. So, what kind of entire proceedings now? Maybe, yes, Minka say, Minka say conclusively, you come to a different opinion. But now, me can say, so what kind of entire proceedings? If you've had the opportunity to read the entire proceedings and whatever happened in quarter. Maybe now all kind of saying it might be a bit different.
The judgment
if you
highlights
many on the premises say eba nyoma esisi yan keten na ni nyina judge ne kabom na ka say we hold the facts na maybe ebia you share all the evidence am producing ebia a court of appeal can say ade we okikambom a hold this fact we na entisa. So that's it. Inti asamo kana no kre. Nemom sa picture way in particular no. Judge no wanfa nye adwuma. So that's it. Or believe say the witness was credible based on the fact say Otimika say no around when the woman was getting married to Lumba. Odobroni ne witness no awohobi. So and osama further of what had transpired at the awareness. And judge, you see the evidence, no, it's so straightforward, papa. I
don't know. Responses not those. So for somebody to come in,
with regards to this particular picture, make us say, if evidence falls in the presence of a judge and a BBC, it depends on the judge how we share evidence and a BBC. How a cross examination will be attended to. Make us say how this particular judge will be treated as it might be different from
another person.
Totally different. Even in Court of Appeal or Supreme Court or even dissent, this particular judge, this particular court, main kind of judge, make kind of this particular because now it is a decision of the court. So the court took the position and say, with this particular picture, cross examination or so we say we might Photoshop anyway.
Really?
Oh yes, it was obvious. They couldn't explain it. And let me you cross examination actually, and you can watch the picture yourself. It was very clear. At the crack, court answer down for wait I'm found to be brain say or say it was your penny nangas and then some more canina yes. I say been a catcher and been a catcher no. Then the court also comes quickly to draw the conclusion say. Based on a other pictures ni videos ni how you can say ni witness no kikan in some na bibisa no ono kwa on for wait and found to because of ebusha penny nin some more kikani na I say yes no interna one should am one for wait and find and found to we no so that was it.
So position na court ni hold here no eboa e man ni mienu ni nyina.
Okay.
So say I can say here say emremu no yem pese obeba be ka say adansi amidi metifri obi ano ye pese wan kasa na wo ho uhu ye e wo no wadansi die ni ye pese ye die ejuma wow enti ni afro witness na wo ho wow 19 no say u be ka obi asema court ne mpe on time pese odi be ye ejuma na enti ebusu apenyin sama okoka ne court no emfa bebre mejitum judge ni hodi a chese ofa ne say and sama esi ye ni nyina no most of the thing ebusu apenyin na oni ho ebusu apenyin na dey letter call ye say ma me sewa Mami sewa the letter aba ebusua se we jai Daddy Lumba. Enti no ne sa no court hold say aware no egu on account of the fact say Mami sewa the letter ba so be go aware. And na court ne say ebusua penyu wo ba be di adanse ye say letter aba na Mami sewa no odi ensa ba ye no wo see enya wo na oje ensa no na woni ho
no yebusia
na yebusia penyi ena nipa one even one person po da owo sa function na say because I can jai asante amamre awari jai no event nipa bet na say ebusia no try so me reconcile omo na omo ye na anye yi a ebi okọ etimi ma omo kọ ekoda dwen ho agise oba no empre no the twins and ba and say busua na age enti wanti mi amfa nipa ba kumpo ama me di adanse ye say ma me say wa ampa odinsa ba ye me age enti ne sa no me nyintum say ma me say wa one worry even though that letter is there because me friend say letters no just an intention but there is no actual proof. There was no actual proof to show that we jaya warrior. And we should judge now. No, you're very consistent. Oh no, so one man clear evidence. I obey me a manager. I just said this is what it is. Obogu, onfanye juma. And oye bima, mami akosuya. Eye bima, mami sewa. Odobroni. Sorry, me. Madam Priscilla. No, in fact, that's right, maybe. You can look myself now. Me share, first time I share a comment now, Ubi actually say, only the any Lumba assembly here now. And your dream was say, why not catch no, I say, I can offer to mention.
I am okay, if I can come in, I am position looking at evidence I had to control court name, looking at cross examination, other ways of legal means of proving case now there. We believe that court no if so weigh evidence in here, those pieces of evidence no way in here, you should have come to a different conclusion. Especially especially the facts whereby this particular picture okay there answer down for waiting to do because they also answer down for waiting to because it was a penny yes but we were of a different opinion because this is the situation now. Although Brinanga said we making reference to that picture that was the picture she took. As I say, yes, that was the picture she that's no okay man come one of okay that was the pictures documentary evidence of no formally marriage. There a urban incrat evidence or share there or formally what warren no or pointing to it into and one we totally disagreed with the court.
But they're
on one for wait and to be because they was painting the yes or the year. But we want no or do when you make reference to that letter there that is the evidence or check the formally warren. So why do you say why does the court say don't for wait in front of you? That was our problem. Okay. You get it? That was our problem because Nippon make reference to it there or any picture you say. So why do you say there? Say even if they was painting something cry a year say now this is the person saying there. Or you make picture mucha yeah worry or che. Oh yeah then so why would you not put weight on it? That's our problem. Yeah. It's I want to disagree with the court totally. That was our problem.
You can't jigana, you can't. Just one simple question. I wanted to go into details with this one because there's this school of thought to say there is no original marriage certificate existing. I don't know. What do you say to that? Because when we say, according to a letter na lawyer Ubosono, dated back in I think 4th of February 2018. Na Mama Kosia Debre Lumba or seeking for letter and Pachomoba can say request for divorce and intention for divorce no. Only say what kind sa letter na or can woman say the letter dated on the 4th of February 2018. No, or try say, there's a 10-day ultimatum, and that so once settled on properties now, she will go ahead in Germany to file for divorce. Now, school of thought in amount for Kase, a be any authentic marriage certificate a tre say wa warring any hono in the sense say in Lumba's response to that letter that was dated on the 27th of February 2018. No, or can say Mama Kosia has deserted him for 15 years and did not come down to Ghana to support him on the issues of his health. Or sounds so call it the bluff of a year Mama Kosia, as in she can go ahead and get whatever divorce or person koje. In fact, Baba Jamal letter on the 1st of October 2025, these were captured there. Now, Ukokai a year German Civil Code at 1566 BGB now. In the German Civil Code, a trial will say, Obibe to me a file for divorce and now a call for divorce account and granting without the spouse a presence if Obe to me approve say they've been separated for 3 years. So for the past 3 years, question. For the past 3 years, tiso kunumi oyeri. Court to me a granted divorce on the grounds of that civil code 1566 BGB a trial honum clearly say you have it.
In fact, in our submission we say if a drawer we wrote extensively on the German civil code.
Okay, so it states that the court can grant you divorce. So there's a school of thought out there that people are saying probably maybe when Lumba called the bluff of Mama Kosia, she went ahead to get the divorce. Hence why there is no authentic marriage certificate but because that school of thought that people are saying say the bone of contention here was to prove that I'm legally married to the deceased. Obibaka said that should have been one of the primary thing was your focus was because say you to me this certificate am I to me money go through that authentication process now ebi anko ni only case because yen na yen say under the ordinance marriage no dear who to me san ko yes enko ware fofo. So what do you say to that school of thought?
Okay, so let me tell you sir, the German eina equity let me go there because we wrote on it and I remember we wrote on it. There is this section. I want to let me see if I can find it. Merba. Okay. I'm coming. And see, when you look at section 1564 of one German civil code now, the Bugalizes Gazette Boss, something like that. That's how they call it. Section 1564 a marriage may be dissolved by divorce only by judicial decision. So that portion you spoke about or she start the first and second about. So what it means is say even one party one party will problem, it can only be dissolved by the court through a petition. Why the Ghana system? So if you don't go, the court cannot divorce or cannot separate you, cannot grant you the divorce.
What I'm saying is that, what if, say, as stated in the letter requesting for the divorce, or try say, if these properties are not settled to me, I will go ahead and assert my my right on the grounds of desertion. Patriotic. That's what the letter says. Into a try say by 10 days in each na ejapadi and I say nyama me request me nsan kwa me tiso akọ German court no akọ siki for divorce. So the question here is that what if, and this is a school of thought out there, what if she went on to proceed for that divorce
the clear answer is, you see, the other letter I came about there, that was that Dulumbane response that one we don't have that letter. I cannot speak to it.
Okay.
That one We don't have it. That time we had not been engaged, so I cannot speak to it.
Okay.
But as to what if she took the step, definitely Nanka, German embassy would not have given that confirmation letter. As at the time that the woman died, she was still the surviving spouse. They wouldn't have given that letter. So no step like that was taken. That is the answer to it.
Okay. No. So my last question, Beba, I think paragraph 94, where we spoke about where you informed the court to say you had an authentic marriage certificate, because according to Uridi paragraph 94, now HR will say you cited to the court to say more original certificates now, be proven. Why did we tell the court that original certificates no? When in fact we knew that Mr. Wonkama maybe when in fact we knew say certificates now original one penny and sankai. Secondly, no, process now was a certificate to go through to be should I say authorized by the rights authorities, and now the process was go through and sana to me admit in the jurisdiction of Ghana as in our court. You know, when we knew we had not done that, why did we tell the court to say certificate?
You see, we had the original, we brought it to court. Problem of courts had with us in a day, because you see, with Germany they have a family book B. One certificate is in the form of family book. So out of the family book, they extract the marriage certificate from it. So the court had a problem there. Why the family book? We are presenting the family book, and we are saying the marriage certificate, is extracted from the family book as the marriage certificate. But that is it. You see, in South America, for instance, even Ghana, we have an extract. When you look at Section 73 of our Marriages Act, there is an extract. It talks about extract. It talks about marriage certificates. You get it? It's the same similarly. The book, the court, we show the court that this is the book. The marriage certificate is gotten from there. Then, the confirmation letter from Germany now, it was also endorsed or signed by another person. The court did not. And you made a cogent argument in one of way, if say in 2004, this person was there, issued the marriage certificate and authenticated it, signed it. In 2025, if we are going for a copy of that marriage certificate, they won't confirm from the embassy, and they retrieve it and they sign it, another person signs it, doesn't make it say maybe the most important thing was that when you look at even the code, as in the registration number, it is the same thing. That should tell you that the person authenticating it at that time was different from that time marriage certificate. So that's the difference. And it was even basic logic, but the court decided
the judge was of the view that this basic logic was not argued before her.
Was not explained.
Was not explained.
Yeah.
Because if we presented two documents to the court which seem to have the same content but have different signatures and different timelines,
it's supposed to be explained.
I was trying to say, this particular one appear wahano earlier in time. Na yeji no yentinya mfa nye ejuma na we na yaje no at the current time, so that clear to know about. The other thing Madam Ebusai, which is also pertinent, and say Judge Nika say there was a portion where the clerk signed say what the document
that one was the interrogatories,
say all the documentation, all the authentication, so more presented before the court.
Let me show you something.
It turns out that you didn't have.
No, let me show you something.
It's my advice to grab my first. It's my advice to grab say to all lawyers say enjoy the practice. I am a law clerks affiliate documents for parties. When the parties themselves should give their statement.
91 baby. No, let me come 91 baby. No, let me come and explain that.
Richard,
It's yenja practice no. Na yen my parties are omo di omasem. Omo ankasa enfili omo interrogatories. And kase yebusa question we why no kase waji atuma na no kase law clerk no kra no. Onisa to me and I named Diana. I was a obey you so they assign those documents.
The argument was the argument of the court was there is a lawful attorney in the Aberdeen clerk or deposit to way. Now when you set out any affidavit, as in the response to the interrogatories, we indicated that he has the consent and concurrence of what can them pull. Now let me point to you the interrogatories now. What the response was the bear. You see, the judge talks about Eshe judgments now. It talks about some two authentications there. It should be authenticated or certified by a German government, then you go to and you go to the Ghanaian embassy over there. But you see, let me read the interrogatories to you. Then you will see there whether Mr. Parani. Yes, so wait. Let me read the interrogatories of what they hear in bed. So the first question we try on phone though. So the first question they asked was whether the marriage between plaintiff or respondent and the late Charles Kojofosu, aka Dadulumba, was registered in Germany. Okay. May I respond yes.
Why not respond here, Richard?
As in Richard Parry with the consent and concurrence of the plaintiff. Okay. Not responding yes. Because he has sworn to he was on the oath. Yes. Not responding yes. No, you see that the court in the problem there, he has lied on the oath. But I want us to go into it so that we see whether he lied on the oath or not. Then the next question comes. If yes, provide an authentic version of the marriage certificate and same certified by the consular Ghana mission. Now this is last more we should provide authentic version of the marriage certificate. Then it is different from there after the authentic version. Then one which has also been certified by the consular. Now this is, look at the translation. This is what this what kind of document was to the effect that a dino or ye obio nipa no authenticating this marriage certificate and you do know the authenticating person. So we were trying to say maybe we didn't capture it clearly there. As in this, you should find an authenticated AE of the what kind of marriage certificate. We were trying to say that this is the authenticated version. This is the authenticated and certified version, as in by the German government. But that's the distinction. If you are that's the qualification. You are qualified in internal. But this is what
was a.
You made a mistake. No, so maybe typo, but no, maybe a typo. But argument I'm making, are you getting it? They asked first for authenticated marriage certificate. They first asked for. I'm reading interrogatories. Let me reading. They first asked for authenticated marriage certificate. Then we're proving to them that this is an authenticated marriage certificate because upon interpretation it is authenticating person. It has been authenticated with the stamp and everything. That was all what we were proving. So in our response, and that was what we were trying to say, that they should find an authenticated. Yes, that was what we were trying to say. But it seems the court misconstrued us. Into Parino or Chan or Boleta and give them one boleta. He was trying to prove to the court that this is an authenticated marriage certificate. And it is true. When you look at the translation, it is there. Authenticating person. What does it mean? So that was all what we are trying to say. But it seems the court misconstrued us. It was answering directly to the first part of the question.
Fit to do that? That's because the thing the judge said
Mama China
is that he's not fit.
Hello,
Mama
China, I'm Patrick to say.
You met Yabeja for our margin at Tenassi. Now, Pacho, the kind. And send me follow my parents in the Mocha.
Me Pacho.
Now the Amma Babu, the country said, Mocha, I will go with your forbidden and said, Cotton, being at the Ayan Cred.
Me Pacho.
Dear Tierney, me Tiena, I said, Nana. Or Tia Amania Kakra Santi, and the Sam Babu Kakra. Sabe, Quadro, the fear will free moon, a cleaner the fear.
Okay.
Said there was a penny car or 2 for Brim Pond, and our year was a penny. You walk in a park session, or you 2 for Brim Pond. A Santia Mamrani, a money upon so. A Busian crooning in our air and you 2 for the Ashen and Santia Mamri. And she said, oh, be told fear wow. Or Henry any what to me. And Sana, I was your penny up them. And I was your penny the original Homa, I was Yana no Henry and Tem. Now, dear, the more the Kanya be said. And then be I was your penny or Hinena, what Yakunano, Wakobana money. And no nanchain. I was Yana Mobusa, I was a dear in Tina Sa, the air quabe air cosso. Abusia penny musa ni se fi se wodi akonya na ye bo na abusia penny busia ni ben na wu a abusia penny agina ho se busi bu na de hia wuntu ogina wa ya yie da ade e wo ho ni abusia penny di ato abusia num a wo busa abusia na obi ada ka no kro wo se so obi wu a wo se wo na wo ma munya mo yie se wo betena abusia penny agya no so se nipa be 10 na wu a abusia penny ni musan na wako de wako enuru mienu mpo nje nhame ma me ne pa akoso hima akwa hima de wo wu a ye kuro ni abusia nyina adea ye fra abusia penny kacha ne se sika fama na bibia ye de be cha ne sa o de onyira abusia na na onya yie no o ka kire ye se ema ne ye nya ye yie ne pa mo chawo enu abusia penny mumu sa ne se ade enti na se sa asem na dru court na nanom wo maja wo ma ade yakopie na nanom anim ye entamu ebe mu no ana ye ne nanom kwa no mbusa akoso ya se ne hawo pa ne se ana akoso ya se de di kan komati na abusia panyin tie ye no wan fa abusia fo na amem ode ahowo ne peye omo komiti kwa no obie na no so wakasa no o matia no ono odi ni nia no oni tumi wo se wakasa de atoso mienu akoso ya se opese wo hu ade kura ekum ni nia no enyanyam bia de minim ne amamre mu ne se obi di hie wu a enye obi ene kogina ho no ma ye papa no abusia panyin wo ba no obusa ase ho anam ne papa ndi nua ba ne se saa de na ati no wanti ase e de na ye hawo mumma yankɔne yankɔhwɛ de ku no ɔde to na nanom anim ana nanom se ana yankɔye ana wɔse ano akyi kra wa report asɛm no yezie
na me pa cho egusua pei asɛm ya woke sesi aye hu se masa court bio me se ɛhɔ no mpɛ sɛ wokyire ye mu yi
court no a ye kɔ ye ne maame
mpa cho yiti
de ntima ye kɔ court no akosia ka se opese wo hu ade kora ekum kwadwo se na court asɛm ntina ya afa na ya start process na ya koso ahwa ade kora ekum kwadwo na me pa achewo ayiye ba so wayira kunafo ni wo omo crofo be ka committee no hu
okay
ana abusia so ayiya be ka ho edi anti kwadwo ne mampanifo ne wo mu no wa akwantuo ayiye ya tnasia ye buta anuafo ne mo ma besiwe wo fi o nyina fa ye pati ayiye ne gafei ebeboa na ye nyina ya kyerɛkyerɛ ya adwene obi si bia me wa amana no nti ade we ne besi me kwan nti mesra mo de koste ya ebeboa we de daabi na sister ebeye din be ma ma tabi o ada horo ma ye fa nyame ma sa ba se hopes no ye minya be ma na sa kina bibi asia wono wo ma wa akwantu ye betima ye hopes ya ye wa abra wo yire na wo ma ama me show na da chindi ya no mo beka sabe woni wa ye mo akura tina wo penasem na wa ye mo na de beti no wa ye mo na trimu a Esan sa wo penalty a count ma ho ade kure kuno because we kura ade kuno na ye poison wo somwa wo betimi anya ohaw bi wo ho ti adenti na mo rush obetimi share fridge mo ba for 10 years ni ade ade na fi kwan nunti abusua panyin ne ye dodo no ontumi say wo yo ade ntoto na ebe abusua no because we de ne dia na ma abusua panyin na ja usudi ade na nye se na abusua na tie ma menom na tana se ka se bi se ana na abusua fo ana ye se nton ko jo fa niska edi mpa ye se na honya
okay
nton no fa niska baba bi ada no wa fa anto a e firi to abaya den se ko to be film na ye ntimi hu obi akwa akoye abusua panyin de da ya kwa na no so da kan wo yi kire ha ya sa abusua ni jira wa ni ya sha de ku aya simple chin hu ya ku na ya de ya wo abusua no because ya wa ya de me bre ya sa ya de ya wo abusua no this wa no betim aye ana abusua panyin je me dabi asante amana asembi ba ye timi ka pe yen ko buta afrewa amrewa fon ne ma na wo abusua no mu ta se abena na no ka se bo no aka se mo wa se enunti antuma ya dia ayelu ba ye kura obi netwa na onui a wa bo no ho ka abo ani nua na dia wa ko to na fi o ti so di bomdi akosi anye ni nya na japade de ye nyina anye sika anye bibi abate e pense na ho etina bi chebe ya obi be hu ta asumenti ana bentin sei na esi ye ne bae entina na mamna na wo to kire wo na bia ye ne kurom ko adawo ma na ye nya fante de ohine ne wotu na diga kan sem bi se ye ko da de so aba ye fra busi apani wo ya ko 2-3 times fra obai what's the so abusia panyi so on person na pa akoso yibesha up to now am no kase wa ba pa akoso aba be kwa amane me pa achewo o de kwajo ana pa ofi pa akoso to wa ba pa akoso aba be bo yan ye wa hana mane me ameka ta me ni obi no be ma amene pa akoso hima bi di pa akoso hina chi me ensa wa ba wa hina na mane o ma ba wa hina mane baby abesie kwajo no we abusia panya wuni tumi wa asase na so otumfo na wa asase na otumfo de asase na mo hin tiji so busa wa hin na ansa aka ye tosum ye no na nanom anhye ye keke tata atumfo ne anya ye no ofisa akosu ye koye se pepe ye koye otosi na de kumu kwajo na ebia wo mo betimi de injunction na bibia beto so ebedila ade na ye bia police process na enti wakro mo buta say police for ben na eye ni ade batenya ne manyina na betimi de akere so me ntimi hu ade kropotintia tintina jise 13 fu no sabu chapanye no pasum dia kura asema ka menwi yo abusia mo me nyina ye nhia na ye ntutu ni ye hu de de to be sefi aya ka se abusia fo be me no ana me nsan wu se fridge mo mumu sane se wo nim kwan a efa so ya abusuan on kire de wawu a waye na yiye da e wa abusuan no on kire anu nti kwadwo de chinchina na wo fa ya apoku no mo ho na akosua no ene mela no wo ma wo mu nyina ni ya akosua ya mobo adan ade na aba se na amesa ape me anunti na obi ya kafe na hima wa ha na ba atem ha kwadwo me pa akoso kura no oli ma me na mde ba pa akoso kura ma first tama wa hine ba akono di ade na owu ya na mde ne ba idan nyina ni yiye mu ni yepe me mre bia me kata me ti asumdue se be ya bibia be to na abusua benya ya abusua oba benya ne ba
Mama China
na abusua panyi na ma
Mama China ma
ba me
Mama China mpacho o kasemu no o kasemu peniye na ma mu peniye asesi aye kokota ye den
me don't wait you say at the house for me can house ka sana na miti am fanchem you say belly baka belly banga ana wa hina sabi ye tufu a wentie put the pub ya sabi mu de kobedum ye nim dia busia pani yan kanchen de wan ko shi ada de so aba ho no busa no me ni bi nkomo ka bi bia sa adan ade ni ye gu ye ni ma fi ya twi apapa ko su ko na wa no anti 50 nye ko ketu o ye wa brempon nim di fo akrachefo wo kure mu enso na ye kure yi agye ngwa ke na kura ta be wona mabonte kwa na obi be to na aka so pipa ko so ompewo edi enti na abasa ada na won ti ase na ba bia ta se ye de to ne yamfa nto ene kwadwo na wawu na ne niam wo ho edian oni aba je wa puto na ko ji so de bom dio obi na ekwa ye kwadwo ntoma ade be to be te ye sise ne ye se ne na busuan no mu bi ye sen enti ma to wa anti dis akamna ewo no e mu oja na makonim se onua wona ne kan suntam abeka 3 days kura makojo afilmu ofre ni nua ni di nkomo ne de obi nka so obi na akuno obi ono yale ye serious ba enkuno yale kituwa bi na akuno enti dia na si kwa sa busia panyin won ka ho na yanko hye adi kura ekum kojo yakoche wi a na die wo musoso no na yire no ya kan ta akosua only the man me and Senya and Colano, I try them so we have February. And to be proud with your mammy, what you won't want in the family. And to buy your mouth a colami and someone on the empty for. No one more papa baby, no one more arm and show one more papa and me with you. Yes, man be a bay in a woman's Mama, I'm going to me power, Mama. Mama,
on the 11th, mobile court. No, me pacho, ukan, nema. Beye wiki, you say, ne manu be abagana. Obano aye video etunsa afre adofo so omumbra mbe jamno na ne papa free ombe ye 13 me pacho enkra na wo kaso ombe tre exams mesrew de oye video denis no oka hu bia na
me pacho da bi me die okay me pacho da bi anti
me pacho
me die
ete pacho enkwala ne de we na tre exams no
akosia mano
enu nye ma afre ma akosia se wamba
akosia se wamba na me ansam
enti pacho de wo Ghana ne ye hwan mo mba
me pacho ebi yo dobro ni emma
okay
ana na ma me ba ma me chewa mamre kakra
me pacho
ya santi ha ya mamre ni amane me de court abu na asem oba nya me na metimi me say no one ma che court asem ato na me ni wo 63 years na me ko me ben me ma me ani akonya ni tie mpani sem because omo kan ye ti me record ye minim ni asante amamre ni kuna ye mu te se me ma no owu no film no wo yire no mo kan kura me yire panyin ni yama ani e de ye no ho am wo de kwa atamado me pa to ye wo ma me pomre wa fo wo opa afre atama makane amane pa na ma kire se nebusa me yire panyin adisi e de ani e de ma ba ma na no de ko ona de no so be wale kan kura ene de wo ne nyame nsem because ene de me awale sam nya no na me ka me ntimi nkire na mmom ne de wo mu a me ka no a me ni mo no me ma kire putamu akase ene de wo na de ba boa ye ya de asumdue be ba no na me ka se abusa panyin chi break ade na asie abusa no nya bi abusa panyin de nti amata de we nyina ade aba no onya yiye wa abusa no mu da nti wonim ayiye no sadia ne hyehyɛ na ade ade oba panyin mu awu na ye hema wo kuro no owu a anya abusa ma na wo hene na ye busa ne sɛ ha papa no wo ka asɛm bi sɛ ye bibi abusa panyin ne begina wa busa na ade na me ka to Empress Gifty me ma me wu ya de to mpam ne na nsa no na to na ebe kwa akosie no ye wura me boni dia na ma sori o ti kokko so ami boni dia na mo sa ye misuo onyansa ni kin Solomon what na this ye be by ama na sante hima de na this ye be by na sante amamra ni amane ne so wahina na wahima akwa akura ye fie ne midnight ye be fie na wasa abusua ni nyina wo na abusua panyini e wo ho na ya di sika futuro no ebe sra no me pa cho na sama me kan ka mi chantre wo me ni nyabo buka na otu kwa ya bofo otu wo mo ba ye na ye be ye busa asa busa panyi wo hene where dodge Mammy, we are on I have happening. Yako first when I ban can you want to yourself which happening now, and me a different about mammy. Or you know, the good time I bet different about. If only see Kwana Mota, which happening when see her. Mammy be beyond one of my year, or top of a catcher which upon the ones who type co op for that. Yeah, you have to warm a bar. One year, you know, but Auntie Gifty Busa warm. Say be beyond where the back room, how on the bar, Mamma China. And for you, Grammy, Yama woman, and to say a bushina. But we shall penny yard and to Mama, Mr. Yan to answer America. Obituary now, yeah, you know. Busa said, a partner, not watch us and Chama Blanca, no one that tossed me and so. As I'm saying in the bank, I want never. And so they look at toss me and son. And not done China. Busa said, I also for my Tiano. You move wine, and I was up and you did in them. Mammy, and more you. Papa, dear Mamma, and Yashi, yeah, dear, I was running here, dear Nepe, but I was offending with the dear. I didn't talk about was running, and it's the Lena now. Now, what's now, Mamma, Sabbath, young son, Tia Mamma, and Yamani, the watch, Yamama. I was applying no autonomous, or one to me. Okay. What I was running in Asia, near with Saturday, Ashanano, not no pet, and one on you. Mamma
Medasi, Mamma Yamisha. Me pacho you. Oh, mame, na ye mame mesro mpacho you. Ye da sema ye ne mama China na kasa ye no. Ya we question.
Lawyer no dey me
ntu koziga ye wi am ba so o la do ni should be
just to wrap up so person make an and say
oh lawyer no we
you present your originals say be
na be sane
na me can say originals na course ye the BBI
okay the mini question be sana jiga na me person be busa o say me pa cho se si ansema wo be ka wa hai o fa pempa ne say like what do you want to communicate
oh me dem me fa pempa say sebi the equation na nya dia obia me sure so mo busuafo no ye wa bonti nya dia obia ni chen se do obia kasa ye yo na ye pe na se na yin wa ye kan se be me de se abusuapani nti abusuapani sebi wa chia emuye okay ye na ye sielu bawia ye wa bonti ni na busuani na ye da so na kira se mo nti fi se enu baby ano on come back to nabusuafo no a waye omopani no na ono omunna enwe de omobusua ne pese omoye ho ema sabio nipa ba ko pe entiki decision fi se abusua de
me kakra me waka ni Empress minim kwa minim se jiga oni papa shi omoye nuanom omofi maame ba ko papa ba ko and minim se emra o ma mi wuye minka we ya me so afa chemi na basa yo e ba kakra in terms of make o de me kasaba we ya wetima say in terms of o ma mi yie no da ye no na den kakra mi dwedwe mu a me hunu ye no ene say o tweben ye busua pani e ma woni ne kasai ama emu no bedi mo ho ma mutumi ye mo ma me yie na ye memreda even though papa shi akoye ne de eye yawada no mutumi ene abusua pani tena se kasai e ma mutumi ye yie ne memreda enti sisi ane in as much as say waji atum se wunye abusuani wunye moja na wo fi nchen na by virtue of the fact say bia woni mama kosia bempon assigned that na okay na ebi mama kosia bempon ma feel say bia woni ho a ubetumi atena na nemu no wa report to her no me de kakra meka ene say munhwe na monfa eye mo support entire busua pani achi na mu ni na mo ntena se na eyie na ye next week Saturday no ye ntumi nye emane nye because as it stands now no kra ni nyame anim ni say na aka na bia wa ma na no esinti wanti lumba woyi a wewe as a busua of lumba ankasika abusua no betumi anya weye we hu di bi ahwe nkolai ni ade ni sika ketwa ba no kra wo mesra ma mi no kra wo mu pa ni say no eyie no eya ye unattractive sesi no sa sympathy na nka nkrofo wo ema eyie no eni hot say kane no areho na we ye nim se say eni ho hwe ukọ TikTok ahwese ne asebio omanfo esipe wo TikTok asebio yegu mama akosia bempoma eni mase menye sure say ye ofe pacho de America not mase and there are several times as Jiga in as much say ukasa wa ha ukasa hu brasie mu na wo kire say ope ne papa mu no there are videos bi amehu on social media one kasa wo ka ho na wo instigate confusion ni bi pacho de America not mase Entino say mo pene papa mu a mesrewa because mo busuafo mo ya abonten so for me say me pass me opinion what would ya wo kan wo kasa in the form of say wo kasa wa abusuana nem because tie wo abusua ye moja wo no matter what it is aye ko ba mama ko so abeko amenti me ho ase Faustina amenti we o me ye moja wo eje kenkanya kwan ya omo be fa so omo be san ka bom omo be ka bom na mo am wa bonten ne pacho de make am to say see all I'm saying is that and na ebusia pani no ko yizika na one country we na one country we there is a committee and pay what we know every money that goes I mean him kwase yes wo kra wonya alert ni bi and into the message say me pacho see ye ni next week interviews na ye grant no and we here Kasano we pacho kasano eya doso intimidate ahobrasie mu dia meche ni say ebe ya unya bibia manenka na mo ne ma na wofi ho ne nkasa na ye nyina ye ntan ebusu apani achi na mo na mo ni bom na ye nya ye why
pacho na ti wa wie medase say sebi o say de wo kan omo ye busua ye de ye be boy ye ntimi chire de sebi obusua no enye potin because say mami o kasa e o busua pani mi aba ye be suja me hwe si mami akoso abem ko mana pra kasa Jiga misro nko dina ba bi mpo enka bibia me nkasa bi
nti so no hwe wo sakoka
o se me ba me se nti na me wa
nti so no afra wa unkasa bi
more several times na nkofo afra me radio station where me catch on se me misa ma me ne se nipa so ma si peso obisa ma se me nkasa mpacho me nkasa because me kra me nye social media ni se obi ampo ni me fine se a ukasa ye ne ma ne nkasa me wa kan Empress bisa me se ni ye yom sabi o papa no di 10 years kra na ye besie no na eda ho na echa na ye dey sie ne next year besie ne sie ne next week a lumba kra na esie no abusua pani ni abusua ni na eti enti onko back to ni family ni say de o kasa ye abonti so for no onko back to ni family no because o ka bibi say jikren a omo ye abusua on be say ko mo abom no ya better person onko back to ni family no na ona ya busua ni na eti no no mo nkotena ase na achia emuye no mo nkototo se de be ya mo ntutu enna ede me ntimi ni side wutu ntimi ni side my family no ba omo ya busua na can decide omo ade se ye pese ye ntimi me no ye ntimi nya hwe ti busua pani pe peace a de bi o kase o pe peace a also ne wo fase no ene ne maame mu ene ni nuanom ye de ekabom ni mi fi se asumdwe be de ebeba okay nti enna no sabusu apani obabia no otie a sabi ontie na me ye sure se otu sa na mo na ebeba because se anobrebe ma abaye de ma abato
Arnold
Empress me mom dear personally I'm tired.
Why
I've been sitting here almost 3 a.m. talking about Daddy Lumba. Knows baby, doesn't even matter. Omo somebody in the next week, you know. Yeah, we show more the best. Omo kwa happy, no say we show more the best. Omo somebody in the 14th March, no say we show more the best. Omo somebody chumwa because Omo was taking so omo chumwa manente. The BCBI waha.
Da, o last one.
Me the food to na me two omo.
I'll send the last words.
Say that kasa. Kaso remember so la.
Sir, Mitie, Madame Yokasa, also what the China.
Mama China.
Also, Mujina do Mujina Sabusia Penny no. I said ni 2 minutes shut down Subia. So allegation kakro brazy say on my year 1 2 be dingin abusia penny
Wamba.
Onim account for e wa ibisi e ye wi a Monday ibuka no yam de to aso yesiesie abusia ni ntam enti ne waye bibia be rezi me pese me busa madam ne say wa ye mabusia penny eye be ba komienu miensa maya wa mamu no edu se mu siesie abusia ni ntam mutimi rezi ye say abusia penny bi oye ni ama o api adamant said dem ba kam ye wonti ana because ye wi a de toso ye siesie abusia no mu na wonye ne ne mayi de wache bibi ne yaka said the on repeat enti aba mienu miensa wotimi mutimi kan ya na eden afi de adulum ba yi esu mu na yi ahodo abusia pani ama bi na afi na ye beka jesade na ne se wo mo sigina ye sese busia pani ni gya ayi no ema maame bempoma no ye no no pani ba bi tena na ye nuewu ye na ye moja asase mo ni nyina ni so le koba ne sanso a sade ye kan mo na ye mabusia ye de ye kan bi yetimi gya aka se ne ya anodo abre ya ni nusu kura watu atwene sa na beka kro bia nso be yi ni ho afirim afi dom pese mo ye sa no mo ye mo na ye boa ti munua ana modehia bewi asa be bo brand sa ma mudi kakrakase idi ne so minue kasa wo se kalumba tonyo mbrofo anko chema kijasen iti ade na such a legacy nipa ba kumienu binti chinchina jese de mobaya na mobaya ana e kan se ye de anya busuafo aloya fo ohoyi sebe omo jo mo cash mo se enko supreme court we court koro mo no mbeko emummo ana mo se ma de ankanya me de achemo lumba wusun ko mu yo ka fe na mo be didi ni din ho eso ase obi a do be kan bi obi a wase mo be sa beka a hedwa na sa hasa peja ye fe se 13th no de omo modin no mo nya yie no omo nye after no obi a person obi a Ghana fo so bi hu me da se
Ola
perfect man. A perfect man underscore. Biana menya akwanya ni bi. Me gini nyina perfect. We a friend big man combo. A mao captain 2, near mao casual 1. Ni nyina 550 Ghana. Pe. Now what find simple nature with your ball life. It's so we need size to your large, extra large, medium, extra large. Opa between send a full size picture. The best near juju more simple. A perfect man. And I'm my perfect. Na me don't want see. Empress, na me sure. Lawyer, your question back up. Pacho, was there a point during more friends interrogatories at the age of Madame Priscilla came up? Was there a point her age came up?
Thank you very much for this question. Interrogatories ye be say. No. During CMC time was side court no we shouldn't go into that area. We should leave it. Under cross examination na senior William Kusi offer them a line. Odobuni no witness now or be testify on behalf of Odobuni, Mr. Bani Akuno. Senior William Kusi cross examination now Odru one Obisano. Say Osulumba started there will date Odobuni 2006. Into 4 years time, that is 2010 or worry. Into senior year cross examination now no Odobuni no Obisan there. Into what was the age as at the time Lumba share Odobuni. Now, when a lawyer raise your objection, say this particular question, during interrogatories what side and call they shouldn't answer it. Now, Senior William Kusikade, or a computer waiting answer so, or yeah, some slight arguments. Now, this was the ruling by the courts. No court in the Kade. He can choose to answer, he can choose not to answer. That was what the court said. Into witness not answer.
Okay. But that's it. Any question will be. But the attorney say, I told you, Empress, I trim some. I told you, I never bufu. And I went near Busani, unka Busiano, Munya Sadino. Lumba, according to my report, I'm on my now warrior almost saw no double new wiring. Mr. E.T. Mensa in Busani. I got an Adamfo. E.T. Akono, someone. Oh, Busani. And then Adamfo. What's all the good answer, Busani? The told me be a young Kobe Bedani Busia. Committee or Moti or more young Yana Busia for. I don't know, being raised or just say, when you Busani, Sabi, may honorable Manqua or Busani. That's what I until recently, or CBA, one man is also something. And I told you, Assembly, so I busied to me, you'll be said, O Casamina, Yen Nimcasa, and I say, ABA, ye near Wadaji. These things are allowed. So I in Yasa, Munya Busia phone, and Munjama Busia phone, your mother, Zigat here on your business or sign check. So what is all this hypocrisy? There's a toss to be. Miss me as Antony. Miss Mubusia pen you me fee. Me Frantois. A patch of me bush pen, you don't quite take a decision. Onye bida asemba ofre busa panyi on penifo ofre obi ato to adwene bi okwa ton craft frame of phone so why are we making it seem as though say busa panyi is supposed to be a dictator or no can also be no, we don't do that. Why are we making it seem so? Because you has and the phone bill. Look, judge, you know, a ruling no or can send you even in respect to Kunayo. Or see Kunayo na ye fie man penifo le guide ye busia pen no mo pokra na media DCD as one nya busia pen na je e ya masem e no on the nana chemu also che say fie man bi na name ekunafo no da. So let's not make it seem say we ye busia pen na utimi ye ne ope dabi utimi ye ne ope wo da nipa nim nipa na to abayi wo it also utie nipa and also making sure say if you know asumbi aba. Now say we were say media saying I'm person me see that be the problem eba. So why can't you meet your people? Must sit there. Okay, me have to say ye say na sundum na obi amra nie say papa na chief. Why can't we do that? Why is it taking so long? Aden ye wi an ya say na we fa we na nya de Empress a funeral flyer no. Our cousins are almost 90. Your listed cousins are all the way to 88 or 89. Amoji there. Then Amoji. Say me di woman, and the back say ye. Empress udin won back see obi ye. Who ku be brave o journey. Asante for ye no. Obia will stake home. It means you ku no, making sure say me din wom. Na me so be dey akosili kuo fo ma kogege ntobwa asante ye no tin see a festival no eye no so wakwa asante ye da nansi amami ko ye mami kula du oso ogusu ye pam no gas asante ye no ogwe no but eye sanete. The truth of the matter is that there are so many people interested in this funeral because of more benefit or more expected. Let's not hide from that fact. It's no the honor so be on say ye ni nua ben mo say no more than mo benefit the mo pa mo pe but me per se pepper your AC and san mo abeya you can go and just help her at the end of it on God say out there be o see yan san fa ni panis and say o sabe ubi man there be was mami hu de kuminia asa na mo mianya ni ntem na san na chi say and Empress me hu obi a ohine de na chef room ye de na chef fridge for 20 years. Guso edim etwema so sebi 13 fi say nye luma kwa na mo so be say yinye ya MPR defense minister Omane Boama so the 13th what is obi yedede
What is abusuafo bi what is abusuapanyin bi na mo guarantee interview what is abusuapanyin after court ruling akwa gina red TV so ka say ade say akosu ase wa so be pa che odi a na sekuna na bem na so court a show say mo mienu nye uyi abeka say amanfo bi na empesa asundie beba amanfo bi na empesa omo pesa omo yi abusuapanyin to me but this is the same person who has gone to create this confusion knowing very well sir court say omo mienu nyina anye even as we speak. So who is creating a problem if it's not him? You know, so yeah, say but the truth of the matter is that say ya first can to form if you to also be a classic Kedian for na say lumba edem na say or that fridge na say ye next year match I mean as a chain lumba any packet wa na lumba any packet wa Debut, Lumba when the packet went here, say the next chef fridge cry for 1 year cry, yes, a broso.
Last week, yeah, to boy since Papa Mani dinner. Nana can who say Lumba, now also the 2-3 weeks. Ever Lumba ye.
5 years cry,
ain't you know, I was say a 2 year boy, senior my Papa ni Jean. Yes, the Sabodin Fata baby.
She said, Panachi, Jigga. She said, Panachi. Na won say oh ya ba be infaso ba no jiga utie eye ba be infaso ba no e be konkora ho enkora ne de ne be ya mo eye less than 18 no how do we manage their lives before they get to 18 or even more lumba no kwan de ne nsiesie na chi all these things have to be factored and you pray when I mean you komika na de na si
say director ni obi na ma oduani di say wa ma aduane bebredi o pesa o me obi o pesa o me na o sa yare o aduane ni
ana say o be dakra
na fa wa ye o papa say didi
etimi de mesre jigai me de mesre
pani pepi say onko back onko back to ni family no say de o kan no o na menua ma mo de we de say nya bibia no on fa yie ento ba bia yie ewo asumdue beba lumba yie be kra be hwe abusu pani ni din to park no wa ko be say mani din fufuro
our match na week.
Oh, me there. Me my miss match. I mean to me make us next week.
Oh, okay.
Me finally.
What's it?
Me the man.
Oh, tell me mama, baby o jai jina na hona na meja.
Hona na meja.
Nti ni nwa na okay.
Baby o ba me ba wa mama.
Julian Bacho don't respond. Finally.
Yes, because I'm Asante Force. No, Ola Asante Force.
Empress, the attorney say, a year back, it me you see no DCC fee. To be or na ye to fear or peso koye fee a koye ye na, it fear the SN, yes, a piscaba by a near fair in Manquay. A yenisa. Sa Sunday fee to me for ye so at the CC, my Sunday Bansania ye. It has become obvious, say, as Sunday fee. Mummy use this opportunity no. And from creating as we no fee. That's a busheni nyina kabo so mo ye ne be efe. Obi ntimi kan kire say na maya medini kra ne din ye da biem na ye nkra amanfo abre enye no kre amanfo ya mre.
Ula mi ntwa no. Na da de so abahine on. Pa kuso hine abetna obey 2 times. Ama na da de so abahine try say like obesisi o one time. So they can say aye timi ba e de nkan bomi e de eba. Nina abusuapani anko hwe abusuapani na e kan sembi abusuapani eye ba mumisa ne say lumba ofri pakusu ni nsuta like pakusu fo ebiti nsuta na mumisa ne say wako se nsuta ne yia wakobo na mane na mumisa ne say wakobo pakusu na e ka bibisa amamre asase na yesie ni pa oso no enya busuapani na otumi wo so please
Obapa is too much.
Why is too much? O person dey o person
assign asase ebe sie lumba wo 70/70 ewo ho misinformation about
ni nua ba ne kan no
challenge before you
no ni nua ba ne kan no wanti bi o wasum enya so yentie obi fun so na obekan yo o se o mebo pa ko so na ma
you on ko se
Empress because Pakoso hine kwa busu
ye nesu kosi onkosi oyine
onkosi Pakoso hine eye onkosi nsuta hine eye enra na me maame mo konsutan no enka we nya maame na adwuma eye busua pani ne fem ene wo busua pani ade o so adwuma o so wo ye wonsan o sina pukita wo fasifo ibi omudu achi wakose o hene na yie saa na ese wo busua pani na nya busua pani a ayiye beba o hene a wo ho no sabi opa koso hene ne wo fase na ne na ne lumba indi se bibia kro ho a kaya bena bi tutue bi kro ha mo be na nka bo mo onko se pa koso hene yie sesi ne mama chana ke mama chana no ne maame na na yo hema sesi na o ka ni 30 minutes o se busua pani mpo mese pa koso hene yie onko se ntuta hene yie enti ade na o se yo akosi na yie moreover wo so ntipo mo unfri ho ade na wo so akosi na yie
ene nyankopon ya adoma
ye na ye obi ni mo obi kire busua pani
Calvary Temple me pacho 5 p.m. More than a song Mama Americansa. The program now every year no koso a year at near 5 p.m. Me sure bomodi say baby 5 na ye did you made na so Empress me wo be and that's your Obapa Christie birthday on the 7th of December. Obapa attraction ai ni birthday ye ma awoda pa yes nyame hira na onye wo kese na me cho say Tuesday ya ebe so de eye no ko fine washing powder lunch no koso I no ko see you ba komi ami ni me am tell na me no kasa me to sa afro me pa chop matete omu no so bra na betu bi wate washing powder na matete so etibra na betu bi na kona cotton ai oton so benya fa so oba ntemo a benya discount no because after opening no na chese beko back to the regular price no it is strong on the 9th of December ni day ekwan eda ho ma say obeto bi na koto lawyer yapon wo bibi can
very short nyameka ni say lumba nsemi by who say nipa ateki size and a team Odobroni na team Mamesewa and all of those things. The entire Ghana for a years man is because Obifa Obia warrior, no the akoto tone or no nabra boa na warrior who no fee say the same. A lawyer for a entire case, your Becca say 2 divorces be anywhere a yepe. And to send your fee so be dear tiano, and send your wood dear tiana. And yet necessarily sana obi diete and some now medical dia court and it may be totally different from near wunim ana near wojin and you good say ebia obetie ebia wote ni media mu ana bibi na eno nko no dia ye wadwen na bia udidi obi atema na wo feel say because unya opportunity na examine fast ni nyina to be able to come out with the truth. And yen try ni enya side no. Ni enya edidi atem all the time. Ubeti na we di we atem we di and when I say ebeboa yen nyina my muni nyina. And na ni twa to eno ola kan minim se no kwese ebusuapanyi kan but se ebusuapanyi fi se I was a Mr. Wabe Pacho and Sana Yayeno Kuna. And yet, Miss Sen, I was uncle kind judgment in Ibu because God court in his channel. Say, my Mr. Y. A. Kuna. Now, make sure, say, on any mamma could see Odobru or my Yakuna for. And and only Pebia say. Obeka say I just say bi obi be patch or na saa nyoma no eno de onyin film anya saa etimi holding for contempt enti no me de kakra ameka no me I'm hoping say nyame ncha de senior judgment ni si call no at least my money nyina nya a fair idea of near copy court na ni enti a ruling na eba senior esi bae.
Medase na nyame aduma next week on the 14th December a Praise Achievement Award where a gospel for yedini I text anyway near ye GH anyway yankasa so ye DNA intimacy of 14th our Royal House Chapel I see 4 p.m. near the Jumedian Ashes so afimu nyina last year where Juma we ye nyina ebo abaso asase so a year Emma ejuma na we ye ni ye nti so see I nominate to a post no bi koje awado am be ka say na me deserve aka ye hododo enti nyame yam be ye tim bia wa ha no se me ka kire mo eye 14th ya ebe mon dress so na mon fa mo ho enhye nyame animunyam cancel run up your pon where they keep to
heavy. Rounding up, there was this information there, so we had videos and we couldn't submit it to court. Now we didn't have it. It was after the judgment now. Obey. If we had it, definitely we wouldn't have hidden it and can submit. So that's what I would say. So thank you very much, and I would thank my senior William Kosi for giving me this opportunity. In fact, I speak on his behalf. In Tenyo no Ananka, I wouldn't. Yeah, so thank you all. It's been great listening.
Council and then me make up no mama me man a shout out Pokes_beauty_heaven or no yeah me name no edemam and the matter is if socials_fashion or no na o mame atare eshe ehwinde me no didn't see at all. But a Pokes and a fixie ehwino edi emame nyame adom baby a ye di program no ebe abedru ni ya bo 3am ye da mo mojebre mo hweye na mutie ye da obi bia se team liga any team odobroni e do obi bia se ne yenya powerful lawyers and ye papa ebe kan ye ho daddy nana nyame insure on your kese say yama watna say abote jiga oni mama China nyamisha Empress bibia dasende ye besanso Asia medi ede Empress Gifty me producers Obimpe ene Isaac executive producer Dr. Father Dixon ene Esquire Kennedy or say Nyankopo Insha MCR for any cameraman for me see on the 12th I Friday we no a blue bar ewo Kumase just so me pacho 9 a.m. near the Jumedie no ahhehye so eti pacho Kumase me ankasa me ba hono bra a blue bar and a ye bia no a restaurant come eduani bia wudi bia chem bra na be have it taste of it a blue bar ye bia on the 12th of December. I can't wait to see you in Kumasi. That's a net so Asia. Mikuru Aibe Michiao. Ya kramo. Ya po.